And just like that, the feeling hit Jinfrey again, a powerful, disorienting wave of nostalgia for a place he'd never seen before in his life. But this wasn't some new sensation. It had been happening so often he couldn't even remember when it started. It was a phantom feeling, as if he'd been born and raised right here. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by the receptionist. She offered a quick apology for the delay, then confirmed he was here to get registered with the Adventurers Guild, wasn't he? He drifted towards her desk, numbly nodding in agreement as she began punching his details into the system. And then it happened again, that unsettling feeling that he knew her from somewhere. After a moment, the girl flashed a smile, announcing his status window was now available. A holographic interface materialized before him. Authentication required a wave of his right hand, and as he did, his eyes shot wide open. It all came crashing back. That overwhelming sense of déjà vu finally made sense. He remembered everything. The receptionist noticed the shock plastered across his face and asked if something was wrong, but her voice was a distant echo. A flood of memories, a lifetime of exploring this world flashed through his mind. This place wasn't real. It was a game he used to pour his soul into, a game where he was a top-tier professional player. The world of Grand 7, a realm where adventurers journeyed across 7 massive continents, all in the name of forging peace between warring nations. It was a fantasy kingdom MMORPG, and somehow he was trapped inside it, a reality his mind refused to accept. He had no idea what was going on. Why now? Why were these memories surging back at this very moment? He was just a normal kid trying to become an adventurer. He'd come to this city to earn cash for his family, only to have his entire reality shattered. The world he was born in was just a video game he grinded in a past life. You'd think he'd be spiraling into a full-blown panic attack, but instead a slow grin spread across his face. This wasn't a nightmare. It was the ultimate cheat code. The girl's voice cut through his thoughts, laced with concern. "Hey, are you okay?" He was trembling, completely lost in his revelation. He quickly apologized for scaring her. Then, with a grin, he cracked his knuckles. "Just fired up and ready to go," he declared, the confidence in his own voice surprising even himself. Why did the memories unlock now of all times? No matter how he spun it in his head, the answer wouldn't come. But it didn't matter. With this knowledge, with these memories, he could climb to the absolute top. With a flick of his wrist, he authenticated his account and pulled up his stats. Since his class was still undecided, all he could see were his base attributes, versatile but with no real specialization. The receptionist awkwardly wished him a safe journey. He stepped through the shimmering portal and materialized in a place ripped straight out of a fantasy novel. Standing before the baptismal altar, he was floored by the stunning scenery, noting that it was a pixel-perfect recreation of the game's starting zone. He scanned the main island. This was the hub where groups of 5 newbies always spawned. For now, every event was mirroring the game's script. But he had to remember the new rules. This was his reality. There was no autosave function here. If he died, it was permanent. No respawns. But if he played his cards right using this inside knowledge, he could become a living legend. A grand announcement echoed through the area. The baptism ceremony would commence in 30 minutes. Everyone was instructed to arm themselves. Jinfrey smirked. Yep, exactly like the game's tutorial. He was instantly teleported to the main island, and the other adventurers immediately fanned out, scrambling to find the best weapons. Chaos erupted almost instantly. People started brawling over who saw which weapon first, while others just snatched gear right out of someone else's hands. Watching the pathetic display, Jinfrey recalled that this free-for-all was a programmed part of the experience. It was the forced profession selection system. During the baptism, players were given a limited pool of starting classes to choose from, but the selection was intentionally scarce. And these rookies were practically foaming at the mouth, desperately trying to lock down something that looked powerful. While he calmly assessed his options, some loudmouth who'd been fighting a girl over a spear finally wrestled it from her, shouting in victory. Jinfrey paid him no mind, and this complete lack of reaction seemed to piss the guy off, who immediately labeled him an arrogant prick. Our hero walked over to the leftover weapons, contemplating his next move. His eyes landed on the dagger, and he picked it up without hesitation despite its garbage stats. The loudmouth burst out laughing. "Are you serious? A dagger with 1 attack point?" He sneered, hoping Jinfrey would end up regretting that pathetic choice. Jinfrey just offered a knowing smile. Sure, no adventurer in their right mind would ever pick such a trash-tier weapon. But in this world, the definition of common sense was completely broken. The opinions of these background characters, these NPCs, meant absolutely nothing to someone who knew the game's hidden mechanics. That was precisely why he chose the simple dagger. An amplified voice declared the start of the baptism ceremony. They were given 5 minutes to eliminate as many monsters as they could. On cue, the island was swarmed by giant insects, a specific breed that only spawns in the altar zone, the honey centipede. The MC knew firsthand that their venom was potent enough to take down a player in seconds. The loudmouth shot him a smirk. "Try not to get yourself killed," he taunted, and Jinfrey just wondered what this guy's problem was. He continued to ignore him. The game had NPCs just like this during the tutorial too. The trial began and the monsters charged. Jinfree watched their advance, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Their attack patterns were identical to the game's AI, and that meant their fatal weaknesses hadn't changed one bit. As a centipede lunged for him, he shot it a look, telling it not to get cocky before whipping out his dagger. With a single fluid motion, he cleaved the monster clean in two. A system notification pinged, Honey Centipede defeated. All around him, the other adventurers just stared their jaws on the floor. Our MC had just landed a perfect one-shot kill, and you could see the jealousy burning in one guy's eyes. Logically, a starter weapon that weak should never have been able to kill the bug, but every game has its exploits, and this one was no different. It was a glitch specific to this location. If you nail a honey centipede's weak point with a basic dagger, it's an instant kill. This same exact bug existed in the original game, but only Jinfree knew about it, and he was now abusing it for all it was worth. Meanwhile, everyone else was struggling hard against these weak sauce insects. The spear guy managed to skewer two at once, and immediately started roaring, bragging to everyone about his skills. See that, that's the power of a spearman. MC just shot him a deadpan look, thinking that all the shouting was just painting a massive target on his back. Besides, spearman wasn't exactly a top-tier class among pro players. Right on cue, another centipede zeroed in on the loudmouth. He barely scrambled out of the way, dodging a second strike and flashing a grin at his opponent. He thought to himself that this was way more thrilling than playing the game on a screen. When another bug charged him, he planted his feet, then exploded forward, turning the monster into a shower of pixels. And just like that, the ceremony was over. Now, based on their performance in the trial, they would each be assigned a class that fit their talents. The dude who killed 7 monsters was given a pathetic choice of 3 classes: Hunter, Potion Maker, or Shield Maker. He was visibly fuming, and so was the girl next to him who'd been praying to become a summoner. The guy with glasses didn't manage to kill a single thing, so he was booted from the Adventurer program entirely. But that one arrogant dude managed to take down a whopping 15 of the flying pests, landing him the coveted Swordsman class. He glanced over at Jinfree, who was just staring intently at his system window, and strutted over to see what he'd gotten. The moment he saw Jinfree's screen, his smug expression shattered. Every single profession in the game was available to him. He had annihilated a staggering 33 monsters during the trial. The swordsman's face went pale as he stumbled backward, stammering that he did pretty well for himself too, managing to become a swordsman and all. MC just gave him a nod, thinking that getting swordsman with only 15 kills was a 2% chance. The guy was ridiculously lucky. In this game, the meta was dominated by 2 classes, swordsman and summoner. So naturally, he decided to break the meta and choose something else entirely. The system confirmed his choice and announced that his starting equipment would now be available. His new profession, Potion Maker, with the special skill, Synthesis. A notification of his choice blasted out to everyone present. They stared at him in utter disbelief. The swordsman actually yelled, "What is he, an idiot? Why would anyone pick that?" Jinfree just gave him a knowing smirk and opened his inventory. Sure, it was a trash-tier profession, but in the hands of a veteran player, it could be game-breaking. He hadn't slaughtered 33 monsters for no reason. He had been farming for specific drops. His inventory now held 5 honey centipede stingers, 9 wings, and 3 vials of blood. All of these were extremely rare materials that could only be found in this one location. The swordsman just gawked at him, totally confused. Jinfree activated his synthesis skill, combining the stinger, the wing, and the blood with his junk dagger. He forged a weapon so powerful it could shatter the world's balance, a dagger called Centipede, rank unknown, attack power 66, durability 1500. It came with 3 skills, 2 of which were locked until certain conditions were met. For now, he only had access to the active skill, Perception, which allowed him to inflict triple damage on an enemy's weak points. Normally, an adventurer's power is dictated by their class and level. Gear is just supposed to be a tool for offense and defense. However, this world had special equipment items so powerful they completely ignored class and level restrictions. Among the pros, these items were known as hidden weapons. With the ceremony complete, he teleported to the first continent, arriving in the city where all new adventurers begin their journey. He looked around with a nostalgic smile, thinking it was just as he remembered. A woman offered him an apple, which he accepted before finding a quiet spot to plan his next move. He had his class and a custom-made weapon. Now it was time to think about the long-term strategy. The goal of this game was brutally simple. Every continent has one S-class dungeon, and the objective is to kill all the final bosses across all 7 continents. To pull that off, he needed to get immensely powerful, which meant it was time to start grinding in a dungeon. Dungeons are ranked with new players expected to start at the bottom in F rank. But since he was no beginner, he bypassed the tutorial level stuff and went straight for the C rank portal, the forest where guardians live, with his sights set on taking down the main boss. The moment he materialized in the forest, a system prompt flashed in his vision. He was locked inside this dungeon. No escape until he fulfilled the clearing conditions. A quick status check was grim. HP at a meager 122 mana, a pathetic 30, and strength, a lowly 21. His defense was 27, Intelligence was 30, agility 19, and his luck was a laughable 11. He scanned his surroundings quickly, sizing up the situation. The recommended clear level for this place was between 17 and 30. This was no place for a fresh spawn. To make matters worse, he wasn't even wearing any decent armor. He decided to test the waters and was immediately confronted by a level 17 devil plant. He whipped out his new dagger. A 16 level difference was definitely intimidating, but his gut told him he could end this with a single decisive blow. The system screamed a warning of an inbound attack, and he instantly vaulted sideways, narrowly evading the strike. The monster was quick, but he had already memorized its entire attack pattern. Its vulnerability was the bud. He launched himself into the air, arcing down with his blade and splitting the bud in two. The system confirmed a direct hit on the monster's weak point. His perception skill flared to life. The devil plant was toast. A smirk of triumph spread across his face. In a flash, his level shot up to 10. One plant had just power leveled him maybe a little too efficiently. In this game, your health and mana automatically scale with each level up, and you also get 5 bonus points to allocate. He now had a fresh 45 points to spend, and he dumped every single one into his defense stat. His strength was already solid enough for now. He gave his dagger an appreciative glance. It was the real MVP, jacking up his level and stats. With his perception, skill, and a weapon boasting 66 attack power, B-rank dungeons were now officially on easy mode. But he knew the dagger's true insane potential had yet to be unlocked. He grinned at the thought of what was to come. For now, it was time to grind for some experience. The boss was way out of his league at the moment. Time blurred into a montage of monster slaying, until eventually, he found himself cornered by a trio of level 20 snakes. The spawn chance for 3 of these at once is a terrifying 1%, making his blood run cold. As one snake lunged, he dodged aside, noting they were every bit as ferocious as he remembered. In that split second, a second snake snuck up from his blind spot. He threw his torso back, the fangs missing by inches, and then exploded into a sprint. His mind raced. He had to get it together to shut down the panic. He'd fought these things before. He knew their weak points intimately. He pivoted, charging headfirst back toward the serpents. There was a soft patch of tissue on the neck. A direct hit there would inflict triple damage. He lined up his strike, but one of the snakes coiled around the other, shielding it. The coordinated defense left him stunned and completely blindsided. The third snake seized the opportunity. Fangs sank into his shoulder. He cursed through the searing pain and retaliated with a savage swing, severing the monster's head. He instantly dinged to level 13, but a system warning blared across his vision. His health was critical. He had to get out of the hot zone and heal immediately. A single bite had nearly wiped him out, but he had anticipated even this exact scenario. Pumping all those points into defense at level 10 had been a genius move. He was down to a sliver of health, but he was still breathing. The conditions were perfect to activate his dagger's second skill, Centipede. His agility stat skyrocketed to a mind-boggling 190. This allowed him to effortlessly counter the remaining monsters as they rushed in. The second skill, a passive called Divine Speed, cranks the user's agility up by a factor of 10 when they are on the brink of death. As the monsters' heads tumbled to the forest floor, the system chimed with another level up, bringing him to 17. He glanced at their corpses, muttering, "I'm not going down that easily." After the intense battle, he collapsed under a tree to recover. He let out a deep, ragged sigh. That was a massive experience gain, but it had come at the cost of a near-death experience. It would be smart to restore his health, but doing so would deactivate his insane new skill. Giving up a buff that powerful would be a total waste. He had to ride this out a little longer. Still, it wasn't worth being reckless. He resumed the hunt, but with far more caution this time. He ran into some bizarre-looking monster, which he dispatched with ease. He looked at the growing pile of monster bodies around him and smiled. It was all going according to plan. Killing mobs with this skill active was almost too easy, making the risk completely worth it. His leveling speed was about to go through the roof. After taking down the boss, he'd be able to perform a new synthesis. First on the shopping list was water. Then thorny grass, a large blueberry cluster, a caterpillar skull jelly, leaves a blood flower, and finally a chestnut seed. That was a ridiculous amount of ingredients for a simple D-rank item. As he was lost in thought about this, a bear ambushed him from behind, but he dealt with it effortlessly and went right back to his train of thought. The sheer number of ingredients felt like he was playing a cooking simulator, and it was these little things that really killed the immersion. But complaining wouldn't get him anywhere. He had to hustle if he wanted to gather everything before the boss spawned near the waterfall. He found the first 2 ingredients in no time, and then he spotted the third, a huge cluster of blueberries. He smirked, pleased that the grind was moving along so smoothly. Out of nowhere, a voice sliced through the silence calling his name. He whipped around to see 2 guys emerging from the tree line. A jolt of recognition hit him. He knew one of them. They'd grown up in the same dirt-poor village. The guy's face split into a nasty grin. Well, look who it is. Jinwoo stayed dead, silent, the name surfacing in his mind, Julius. He could practically hear the guy's thoughts. No way that loser Jinwoo actually became an adventurer. Julius had started his own adventurer career 2, maybe 3 years back. What the hell was he still doing, grinding in a low-tier dungeon like this? The bully scoffed, looking him up and down. Don't tell me you actually picked Potion Maker. That's hilarious. And dude, your weapon is actual garbage. His buddy chimed in. Who's this scrub? You know him, Julius sneered. Yeah, known him since we were kids. His family was the brokest in the village, completely dirt poor. Just ignore him. He's always been a total weirdo. Dad's long gone and his mom's stuck in bed. Damn tough, Break the friend muttered. As they kept talking, Smack Jinwoo's mind churned. Of all the people to run into, his father had died when he was just a kid, and now his younger sister was the one taking care of their mom. Becoming an adventurer was his only shot at making real money. That's when Julius's voice dripping with venom snapped him out of it. Yo, are you even listening to us? We're talking right to you. And what's with that dead-eyed stare? Man, it looks like you haven't gotten your ass kicked in a long time. He lunged forward, grabbing a fistful of Jinwoo's shirt and yanking him in close. Now what should I do with you? He growled. Before he could make a move, a deafening roar ripped through the cavern, forcing all three of them to whip their heads toward the sound. Julius's friend looked up, his face pale with terror. It's a monster, the dungeon boss, a colossal level 31. Cyclops materialized right in front of them. Panic flashed in Julius's eyes as he screamed at his friend. What are you doing just standing there? We gotta dip now. But Jinwoo's voice was grim. Too late. You're already its target. In the blink of an eye, the Cyclops charged, closing the distance on the terrified friend. One brutal swing of its massive club, and it was over. There was almost nothing left. Jinwoo and Julius could only stare, completely paralyzed with shock. Julius's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, a raw scream tearing from his throat. The Cyclops' massive eye immediately swiveled towards him as a system notification pinged in Jinwoo's vision. This monster possessed an all-seeing eye. This is bad, Jinwoo thought, his heart pounding. Fighting a boss with a level gap this massive is basically a suicide mission. Its defenses had to be insane. If he didn't think of something fast, he was going to end up just like that guy. A red smear on the cavern floor. His eyes stayed locked on the club as it hurtled toward him. He dodged the crushing blow at the last second, his mind racing. And on top of all that, this thing has a skill that locks onto a single target. Right on cue, a system window flashed before his eyes. He was now the Cyclops' primary target. With the all-seeing eye, no prey could ever escape its gaze. Realizing he was out of options, he unsheathed his dagger. The Cyclops charged instantly, its club crashing down where he'd been standing. Jinwoo leaped aside, the impact shaking the very ground beneath him. It's anticipating my every move, he realized, but thanks to my divine speed, I can just barely stay one step ahead of its attacks. Hiding in the distance, Julius could only watch his jaw on the floor. Is that really Jinwoo? How is he moving like that? Meanwhile, Jinwoo knew he couldn't win by just dodging. It was time to go on the offensive. He waited for the next swing, then vaulted right onto the massive club. He sprinted up the wooden weapon toward the monster's colossal hand. It roared, trying to snatch him, but he launched himself high into the air, soaring above its head. The monster's neck was completely exposed. This was his chance. He plunged his dagger down with every ounce of his strength, and the moment it made contact, his worst fears were confirmed. 0 damage. The blade just scraped uselessly against its thick hide. Irritated by the sting, the Cyclops swung its club wildly, forcing Jinwoo to leap back down to the ground. Damn, fighting with a level difference this big is no joke, he thought, catching his breath. All the while, Julius was cowering in some nearby bushes. But he hadn't run away. He couldn't look away. How is he so fast? Julius wondered, his mind reeling. Is he using some kind of buff? Jinwoo dodged another heavy blow, a flicker of annoyance on his face. At this rate, I'll never get a chance to craft it. He quickly ran a mental checklist. He had the large blueberry cluster, the thorny grass, and the blood flower. The last few ingredients had to be close. If it weren't for this damn boss, he would have gathered everything by now. His gaze suddenly darted across the cave and landed right on Julius, or more precisely, on the bushes he was hiding in. And there they were, the 3 final ingredients he needed, practically waiting for him. In a flash, Jinwoo bolted straight toward him. "Where are you going?" Julius shrieked in terror. Jinwoo ignored him swiftly, snatching the 3 plants before taking off again. He was in luck. A small underground lake was nearby, giving him his final ingredient, water. Wading into it, he immediately activated his synthesis skill. He crafted an E-rank poison. Once it entered a target's system, it would steadily drain their health every single second. Seeing this, Julius yelled out, "Are you a complete moron? Don't you know Cyclopes have a super high resistance to poison? That low-rank garbage won't do anything to it." Jinwoo just shot him a smirk. "Oh, I know." His real plan was to fuse that new poison with a C-rank poison he'd looted from a snake earlier. He activated synthesis again, creating a far more potent D-rank poison. The bully was stunned by his skill, but Jinwoo wasn't done yet. For his final trick, he synthesized the new powerful poison directly with his dagger. The The weapon began to glow with a faint toxic aura. It had gained the poison attribute. Jinwoo gave it a confident swing, a small smile touching his lips, as he felt its true power. Julius was still in shock, trying to process how Jinwoo had just performed 3 syntheses in the middle of a boss fight. Suddenly, the giant's roar echoed once more. It had found them. Jinwoo turned to face the monster. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said, blade at the ready. "Let's begin round 2. With zero hesitation, the Cyclops unleashed its fury, bringing its massive club crashing down into the water. But when that missed, it just started swinging wildly in every direction. Jinfree was a blur, deftly weaving between each chaotic blow, as he stealthily closed the distance to the Cyclops' neck and let his blade sing. He knew the beast's body had his movements memorized, so he hammered its neck with a relentless barrage of strikes. The venom flooded its system instantly, and a system alert flared to life. The Cyclops was now suffering from severe poisoning. Its health bar was plummeting with every tick. Then abruptly, the Cyclops violently flexed, literally purging the toxin from its body. Our boy didn't even flinch immediately, launching a fresh assault and declaring that he would just repoison it with every single strike. The instant the venom coursed through its veins, the monster would immediately flex and expel it from its system. So Jinfree just kept attacking again and again, trapping it in a vicious cycle. Through this war of attrition, he systematically drained the monster's stamina. The time had come for the finishing blow. He vaulted high into the air, taking dead aim at the Cyclops' massive singular eye. The moment his attack landed, the system confirmed he'd struck a critical weak point, activating his perception skill. An earth-shattering roar of pure agony ripped from the Cyclops' throat, and as the skill sealed the deal, the behemoth crumbled to the ground. The system pinged, confirming the kill, and notifying him that a fat stack of experience points was heading his way. Meanwhile, Julius, who'd been cowering behind a tree, stared in utter disbelief, wondering if this was even the same Jinfree he knew. When he saw Jinfree's gaze land on him, he flinched in terror, then bolted, screaming for his life. Jinfree just watched him go before pulling up his status window. He had now hit level 23. As soon as he'd banked those 90 points, he knew he had to allocate them, but that could wait. There was something way more important to do. He opened his inventory to check out the sweet loot from the dungeon boss. He'd scored a whopping 350,000 gold and a D-rank Cyclops Fang. The dude was absolutely ecstatic. He'd already made up his mind to wire half the cash to his mom, thinking to himself how much better it was grinding solo. No splitting the loot, no sharing the glory. He'd finally secured the prize he was after, a C-rank Cyclops eye. It looked seriously weird though. So MC didn't stare at it for long, a grin spreading across his face as he realized he only needed one last ingredient. Then he could finally craft himself some powerful new gear. With his mission accomplished, he set a course for the Flat Plains, a D-rank dungeon. He stretched for a moment, thinking about how well he remembered this place. A player's ultimate endgame is to topple the highest-ranking bosses on every continent. He had to start with the first, but to even stand a chance, he needed a new weapon that was stashed right here. To solve the riddle of the fallen goddess, he needed that Cyclops eye plus one final item, the very reason he'd come to this dungeon. But of course the grind never stops. The instant the local monsters spotted an intruder, they swarmed him. After making short work of them, he pressed forward, filled with a new resolve to wipe every last monster from the face of the planet. He was going to forge a peaceful future for humanity and provide his family with a life of comfort. And once he got strong enough and crushed his goals, he would permanently silence anyone who ever dared to doubt him. After wiping out a pack of hounds, his level shot up again. At the same time, back in the newbie town, the Adventurers Association was making a huge announcement. The #1 topic on everyone's lips was a rookie who had eliminated 33 monsters during his baptism trial. He didn't just pass, he shattered the old record, and the news was spreading like wildfire among the other adventurers. According to the guild's official statement, the guy's name is Jinfree Van Ride. Black hair and blue eyes. His current location is the starting adventurer's town. In other news, a group of shady adventurers has been apprehended. They were busted for illegally overhunting cobalt birds. Meanwhile, our MC took down another monster, thinking something felt off. He'd been farming this area all day, and still hadn't seen a single one, even though he'd collected tons of other materials. It was super sus that he couldn't find a single cobalt bird, since they weren't supposed to be that rare in the game. Each continent has 7 dungeons. Their difficulty ranges from F rank all the way up to A rank. There's also a C rank dungeon that's home to a major boss. The birds were supposed to be spawning here in this D rank dungeon. Deciding not to waste any more time, he figured he'd head back to the city to ask around. The moment he arrived, he made a beeline for a shop, only to find it in the middle of being robbed. A couple of thugs were hauling bags of loot right out the front door. They shoved Jinfree aside when he blocked their path, then took off down the street, cheering about their score. He just watched them thinking, are these guys for real? These clueless thugs were so hyped about their clean getaway that they started shoving people, knocking over a woman and her little girl. She went tumbling down a flight of stairs, screaming in terror, but before she could hit the hard ground, Jinfree flashed over and caught her. He shot a death glare at the robbers who were already scrambling away, suddenly terrified of the consequences. The girl's mother thanked him for his help. She quickly started to console her daughter. Just then, the shopkeeper ran up, hissing curses under his breath. That was the scum from the mountain hounds, he growled. When Jinfree looked confused, he started explaining about the new guild in town. This crew had completely muscled their way into the district, now shaking down every shopkeeper for so-called protection money. They'd already cleaned out his entire inventory. He'd also heard whispers they were the ones who hunted the cobalt birds to extinction. And just like that, everything clicked for Jinfree. He was honestly shocked at how fast he'd gotten the intel he needed. The defeated man just let out a heavy sigh. And the worst part, these guys had zero code of honor. They'd have no problem roughing up women or even kids. At this rate, the shopkeeper would have to close down for good. As he walked away, a grim reality hit our MC. This wasn't some street gang. It was a full-blown adventurers guild, gone rogue. Taking on that many people solo was a death wish, but going after innocent people and wiping out the cobalt birds, a fire ignited inside him. This just got personal. He was going to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. He immediately bolted after the thugs. He was ready to deliver a few solid kicks when he finally located their den. Inside, one of them was busy bragging to his cronies. He was going on and on about the stuff he'd jacked from the store, saying their boss wanted to expand their influence. Guild of Thieves is more like it, Jinfree thought, his eyes scanning the area. Where were they, hiding the cobalt bird feathers? Then he saw it. As they shifted around their loot, he spotted a crate filled with jars of shimmering blue feathers. He ground his teeth, a wave of anger washing over him. So, these were the scumbags responsible. The reason he couldn't find a single bird. Meanwhile, one of the thugs turned to his pal, asking if he'd heard the latest rumor from the association about some dude who soloed 33 monsters. In 5 minutes, no less. He brushed it off as total BS, just baseless gossip. His friends agreed, but our MC wasn't paying any attention. His mind was racing, trying to figure out a way to get those feathers. Suddenly, a voice sliced through the air from right behind him, a knife pressing into his back. "What do you think you're doing here?" He whipped around, his heart pounding in his chest, and it hit him. These guys must all be thief class, rocking some high-level stealth skill. It's no wonder he never even heard the guy approach. He shot his hands up nervously, trying to play it off. Whoa, man, just passing by. But the thug wasn't buying it. Funny the guy sneered, that's what the last spy from the other guild said. Want to guess what happened to him? Or should I just show you? He flashed a twisted smile and lunged. But Jinfree was faster. He dodged the clumsy strike, his own dagger already out. A quick slash to the leg sent the goon stumbling, and Jinfree followed up with a sharp crack of the hilt to the back of his head. Lights out. The body toppled over with a massive crash landing right on a pile of boxes. The noise brought the others running to see what was up. The moment they saw Jinfree, their faces twisted with aggression. One of them shouted, "We've got another spy from a rival guild." Jinfree immediately tried to shut it down. "Look, I don't want to fight," he pleaded. "I'm just here for the cobalt bird feathers." Then he looked down at the dagger in his hand. Yeah, that probably wasn't helping his case. He went quiet as one of the thugs growled, "You were tailing us." Jinfree's patience snapped. "All right," he sighed. "Looks like talking isn't going to work, so I guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way." The whole crew charged. He effortlessly parried the first swordsman's attack, and countered with a brutal blow straight to the guy's face. The man clutched his bleeding nose, screaming that he'd broken it. "Don't be so dramatic," Jinfree shot back. "If I don't take care of you quickly, your backup's gonna get here right." Fighting a whole mob by himself was getting real annoying. Another one jumped him from behind, calling him an idiot. Jinfree instantly dropped low, and launched a powerful kick into the guy's chest, sending him flying. Before he could recover, another thug charged his spear, aimed to kill. Jinfree grabbed the weapon's shaft, stopping the charge dead in its tracks, then slammed his fist into the man's gut. The system lit up. He'd struck a vulnerable point, activating his perception skill. Feeling the overwhelming wave of pain from his opponent, he actually felt a little bad. "Oof, my bad," RMC muttered, just as another goon came at him screaming a string of curses. Jinfree ducked under the wild swing and slammed the pommel of his blade into the man's lower jaw, dropping him to the floor instantly. He sighed. This is exactly why he didn't want to fight. All this chaos, when all he ever wanted were some feathers. He was so lost in thought he almost didn't notice the man sneaking up from behind. This one was smart. No battle cry before the attack. But our MC is no rookie. His instincts flared and he spun around just in time to block the blow. The man noted his skill. "Not bad," he smirked. "Not many can parry that sneak attack." Jinfree stared him down wary. That stealth skill again. And then he recognized him. This was the same jerk who had pushed that girl out of his way before. The man took a step back, puffing out his chest. "I am the deputy head of the Mountain Hounds, Suvemasuo." Ever heard the name? Jinfree gave him a blank look. Nope. Should I be impressed or something? That lit a fuse. The man flew at him in a rage. "Now I remember you. You're the one who got in my way that day. I should have dealt with you then and there." As Jinfree easily deflected the furious attack, he noted just how much stolen gear they really had. Rocking a legendary weapon but can't even afford a decent set of armor, the guy just smirked, boasting that he wasn't even 20, and was already a seriously skilled fighter. He insinuated Jinwoo just got lucky with a good drop. He kept trying to throw him off, with a barrage of questions dismissing the weapon as just a shiny trinket. It's all about the player's skill, he lectured. Like Jinwoo didn't already know that. Jinwoo shot back a sarcastic reply, and Sue lunged forward with another attack, which our hero dodged without breaking a sweat. The guy was clearly sizing him up. I can already tell what class you picked. Just by looking at you, he scoffed. That's the starter gear for a potion master, isn't it? Your class is absolute garbage, he sneered, but that weapon is insanely rare. It's the only reason you're still on your feet. The threat was clear. This guy wanted to loot his weapon. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed as multiple daggers materialized in the air around him, shimmering with deadly intent. You've never actually fought another adventurer, have you? He asked, leveling all 3 blades at his opponent before launching them. The man swung his own weapon in a blur, deflecting every single dagger. Sue gloated that in these fights, victory belongs to whoever figures out their opponent's class first. Your only skill is some kind of synthesis, he deduced. I've got you beat on raw power. But you, I don't even know what your real class is. Jinwoo calmly asked if he was a thief, and the guy immediately activated a stealth skill. The dude totally lost his cool that he got called out so easily. He instantly started denying it frantically, claiming he was actually a summoner. His panicked reaction basically screamed, "Yes, I'm a thief." Jinwoo figured fighting against a stealth class would be a massive pain in the neck. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Without another thought, he surged forward to press the attack. But before his blow could land, 2 more figures shimmered into existence right behind him, their blades already descending. He realized they'd used stealth to sneak up on him. He immediately twisted his body, desperately dodging their coordinated assault. He needed to create some distance, and in a chaotic scramble, the hilt of his dagger accidentally slammed right into the deputy leader's groin. A system notification flashed, "Critical hit. You have struck the opponent's most vulnerable point." Perception skill activated. The guy was hit with a wave of unimaginable agony. He let out a blood-curdling scream, so loud it shattered the windows in the nearby buildings, before he collapsed completely unconscious. His buddies rushed over to him in a panic. The sight of their friend, with his eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, sent a chill down their spines. Jinwoo offered a not-so-sincere apology, claiming it was an accident. Then he slowly walked towards them, his voice dropping low. "This fight isn't over yet. If you don't want to end up like him," he warned, "give me the cobalt bird feathers. Right now." Terrified, the guys scrambled for the box of feathers. But just then, a whole mob of reinforcements arrived, led by the first guy who started all this. He pointed a shaky finger at Jinwoo, yelling, "That's him. He's the one who attacked us. He's definitely a spy from a rival guild." Our hero just sighed nervously, trying to explain that they had it all wrong. But it was too late. The entire angry mob drew their weapons. One of them snarled, "You've got some nerve attacking the mountain hounds." His buddy then spotted the body on the ground, foaming at the mouth. His eyes widened in horror when he recognized the deputy leader. "What happened to him?" he screamed in a panic. But the deputy leader was out cold, giving no response. One of the guys gasped, "I can't believe he actually took down Sue," but his friend immediately shot back, "No way, that's impossible." "He was probably drunk again," the friend insisted. "That's the only way he could have lost. No one could beat him when he's sober." Jinwoo just gave a nervous smile. He thought to himself that the guy definitely hadn't been drinking. He was just way too arrogant for his own good. Finally, the guild leader pushed through the crowd. He'd come to investigate the commotion, and his members immediately swarmed him, all talking at once. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was sizing up the newcomer, wondering if this was really the leader of the guild. The man demanded to know who attacked his people. His subordinates all pointed at Jinwoo. It was him. He even took down Sue. The guildmaster gave Jinwoo a long, calculating look, sizing him up from head to toe. "My guys can be real jerks sometimes," he admitted. "But what could you possibly have against another guild to beat them up this badly?" When Jinwoo explained he wasn't part of any guild, the man just smirked. "So, you're telling me you took down my whole crew by yourself?" After Jinwoo confirmed it, the guildmaster let out a huge laugh, and to everyone's shock invited him to join their guild, leaving Jinwoo completely stunned. The other members started shouting at their leader, clearly furious with his decision. "Look," he said, silencing them, "normally I'd beat you to a pulp and make you apologize. But any guy who can take down Sue is someone I can't afford to let walk away." He strolled over and threw a friendly arm around Jinwoo's shoulder. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Are you that happy you can't even speak? Let's all go grab a drink," he declared, to celebrate you joining the guild. But Jinwoo had finally had enough. He aggressively ripped the man's arm off his shoulder. "Are you kidding me?" he snarled. "I only came here for the cobalt bird feathers. Who in their right mind would want to join a third-rate guild like this anyway? Now, if you're done wasting my time, just give them to me. Just fork over the feathers and I'm out." But his jab about their third-rate guild struck a nerve. The leader's face twisted with rage. "What did you just say to me?" Without missing a beat, he doubled down, calling their guild exactly what it was, third-rate. A crew that only preys on the weak because they'd get crushed by anyone actually strong. In a blind fury, the man lunged, swinging his massive weapon. Our MC vaulted sideways a split second before the crushing blow slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater in the stone floor. The man was absolutely livid, but through his rage, he admitted Jin-free was the first person to ever evade his strike. He wasn't going to kill him. Oh no, he was going to beat him half to death and then sell him to the highest bidder. Jin-free's mind raced. That devastating power. This dude was no common thief. And just like that, the fight reignited. The guild leader charged again, but our boy moved like a phantom, always just out of reach. He created distance thinking fast. He couldn't afford to show off his real professional skills here. This needed to end, and it needed to end now. He shot forward, ducked under a wild swing, then teleported behind him and delivered a sharp, precise blow. The man frantically checked the point of impact, but his face contorted in confusion when he found no wound. The strike was powerful, no doubt, but Jin-free had hit him with the flat of his dagger. Our MC just stood there watching, waiting for his opponent's next move. With a grimace, the man sheathed his weapon. That's when Jin-free's theory clicked into place just as the guy activated the skill Massacre, a terrifying ability that doubled his attack power for 3 minutes. A fighter, of course. Seeing this, the guild members roared with excitement, cheering their leader on. The man glared, his eyes burning with intensity, before launching himself forward, his bare fists aimed to kill. But the punch intended for Jin-free's face slammed into the wall behind him, a testament to his insane reflexes. This was getting dangerous. One clean hit from that skill, and he was toast. No respawns. Suddenly the fighter was on him again, a fist screaming towards his head, promising oblivion. But Jin-free was faster. He raised his dagger high, then brought it down in a blur, striking his opponent's vital points for a massive damage multiplier. The guild leader crumpled to the floor out cold. His subordinates stared, their jaws hanging open, their minds struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. "Wait a sec," someone whispered. "Isn't that the new guy from the news?" The description matched perfectly. Basic potion maker's robe, black hair, and those unmistakable blue eyes. A wave of panic washed over them. "It can't be," they shrieked. "That's blue-eyed Jin-free." Jin-free opened his mouth to say something, but the entire crew was already scrambling, running for their lives. He just stared after them, completely baffled. How did they even know his name, and were they seriously just going to ditch their unconscious leader like that? He scratched the back of his head, confused. Whatever, dude. All he came for were the feathers after all. Time to make a return at the store. After that, he warped to Sigrun Falls, a B-rank dungeon. He took down the dungeon boss, a level 35 Baphomet. But honestly, he was a little underwhelmed. That Cyclops fight was way more intense. Now, it was finally time to visit the fallen goddess. He walked up to her enormous statue, gazing at the empty socket where her eye should be. Solve the riddle, claim the loot. He pulled the Cyclops eye and the cobalt feather from his inventory. "I'm here to help you get back what you lost," he murmured. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was missing. Sure, plenty of players probably guessed that the giant eye went into the giant eye socket. But the real 500 IQ play was spotting the tiny gap in one of her stone wings, the perfect place for the cobalt bird feather. The moment he placed it, a system message popped up. The fallen goddess's wish has been fulfilled. The statue began to glow with an ethereal light. A single tear of light fell from its eye, and the system announced that the goddess couldn't hold back her tears of gratitude. As if guided by fate, the tear landed directly in a golden goblet at the statue's base, and from it emerged the second secret weapon, Lucifer's celestial halo. This thing was absolutely busted, increasing luck by 100 and durability by a staggering 2,000. The first skill was a passive mind reading. The second passive was tyrannical sense. With it, he could pinpoint any living thing within a 5-kilometer radius. The third skill was still a mystery, set to unlock only under specific conditions. Jin-free held the halo, a grin spreading across his face. Yeah, this was not an easy get. He gave a small nod of thanks to the goddess and equipped the halo. It shimmered into existence right above his head. He immediately felt like he was dead. He waved a hand through it, annoyed. He was trying to keep a low profile, and walking around with this thing would make him look less like a cool adventurer and more like a total weirdo. But since he'd gotten the weapon, it was time to hit the S-rank dungeons. He arrived at the imposing gates of the Agni Volcano dungeon only to find a problem. This was the big leagues. The guild rules were clear: you needed a party of 7 people to even think about entering. So now he had to go group finding. After you clear an S-rank dungeon, the main demon boss can respawn anywhere else on the map. But clearing your first one nets you a title, which is basically a golden ticket to the second major region of the game. He was eager to get there as soon as possible, but his thoughts were shattered by hushed, awestruck voices behind him. One adventurer nudged his buddy. "Dude, look over there." The air crackled with the energy of a fire mage party. Jinwoo's head whipped around, his interest peaked, and his eyes locked onto Freyna Ashbury, a level 45 adventurer rocking the mage class. He instantly fired up his mind-reading ability, and was hit with a tidal wave of pure desperation. She was hell-bent on tackling an S-rank dungeon, but her crew was short one fighter. A smirk played on his lips. The halo was already proving its worth. At that moment, the girl shot to her feet, announcing to her group that she'd made up her mind. They were calling it a day. That was Jinwoo's cue. He slid over, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Looks like you guys are a man down," he said smoothly. "I'd like to join." Every single one of them immediately zeroed in on the halo floating above his head. He saw it and gave a wry smile. Didn't even need mind reading for this one. He could feel them silently clowning on him. The dude in her party shot him down, saying he had no idea where he got that impression. But they were done recruiting for the day, so he should probably go find another squad. But switching on his mind reading, Jinwoo picked up a completely different vibe, intense anxiety. The guy was stressing about their teammate, the one who was currently laid up in a hospital. It became clear their last mission went south, leaving them short-handed for the big dungeon dive. Jinwoo's eyes flickered to the girl. "I'd rather hear it from the party leader herself," he stated, noticing the worry etched on her face. If she was this desperate to get into the dungeon, why was she shutting him out? She snapped back that it was none of his business, and he felt that uneasy vibe again. He tuned in deeper. She was consumed with worry for her father, who'd vanished into an S-rank dungeon a month ago. His entire party just disappeared, and just like that, it all clicked. She was worried about Jinwoo's safety too, taking one look at the newbie Halo and writing him off as another casualty. He knew the look. It was pity. Steeling himself, he spoke up. "My apologies, I should have led with this. My name is Jinwoo, and I also have business in that S-rank dungeon." The name instantly rang a bell for the girl, and the guy from her crew's jaw hit the floor as he pointed. "Wait a minute," he gasped. "Is that the Jinwoo from the news, the rookie who slayed 33 monsters in his baptism trial? But he doesn't look that tough. This has to be a mistake." Jinwoo just smirked again, and it all made sense. He was trending on the adventurer newsfeed. He hadn't realized he'd made such a splash. Freyna, meanwhile, was wrestling with her thoughts. Was this a fluke, or did it seriously feel like he was reading her mind? She's not the type to buy into hype, but this guy's aura was something else. He carried himself like he'd already stared into the abyss of this world, and knew exactly how to handle it. It gave her a strange buzzing feeling. At that very second, a system window popped up for Jinwoo. Freyna was experiencing a thrill. A surge of pure excitement and anticipation was coursing through her as she looked at him. His eyes met hers, and she made her decision. "You're in." Her teammates were completely floored. She rose from her seat and strode toward the gate. "But if you slow us down," she warned, "we'll leave you behind without a second thought." Jinwoo was ecstatic. Everything was falling into place. He was finally going to get inside that dungeon. Moments later, they were standing inside the dungeon on the edge of a blistering volcano. And of course, they shoved Jinwoo to the front of the formation. The classic meat shield position. The perfect spot to be a monster's first snack, while the leader herself hung back safely. One of the party members leaned over to the leader, whispering, "Are you sure about this? I don't trust this guy." She told him to chill out. "The plan is simple. Point him toward the danger. If things get dicey, he's the bait." The guy marching behind Jinwoo called out to him. "So, are you for real, that dude from the news?" Since Jinwoo hadn't actually seen the report, he just scowled, not knowing what to say. The system pinged him instantly. "Arthur is feeling conflicted and has zero trust in you." His buddy scoffed. "Don't believe every rumor you hear, man. Does he really look like the guy from the news? A halo doesn't exactly scream legendary warrior." Jinwoo's patience was wearing thin. This halo might look ridiculous, but its utility was off the charts. Just then, its second skill flared to life, detecting a sinister surge of magic. He felt it, a horde of monsters descending from the mountain peak heading straight for them. It couldn't be. He spun around to face the team. Mage's defensive barriers, now, he commanded. They just stared at him confused until he yelled, "Move it!" The volcano was about to blow. The dude shot him an annoyed glare, but then the ground began to tremble, and they knew he was right. Jinwoo shouted over the roar, "Get a move on, the whole place is coming down. Look out, falling debris." The annoyed guy instantly cast a reflection spell, throwing a shimmering dome of protection over their heads. Jinwoo sized up the situation, a literal meteor shower of rocks. They'd have to ride it out. "Everyone, hold your ground," the squad leader ordered. Then she stepped forward, chanting Meteor Breeze as a colossal fireball ignited above her head. With a powerful swing of her staff, she launched the searing orb into the cascade of falling boulders, blasting them out of the sky to protect her crew. Jinwoo watched her impressed. He made a mental note, a fire elemental who could effortlessly counter a rock slide that massive. But just as the thought crossed his mind, the ground beneath them shattered. Model. The ground suddenly splintered open, and Arthur plunged into the chasm, but MC lunged forward, snagging his hand at the last second. Arthur's eyes widened in sheer terror as he stared down into the endless black. Just then, the very rock Jinfrey was clinging to crumbled beneath his weight, sending both of them hurtling into the abyss. By some insane stroke of luck, something soft broke their fall. Turns out a colossal, fluffy bat was just chilling at the bottom of the cavern. MC heaved a sigh of relief, thinking they seriously lucked out. As a bonus, the halo pinged, adding a clean 100 points to his luck stat. but their living cushion was not happy about the rude awakening. The second the monster glared at them, Jinfrey knew they had to bounce. Now, the moment they scrambled off its back, the bat flew into an absolute rage. MC yelled that the creature absorbs any attack thrown at it, and just reflects it back at the attacker, so they needed to be smart about this. I know that, Arthur shot back annoyed, but MC cut him off, warning, it's about to attack. The bat then let out a deafening shriek. In a blur of motion, Jinfrey lunged at the kid, tackling him out of the way just as a deadly spray of rocks slammed into the spot where he'd been standing. He then shoved Arthur hard against the wall, his voice dripping with irritation. I told you to be more careful. Unless you actually want to die in here, he snarled already, bracing for the monster's next move. Arthur stared at the fresh crater in the stone, realizing with a cold dread that if Jinfrey hadn't pushed him, he would have been turned into a human pancake. And this monster wasn't even an S rank. As the bat charged them again, MC whipped out his dagger. He dispatched the beast in a single fluid motion. Arthur could only stare in total shock, his mind screaming, did he just one-shot that thing? Far above, Freyna was channeling her magic into the rift, checking for vital signs. Her comrade asked anxiously, what do you see? He's fine, she breathed out, relief washing over her. Arthur's alive. Her thoughts drifted to Jinfrey. That strange guy. He took a huge risk just to save him. She also recalled he was the first to feel the earthquake. Her squad mates started saying they were going down there too, but she shot that down immediately. No, we have a battle waiting for us. We can't afford to waste our strength on that. Our goal is to slay the demons and bring peace back to the continent. We press on to the summit. We'll meet up with them along the way, so don't sweat it. Arthur is my little brother, and I trained him myself. But inside, she was a wreck, silently pleading for him to reach the top safely. She also prayed that her father was holding up okay. Meanwhile, back in the cavern, MC learned that the squad captain was none other than Arthur's older sister, and that their entire party was here searching for their father. He gave a mental shrug and decided it was time to move on. Arthur jogged to catch up, yelling, hey, where are you going? The demon is at the top of the mountain, remember? Jinfrey stopped and turned to him. Are you really planning to fight a demon of that level? You got a death wish or something? The kid fell silent. I'm heading to the monster's lair, he stated flatly. The system notified him that Arthur was experiencing a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The kid was desperate to get stronger. Jinfrey saw his opening and said, if you want real power, you'll follow me. When they finally reached the monster's nest, Arthur laughed nervously. So, this is where all the evil spirits come to party, huh? They were completely surrounded by a massive flock of level 41 phoenixes, which was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. He scanned the area, thinking that their levels were way higher than that downy bat's. At that moment, MC drew his dagger. He exploded into action, carving a path through the fiery birds, while Arthur watched, completely stunned. He thought a one-on-one is one thing, but against a whole flock, this is suicide. Just then, a phoenix dive-bombed him from behind. He saw it just in time and dropped to the ground, dodging a blast of searing flames. He sprang back to his feet, pulling his own dagger. The phoenix flew high into the air, circling above him. Realizing close combat was a no-go, he pulled out his bow and arrow. Finding the perfect opening, he let an arrow fly, nailing the phoenix right in the head. He then yelled over to Jinfrey, you don't have to worry about me. I can definitely handle myself one-on-one. He turned to check on him, and was, to put it lightly, completely floored by the sight of Jinfrey standing in a massive pile of dead phoenixes. In the time it took Arthur to deal with a single bird, Jinfrey had already wiped out the rest, and was roasting some of the meat over a fire. Arthur stared in disbelief. No way. Did he already take care of every other monster here? MC just kept on eating. It tasted like chicken, but suddenly his stomach lurched. Apparently he'd eaten too much, and it didn't even grant any buffs. At that exact moment, his detection skill flared, warning him of a massive wave of magic power headed their way. Shoving one last piece of meat in his mouth, he turned and thought, are you serious? Why now? A level 45 salamander, the main boss of this entire dungeon, emerged from the darkness. Jinfrey was clearly not expecting this. He felt incredibly sick, his stats started dropping, and he threw up. Arthur rushed over, yelling, dude, what's wrong with you? Wiping his mouth, MC warned him, stay on your toes. This monster powers up by devouring people. Those birds were nothing compared to a salamander. Arthur barely parries the crushing blow, but a nasty gash is still ripped across his arm. Jinwoo yells out, his voice tight with concern, asking if he's alright. Arthur just coughs up a spray of crimson, admitting the beast is on another level. Stepping in front of him, our MC's eyes narrow. I'll handle this. You just find a place to hide. Now. The salamander is already drooling, a thick ooze dripping onto the floor, no doubt imagining how it's going to devour its next meal. Jinwoo smirks. What, this one has an upset stomach too, doesn't look like anything else could fit. Just then, the monster starts to heave violently, and he wonders if it's actually sick. And yup, there it goes, spewing a torrent of foul-smelling bile, filled with disgusting clots, human bones, and even glimmering treasure. And in the middle of it all lies a single sword, a blade, that Arthur instantly recognizes as his father's. Before he can even process the horror, Jinwoo decides to end this before he hurls too. The boy collapses to his knees, whispering that the armor and the blade belong to his dad. The system pings, informing Jinwoo that Arthur is now consumed by rage, his only desire to avenge his father and slaughter the salamander. The kid's face contorts in fury as he glares at the beast, vowing to kill it for what it did. He snatches his father's weapon and charges in blindly. "Wait," Jinwoo shouts, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. This is way too reckless. A single lash from the salamander's tail sends Arthur flying, but the kid is relentless. He staggers to his feet, screaming that he'll kill it, but before he can launch another suicidal attack, our MC tackles him to the ground with a roar. "Didn't you hear me?" he bellows. "I told you to wait." Arthur thrashes wildly, screaming for him to let go, but Jinwoo pins him down. "Are you trying to die? You can't defeat that thing alone," Arthur spits back. "How would you know that?" Jinwoo yells. "Are you out of your mind? What about your family? What's going to happen to them if you die here too?" Those words finally cut through the rage, and Arthur's frantic struggles cease. Finally, Jinwoo says, his voice softening just a bit. "This isn't an enemy you can face head-on by yourself." The boy's shoulders begin to shake as he breaks down in tears. "I know that," he chokes out, "but that doesn't mean I can just walk away. My father is dead." The system alerts Jinwoo that Arthur's rage has turned inward, furious at his own powerlessness. He gets off him, murmuring an apology for shouting. He glances back at the looming salamander. "You're a hunter, aren't you? Not exactly the ideal class for a tank and spank. Do you have anything useful in your inventory?" Arthur wipes his eyes, replying that all he has are arrows, some healing potions, and downy bat hair. That last item catches him by surprise. He definitely didn't pick that up. A small smile touches Jinwoo's lips. "That would be the passive skill from your hunter class. A good hunter never leaves useful materials behind." "Right," Arthur is still confused, but Jinwoo cuts him off. "We can talk about it later. For now, listen to me. I've got a plan. The two of us are going to finish this salamander. This stays between us since this monster is a seriously tough opponent. We're going to need to use stealth." They both get into position, and as the salamander begins to shamble towards them, Jinwoo gives the order. "Hit me with a buff." The kid mutters an incantation, and a surge of power flows into Jinwoo, a battle inspiration effect, which will hold for 5 minutes. In that time, his muscle strength and speed are jacked up by 30%. The salamander senses the power shift and lets out an agitated hiss. Arthur holds up a clump of bat hair. "We're using this later, right?" Jinwoo confirms it with a nod. "Thanks for the buff. My stomach's feeling a whole lot better now. Just follow my lead." With that, he explodes into action and the salamander braces for impact. His dagger flashes. He knows the monster has a ridiculous amount of health, so he needs to stack as much damage as he possibly can, as fast as he can. He weaves in and out his poisoned blade, striking true over and over, the venom instantly taking effect. The plan is simple. He keeps the monster distracted, while it's fighting off the poison, giving Arthur the perfect opening to strike. An arrow whistles through the air, embedding itself in the monster's head. Jinwoo shoots a look at the boy, sending a mental message. "It's your turn. You have to hit its weak spot, the forehead." Man, it's a good thing he brought him along. Making a shot like that from this far away would have been tough. Arthur is already knocking more arrows, taking aim, and as Jinwoo poisons the salamander again, he lets fly a volley straight into the creature's skull. It lets out a choked, gurgling roar, a clear sign that their strategy is working. And then the monster enters rage mode. Now the beast's stats have spiked by 30%. The flames wreathing its body burn hotter, the waves of heat even reaching Arthur's position. At that exact moment, our MC rushes back into the fray. He smirks, thinking that while all of the salamander's stats are boosted, this is precisely where the bat fur will come in handy. As the salamander's tail whips around to crush him, he shoves the clump of fur forward, blocking the massive blow. He grins. "Good thing we were prepared." In this enraged state, its weak points have changed. It's not the forehead anymore. Now it's the front legs. He had already briefed Arthur on this part of the plan, and right on cue, Arthur aims directly for that spot. The instant an arrow pierces one of its legs, Jinwoo's dagger flashes, severing the other. The poison spreads like wildfire through the monster's system. A system notification flashes. Mind's Eye has been activated. As the monster lets out an ear-splitting shriek of agony, they descend on it, a whirlwind of blades and arrows from all sides. Victory was in their grasp. The colossal salamander teetered on its last legs, and Arthur, sensing the shift, ceased his relentless assault. Our hero closed the distance, noticing the inferno that once cloaked the beast had dwindled to a mere flicker. This creature was hovering on the edge of oblivion, but if it managed to siphon the surrounding flames, it would kickstart a terrifying regeneration. Right on cue, a system alert flashed, self-resurrection mode activated. The salamander's health bar began to slowly tick upward. The flames around it roared back to life, and a cold dread washed over Arthur. This fight was far from over. If that thing fully recovered, there was no way they could put it down in the next 5 minutes. They had to end this now. He took aim, shouting a warning to Jinfrey, who just glanced at the raging monster and cracked a smile. "Bet," he said, already charging in. "Let's finish this oversized lizard for good." The salamander lunged. Jinfrey sidestepped, jammed his dagger into its jaw to wrench it open, and with perfect timing tossed in a small furball. "Arthur, light it up," he yelled. Already on it came the reply, and the second the furball was in place, an arrow was loosed. A perfect shot, piercing deep and lodging the arrow straight into the monster's gullet. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened, and Arthur's nerves began to fray, but then Jinfrey calmly started a countdown. The second he hit one, the creature's body swelled like a grotesque balloon and then just exploded. Turns out the fur from a downy bat absorbs damage, then unleashes it with triple the power. A notification pinged, the fighting spirit buff had expired, and with it, the stomach debuff was finally cleansed. The shattered remains of the salamander crashed to the ground nearby, and the system confirmed the kill, flooding him with experience points. With the battle won, they ascended to the summit to rendezvous with the others. The moment Jinfrey saw them, his radiant halo vanished. Brother Phryna cried out, her voice filled with worry. He didn't waste any time delivering the grim news before stepping toward his sister and presenting their father's sword. His whole body trembled, fighting back tears as he choked out the words, "the salamander." It coughed this up. His sister immediately pulled him into a powerful hug. "This isn't on you," she whispered. "You fought so hard." At that, the dam broke. He wept, openly sobbing that it was Jinfrey who had truly done it. Her gaze immediately snapped to Jinfrey, who was kneeling in the dirt digging with his bare hands. It clicked for everyone at once he was making a grave. They silently joined him, Phryna's own tears now falling freely as they built a stone cairn, placing the sword in the center to say their final goodbyes. Jinfrey stood apart from the group, watching Arthur, and finding himself lost in a painful memory of playing with his own sister as a child. And the moment their mother burst into the house with devastating news, Phryna's voice snapped him back to the present. "I need to thank you," she said, her voice heavy with emotion, "for my father and for Arthur." He just brushed it off, saying he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. "Arthur can handle himself," he added. The guy shook his head. "I'm not a fool. I know exactly how skilled you are. If you hadn't been here, I'd be dead." "No cap," Arthur confessed. "You're way stronger than the stories say. It's unreal." Jinfrey quickly shifted gears. "Look, our biggest problem is still waiting at the very top of this mountain. The creature that rules this entire continent is up there," he warned. "A steel bear." Phryna's face hardened her grief, morphing into cold resolve. "I'll kill it," she vowed. With their new purpose set, they began the climb, cutting through any monster that dared block their path. They finally reached the volcano's peak, scanning the desolate landscape for their target. Suddenly, the lava in the crater began to boil violently, and an enormous column of fire erupted into the sky. The whole squad could only stare as a nightmare emerged from the inferno, a massive three-headed level 50 steel bear. Its special skill was called Steel Waves, and all three heads unleashed a synchronized bone-shattering roar. The sound was physically painful, forcing them all to clamp their hands over their ears. They knew instantly that this beast was on a completely different level, and then a chilling voice rumbled from the creature itself. "Have you come," it laughed, "to offer me your deaths? Everyone fall back now." Jinfrey commanded his words, immediately validated as the bear unleashed a torrent of scorching breath. Phryna saw the central mouth gathering flames and screamed, "Do what Jinfrey says, get to a safe distance." She broke into a full sprint, but then froze, realizing Jinfrey was still standing there. "What is he doing?" she shrieked in terror. He simply gave a trademark smirk before the monster's firestorm completely engulfed him in a blistering inferno. The rest of the team scrambled behind a barrier as the tidal wave of heat washed over them. When the blast subsided, Arthur couldn't see Jinfrey anywhere. "Jinfrey," he screamed into the thick, choking smoke. The bear chuckled, a deep, menacing sound. "It seems one of your friends wasn't fast enough." In that heat, not even ash remains. The party emerged from cover, their hearts sinking, believing he was gone. But our MC isn't so easily taken out. As the smoke finally cleared, the bear's triumphant laughter died in its throats. There, in the exact same spot, without a single scratch, stood Jinfrey looking very much alive, and leaving the three-headed beast utterly stunned. That phoenix meat he scarfed down earlier, it just saved his life. The fire protection kicked in, and somehow, Jinwoo made it out alive. He just smirks, taunting the monster like, "Is that all you got?" The bear stares him down, realizing this dude is something else. Arthur is losing his mind with relief while Phryna is just shook, wondering how he even survived that blast. There's only one way he could have tanked that hit fire resistance, and that's exactly why our boy loaded up on all that meat. Chowing down on 50 units of phoenix meat grants you fire resistance for a solid 7 minutes. It's not perfect immunity, but it slashes the damage down to almost nothing. But now he's on his last legs. Pushed to the brink, he can finally activate his trump card, the Divine Speed skill. He whips out his dagger, his stats skyrocket, and the bear actually grins, admitting Jinwoo's no pushover. This is the most fun it's had in ages. Just then, the entire volcano starts to tremble. Turns out, the monster unleashed a skill, blasting the whole area with a wave of superheated air. A system notification flashes, the fiery waves have inflicted a burn status, and now their health is ticking down every single second. Phryna screams for everyone to get behind the rocks. If that heat warps their armor, they're going to take a ton of extra damage. They scramble for cover, and Arthur thinks to himself that they came prepared for the volcanic zone with everything they needed. But surviving the environment is one thing. Beating this demon is another. And through it all, Jinwoo is cool as a cucumber. Thanks to his fire resistance, the burn status is barely scratching him. Our MC looks the beast dead in the eye, telling it he was ready for this. The steel bear scoffs, saying Jinwoo's built different from the other humans. He actually thinks he can just tank its fire. If you're that arrogant, it snarls, it's time you learned a lesson. The flames around it erupt as it plunges back into the molten lava. One of the party members whispers, "It's starting." Jinwoo, meanwhile, just braces himself. His eyes are glued to the bubbling lake of fire, his mind focused on one thing, tracking its every single move. Without warning, the massive beast erupts from the flames. Its claws slice through the air inches from his face, a special attack. He throws up a desperate block. The shockwave alone slams into the party's cover, and Freyna can't believe its insane speed. The monster glances back at him, a wicked look in its eyes, and says that a move like that can easily be turned against him. Now he's got Jinwoo's attention. The beast then leaps fully from the lava, announcing that this is all getting a little boring, so it's time to shake things up. It sinks back into the fire, its voice echoing, "Think you can parry this." The voice is now coming from underground, totally freaking out the party. Arthur yells over, "Jinwoo, what the hell is happening?" Jinwoo tunes him out, closing his eyes to concentrate. Suddenly, the bear bursts from the ground right behind him, lunging for the kill. The party screams, thinking he's done for, but he sidesteps the ambush perfectly thanks to his mana detection. Everyone's jaws are on the floor. The beast is just as stunned. Our MC slowly turns sizing up his enemy, realizing how quickly it's calculating its next move. "Not bad," Jinwoo says, calmly. "Too bad I know your whole playbook." The bear roars back, telling him not to get cocky. That was just luck. It vanishes back into the ground, its voice promising that his luck is about to run out. "You can keep defending, but you'll never get a chance to strike back." Jinwoo just smirks. "Less talking, more fighting," he says, getting into his stance. With mana detection, he can pinpoint its location. With divine speed, he has the reflexes to counter. He closes his eyes and tells himself to just remember. He's run this simulation 1,000 times before. The ground beneath him begins to crack, and Arthur starts to panic. But when the bear explodes from the earth, it's shocked Jinwoo isn't there. He's already launched himself into the air, diving straight down at it. He brings his dagger down in a devastating arc. The attack is so sudden, the beast barely even registers what's happening. And then our boy drops the coldest line imaginable. "Who said I wouldn't have time to counterattack?" The beast is literally speechless while Arthur is screaming about how sick that was. The monster just points a claw at him, seething. That was one attack. "Don't get ahead of yourself. You are not getting in my way." That line throws Jinwoo for a loop. He's never heard it before. As the beast dives back into the lava, he forces himself to focus, knowing now is not the time for questions. He has to pull it together. The second the monster bursts from the ground again, Jinwoo lands another perfect critical strike. Cursing, the beast thinks, How did he know exactly where I'd pop out?" Jinwoo cracks a smile, thankful for his battle instincts. And right on cue, the dagger's poison finally kicks in. Feeling its power drain away, the bear goes berserk. The MC calmly explains, "You're not the only one who knows, you have 0 poison resistance." He continues saying he has no problem exploiting an enemy's weakness, since that's literally how you win a fight. A squad member just mutters, "He's an absolute monster." Freyna thinks about how even massive raid parties are terrified of demons, yet Jinwoo is standing here with unshakable pride. Jinwoo taunts his enemy one last time, "You better hurry up. Soon you won't even have the strength left to attack me." Because of the poison, it isn't going anywhere. Driven by pure rage, the bear lets out a final deafening roar, and the entire volcano begins to erupt with him. "Don't tempt fate," he warned, just as another blistering wave of heat slammed into the squad. Arthur yelled for them to keep their distance. Freyna commanded a full retreat, otherwise the inferno would incinerate him. They had to pull back to a safer position. The young warrior was gutted, unable to fight at his side, while the enraged beast unleashed a colossal torrent of fire from its maw. The monster recoiled, stunned that its flames had 0 effect. A flicker of panic crossed its eyes. This fire breathing was just the warm-up, our hero realized. Things were already going off script from the game. "What power was that?" the bear demanded. "How did you sense my attack?" He shot back with a smirk. "A little late to be asking that now, isn't it?" The demon just chuckled darkly. "That knowledge won't save you," it hissed. "You can't possibly handle us attacking all at once." Jennifer's face went pale. This wasn't part of the plan. A wave of dread washed over the squad. Then, the impossible happened. The bear blurred, splitting into 3 identical monsters, and our hero could only stare in disbelief. Okay, he thought, his heart pounding, this definitely wasn't in the game. With that, the 3 clones dove straight into the molten lava. He observed that even with triple the numbers, their attack patterns were identical. But knowing what's coming and stopping it are 2 different things. This was going to be tough. Suddenly, a demonic voice echoed from right behind him, snarling, "You're first." He spun around instantly. As a beast erupted from the ground beneath him, he threw himself sideways. barely dodging the crushing blow. He realized his foresight skill was the only thing keeping him alive, but he was on a razor's edge. One more hit, and it was game over. Just then, a second beast lunged at him. He dodged again, a desperate leap, thinking this entire fight was an absolute powder keg. "Thanks for the entertainment," the lead bear sneered. "Don't you worry. Your pathetic little friends will be joining you in death soon enough." He tried to focus, but a third demon materialized directly behind him, roaring, "It's over." Jinwoo had no time to react, but Freyna did. A flash of arctic light, and she blasted it with a cold explosion spell. A massive shard of ice impaling the demon's paw. She stepped out from the shadows, her voice dripping with contempt. 3-on-1. A little pathetic, don't you think? And who are you calling worthless? The demon teeth bared in fury, launched itself at her, screaming, "I'll kill you." But our hero was already moving. In a blur of motion, he intercepted the attack, delivering a clean, fatal strike. The demon's head went flying. Jinwoo turned to the girl. "Consider us even." A grim smile touched his lips. "Now, let's finish this. 2 to go." A system notification flashed. Active skill Inner Sense has been triggered. 1 steel bear has been defeated. Arthur pumped his fist into the air, screaming with joy. It worked. At the center of it all, our protagonist stood, panting, weapon in hand. 2 left. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the next steel bear vaulted toward him, roaring in fury. "How dare you kill my brother?" The protagonist pivoted sharply as the bear closed in its voice, a guttural threat. "I'll tear you to shreds." In that split second, our hero raised his sword, preparing for impact. He braced, blocking the ferocious assault. Behind him, Freyna was already weaving a magical sigil, shielding herself from the shockwave. He glanced over his shoulder. "You could have just used your ice magic, you know," she scoffed, her fire magic flaring. "My fire affinity is way higher than my ice," he pressed. "Are you sure you're okay at that range? Won't the heat waves get to you?" She confirmed she had a protective buff active, but admitted it wouldn't hold for long. "Got it," he replied. "Don't move an inch." In the next instant, he activated divine speed, rocketing towards the dungeon boss. "Take this," he yelled, running past the beast and straight towards Freyna, before suddenly plunging his weapon deep into the monster's chest from behind. The beast could only choke out a strangled what before the system alert popped up. Active skill Inner Sense activated. The second steel bear was defeated. Our hero stood over its corpse, turning his head slightly, a thought nagging at him. The poison should have killed it, yet one of them somehow survived and slipped away. His eyes scanned the bubbling crater of lava. He turned back to Freyna. "I've got it from here. You need to get to the safe zone." "Wait," she insisted. "Let me give you a hand. It's time I showed you my solar flame ability." She cast a brilliant magical symbol over him. The system lit up. "Thanks to solar flame, your attack power has been tripled. Fire resistance has been massively boosted, including equipment resistance. Triple my attack and fire resistance," he thought, feeling the power surge through him. She held up her hand, revealing the glowing sigil on her skin. "This buff means I'm locked out of casting anything else for a while. This is all the support I can offer. I won't get in your way now." With a nod, she turned and walked towards the exit. He smiled. "My thanks to you, Master of Flames." Meanwhile, deep within the lava, the last steel bear seethed. "Damn it," it growled, clenching its claws. "I let my guard down. I'll just recover my strength down here. Then I'll grind those insects into paste." At that very moment, a voice cut through the molten rock. "How much longer are you gonna nap down there? Don't you think it's time we finished this little game of hide and seek?" The bear looked up, and standing right before it was the protagonist, and screamed in disbelief. "Wait, this is magma. How could a normal person even get down here?" But our hero just gestured as if to say, he's fine." The demon was shook, thinking, "There's no way. A mere human can't possibly take me down." And in that exact moment, our protagonist diced him into a million pieces. Up above, the rest of the crew huddled by the crater's edge, one of them yelling in terror. "It's an eruption." Freyna stared into the abyss and corrected him. "No, that's..." But before she could get the words out, Arthur screamed Jinfrey. Just then, Jinfrey vaulted over the edge and the team swarmed him, shouting, "Is he okay?" Jesus cried out, his voice laced with panic. "Is it over?" The guy next to him yelled. "Someone get a recovery potion over here." Now another demanded. "It's done," Jinfrey confirmed. Arthur pressed him. "The demon, is it really gone?" Jinfrey nodded. "Yeah." Arthur immediately whipped his head towards Freyna, calling out sister. She looked back at him, her expression questioning. "Yes." He continued. "Maybe. This can be a tribute to Father too." In the next instant, system windows materialized before their eyes, announcing level 50 steel bear has been defeated. Rewards and experience have been distributed. A sly smile crept onto Jinfrey's face. Excellent. He was already thinking about that sweet 800,000 gold reward. The system notification detailed the loot. Reward, 800,000 gold. 1 hard bear claw. S rarity. 1 huge bear fang A rarity. A rare claw and fang. Jinfrey thought exactly what he'd been hoping for. That's when Freyna turned to him asking, "Jinfrey, how can we possibly thank you?" Arthur jumped in. "For real, without you, we would have been toast. We wouldn't have even made it to the summit." The gratitude was pouring off him, but Jinfrey just waved it off. No need to thank me, it wasn't all my doing, Freina insisted. Well, given that we worked together, I honestly feel ashamed taking any of the reward for killing that demon, she confessed. He replied, Don't be. You absolutely earned your share for the buff you cast on me. It was a game changer at the end. She smiled, thinking to herself. Maybe without my help, he really couldn't have pulled it off. Then her eyes flicked to the system window as she added, But I still want to give you something. From the items I got, here a medium homothermal stone B rarity. Jinfree's brain short-circuited. Wait, what? Then, his face lit up. Awesome. She just stared at him, completely baffled. He jabbed a finger at his own system window and proposed, You want to trade this for my hard claw? Her eyes widened in shock. Trade, but you can only get this item on this continent. Jinfree just spread his arms wide, saying the homothermal stone was way more valuable to him personally. But, if you're sure, she stammered, then I don't mind. I can just give it to you. He perked up, his voice full of excitement. For real. He then grabbed the system window, his mind racing. Holy crap, I actually got the homothermal stone. Freina watched him, thinking that this guy was a total enigma. Just then, a system alert popped up. You sense Freina's favor. A wave of sympathy washed over her. She smiled as she watched him. But from behind, Jesus glared, muttering with pure irritation. Damn it. Another system alert flashed. You sense envy. It was obvious Jesus had a thing for Freina. Jinfree thought, this is getting awkward, but then he remembered his prize. The main thing is, I got the homothermal stone. Next stop, the City of Desires on the second continent. Sometime later, he was standing on a bustling city street. So this is it. He had arrived on the first great continent. In the central city of Robbery, Freina stood before him, noting that it was their first time back home. Since everything that went down with their father, she suggested they should meet up again soon. Arthur stepped forward, Jinfree. I'm going to train like crazy so I don't fall behind. Seriously, man, thank you for everything. Jinfree just gave a slight nod. Yeah, sounds good. After they said their goodbyes, he headed off in the other direction, his mind already on his next move. He couldn't believe how easily he'd scored the homothermal stone, the very item he needed to come to the first great continent for. Even with all the memories from his past life, he was thrilled that everything had lined up so perfectly. First things first, he wired some money to his family. Target locked. After trekking through the wilderness, he finally stood before the massive rift, bridging the first and second continents. The crowd buzzing around the gate was losing it. Yo, isn't that the guy who soloed the demon? No shot is that actually him. Basic alchemy gear, check. Everything was falling into place. But just as he was prepping his inventory, a holo screen popped up. System alert, first demon subjugation confirmed. The game officially recognized his victory. Next stop, the second continent. He stepped into the portal, his body dissolving into pixels of light. The bystanders gasped. Whoa, he actually warped. Did they hallucinate that? Nope. In a blink, he materialized in the heart of the second continent, the city center, also known as the Prison of Desires. He shoved a hand in his pocket, cool as ice. Touchdown. Immediately, a system window flashed in his face. New message received, Amelia. He scratched the back of his neck, totally confused. Huh. How is she reaching me all the way out here? Her video feed flickered onto the floating screen. Hey, big bro. He leaned in concern, washing over him. Amelia, is everything okay? I don't know how to say this, she stammered, looking absolutely terrified. I just saw the bank notification. That is an insane amount of cash. Where are you? What did you do? Her voice trembled. Please tell me, it's not illegal work. He waved his hands frantically. Whoa, chill. No. He bit his lip. He was keeping the whole dangerous adventurer life on the down low. If she or mom found out he was risking his life, they'd freak out. Suddenly, Amelia's voice cracked through the speakers. Hey, are you listening to me? He softened his expression. Yeah, I'm here. It's totally legit work, I promise. She sighed relief, washing over her, but then her face darkened. It's about mom. She's not doing well. The call ended. He slumped onto a nearby bench, the weight of the world crushing him. Her treatment bills are going to be astronomical. He couldn't stall any longer. He needed a miracle. Suddenly, he overheard two guys chatting nearby. We gotta hit the auction house. Word is they're selling some rare loot. A high elf tier. The protagonist's ears perked up. A high elf tier. He quickly pulled up the item database. This is it. An elixir containing the essence of a universal panacea. It could cure literally any illness. It was basically non-existent on the second continent. But if he could snag it, mom would be saved. The auction was his only shot. But this is where the whales play. A high elf tier is going to go for millions. Getting his hands on it would be a total nightmare. Doesn't matter. He has to get in that bidding war. But first, he needs capital. Serious capital. Cut to the snowy plain. A rank E dungeon on the second great continent. He trudged through the drifts, scanning the white horizon. Usually high-level dungeons are the meta for gold farming, he muttered. But he had a different play. A sly grin crept across his face. Bingo. He spotted a level 62 stray cat wandering the snow. He reached into his inventory. Got just the thing for you. He held out the trash loot he'd grinded on the way over. The cat's eyes went wide, locking onto the treats in his hand. It let out a happy purr. The protagonist dropped to his knees like a servant, offering up a snowy plain vine, a vibrant red flower, and a frozen fish. All for you, your highness, he cooed. He pointed to the red flower. That one makes a super plush bed. 5-star comfort. So, do we have a deal? In a flash, the happy feline dropped a glimmering coin into his palm. System alert. Item acquired, kitten's gold coin. Rank A. Description: a sparkling token that doubles all gold drop rates. The cat clamped another coin in its teeth. The protagonist extended his hand, hardly believing his luck. For me, you're too kind. Internal fist pump. Yes, with the kitten's gold coin active, I'm absolutely broken. He inspected the coin. It was a hidden mechanic, rewarding players who vibe with the cats instead of fighting them. Now the real grind begins. He went on a rampage. Loot. 80,650 gold. Bam. Another stack. 152,000 gold. He was printing money. After wiping another mob, he checked his stats. He'd soloed the dungeon boss too. The payout was insane. 1,111,000 gold times 2. That should cover the entry fee. The system tallied his haul, total 12,664,000 gold. He smirked. It was enough for the auction. But why settle for enough? He needed a safety net. Back in the city, he strolled into a dimly lit building. The VIP area of the casino. The air smelled of desperation. This was where greed went to die. A lawless zone where morals were checked at the door. Here it's eat or be eaten. These people would sell their own mothers for a single chip. Suddenly a loud cheer erupted from a nearby table. Boom. Another win. Who can stop me? The guy swigged a drink, eyes wild. He was a known loser, a perennial failure. But tonight he was on a heater. The system pinged. Target Entei. Current holdings 10,220,000 gold. Source cheating. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Look at this clown, he thought. Winning dirty. Alright then. I'm gonna drain him dry. Entei spotted him staring and sneered. Yo, what's up, fresh meat? Think you can take me? Don't go crying to mommy when I clean you out. He's feeling himself right now. The MC struts up, laughing it off like, hey, take it easy on a newbie, alright, first time here. Yeah, right. He scans the rulebook, download complete. Meanwhile, the staff is watching him like jackpot. Fresh meat. Another sucker for the grinder. Antoine flashes a greasy grin. No sweat, man. Just a little roulette to warm up. I'll take that action. I'm already up 10 million today. Ping system alert. The house is dirty. MC thinks. Called it. These clowns are gonna cheat. Honestly, it's kind of cute. Welcome to the queen of the casino. 2 balls, 2 numbers. Double the risk, double the glory. Hit 1 number, take half the pot. Hit both, double your money. Miss everything. Bets ride and we spin again. No copying numbers locked in. Antoine slaps the felt. Let's roll. Ladies first. MC doesn't hesitate. Red 36, black 8, 10 million gold. Antoine freezes. Excuse me, the dealer's brain short circuits. Did this kid just say 10 million? MC leans over, elbows deep on the table. You guys deaf, or do I need a megaphone? Red 36, black 8, 10 million on the table. Clock's ticking. Balls slowing down. You don't call your numbers before it drops, you forfeit. House rules. He dares him to call it. Can he even speak? Meanwhile, the worker is sweating bullets. What the hell, is this a glitch? Why did he pick the exact numbers we rigged? MC smirks. Cat got your tongue, game's almost over. Antoine shoots a desperate look at the dealer. Help. Do something. Say the numbers. He's screaming internally, totally losing his cool. But here's the kicker. Thanks to Divine Halo, MC reads them like an open book. He knows the script before they say a word. The dealer isn't just a croupier, he's a hunter using sniper eye. A pro skill to manipulate the drop. Then clack clack stop. The crowd gasps. Impossible. 36 red, 8 black. A perfect match. MC crosses his arms, looking bored. Guess it's my lucky day. See, he knew the dealer signaled the winning numbers to the shill beforehand. He just intercepted the signal and beat them to the punch. Antoine explodes. You gotta be kidding me. That's impossible. The floor manager steps in. Manager I. The boss demands answers. Then the worker points a shaking finger at the MC. He's a cheat. He rigged it. Nobody guesses a 10 million gold drop perfectly. 1 in a million shot, huh? Oliver clasps his hands, smiling that fake corporate smile. Well then. Maybe we should discuss this in my office. MC feels the vibe shift instantly. Oh, they're all in on it. Then the mask drops. Oliver points. Grab him. Make him squeal. Boom, MC flips the table before they can blink. Chaos erupts. A goon lunges from behind. Don't you dare, wham. MC chops his neck. Lights out. Next target. The dealer pulls a bow. Antoine flashes a knife. Die, you filth. MC spins. Crack kicks Antoine in the face. Only crook here is you, pal. He dusts himself off. Who wants seconds? Oliver's smile vanishes. Damn, this kid is a tank. A trembling lackey stammers manager. Wait. He points. That face. From the news, that's the rookie who set the initiation record. Number 33. Oliver's blood runs cold. Is it really him? It is. He's already on the second continent. The guy who soloed the steel bear in record time. Why is a monster like him here? Oliver drops to his knees, head on the floor. My deepest apologies. We didn't know. He's bowing, but his mind is racing. If it's him, we can't win a fight. We are absolutely cooked. MC flashes a demonic grin. Oliver sweats. How can we make this right? Glad you asked. MC leans in, whispering like a nightmare. I'm taking every dime in this vault. Oliver shrieks. Everything. MC pulls up a system window. Oh, and I need a VIP pass to the auction. Oliver chokes. The auction too. Small price to pay for calling me a cheat, don't you think? MC's eyes gleam. Pay up. He pivots cold as ice, dropping the ultimate threat. Refuse and the Public Security Association pays a visit. Nobody wants that kind of heat, right? Oliver shrieks, totally breaking. He gets the message loud and clear. Send it all, every dime. Cut to the digital underworld. At the elite Second Life auction house, our MC checks his HUD, grinning. He secured the bag today. With luck, that high elf's tier is coming home with him. He takes a seat, savoring the victory. That stolen invite was his golden ticket. He breezed past security to snipe the one item he actually needs. Back in the real world, Oliver is on his knees, spiraling. Oh God, he cleaned me out. Literally zeroed my account. Suddenly he snaps his head up, eyes wide. Boss. Up on stage, the auctioneer waves a hand, soaking up the spotlight. Sorry for the delay, folks. Let's get this show on the road. He teases the crowd. Tonight's lineup, absolutely legendary. 11 treasures glow behind the glass. First up, a massive greatsword radiating power. A collector's dream, the host booms. Rank A, rarity. He gestures to the blade. Bidding opens at 2 million gold. But our MC isn't looking at swords. He's running the recipe for his mother's cure in his head. 3 impossible ingredients. The High Elf's Tear, from the 6th continent's hidden dungeon. The Ice Tokamera Fang. And the Ancient Red Earth. If the RNG gods are smiling and all 3 are here tonight, he wouldn't have to grind for them. He could finally breathe. Then something catches his eye. Pure dragon sake. If he snags that too, he's set for life. The host's voice cuts through his thoughts. Next up, the Ice Tokamera Fang, dropped by an S-rank nightmare on the second continent. Starting at 50,000 gold, MC doesn't hesitate. He taps bid. Okay, we have a bid. Price jumps to 100,000 gold. Accepted. Wait, he didn't bid that. Someone just doubled him instantly. MC whips around stunned. 100 large for a fang. Who is this guy? It's Oliver. He smashes the bid button again, sneering. Oh, look who it is. The humble servant returns. He's not here to buy. He's here to grief. He won't let MC take a single thing without a fight. MC realizes. Did he steal the funds back? The High Elf's Tear is the main event. MC has to conserve his stash. That's the priority. He holds back. The gavel bangs. Sold. The Blue Snake Guild takes the fang. For 1 million gold. The room erupts in whispers. It's true then. The Blue Snake Guild is in the house. The server's biggest whales. The most powerful faction on the continent. If they want it, it's theirs. Bidding against them is just burning money. MC clenches his jaw. He knows the score. They have infinite pockets. Reputation unmatched. Beside Oliver, Simon Bloodberry leans in. That's the guy. Oliver nods, sweating. Yeah. He heads the casino department. Total moron, but he's gonna ruin that kid. Oliver adds, salty as hell. He only got in here because of that invite. We can't let him exploit the system. Simon smirks. Is that so? Well, I'm not about to fold to some random player. Especially when my guild runs this city from the shadows. Time to teach him a lesson. The host points to Lot 7. Ancient Red Earth S-rank rarity. Found only on the 3rd great continent. We start at 7 million gold. MC tries his luck. The host gasps. Whoa, a massive jump to 50 million. Blue Snake Guild flexes again. Oliver throws in a bid just to be petty. He's quadrupling the price. MC stares, disbelief written all over his face. He knew they were rich, sure. But this kind of cash, quadrupling the bid for fun, and sold. Blue Snake sweeps the board. They bag the Ancient Red Earth for a record-breaking sum. Oliver glares at MC, laughing maniacally. The system pings, warning, a worthless soul is attempting to troll your bids. MC starts sweating. Getting that High Elf's Tear just went from hard to impossible. His opponent isn't a person, it's a mega corporation. Winning a bidding war is a pipe dream. Wait. Unless, he tries to snipe another item, and once again, the Blue Snake Guild dominates. Mermaid Scale sold for 40 million. Bloody Assassin's Knife, taken for 20 million. And then the knockout blow. Pure Dragon's Sake. Sold for 300 million gold. MC grinds, his teeth furious. It's a slaughter. A total shutout. Not even an angelic halo could save his wallet now. Oliver points a finger right at him, cackling. You absolute clown. You can't beat a guild with one man's pocket change. Victory is mine. The protagonist let out a dark chuckle, declaring, Guess I'm the only one with a brain in this room. The auctioneer threw his arms wide, soaking in the tension. And now, the main event. The final lot of the night. Legendary, for its ethereal radiance. We're talking about the single most breathtaking artifact in existence. A treasure that's stolen countless hearts. Lot number 11. The Tears of a High Elf. Opening bid, 50 million gold. The protagonist didn't hesitate. 500 million. The crowd gasped. Opening at 500 mil, that's insane. The protagonist crossed his arms, eyes locked on the prize. I didn't come this far to lose. Let them try to block me this time. If they even can. Oliver scoffed, clearly irritated. Doesn't matter. End result's the same. I'll just bury him in gold. He slammed down his bid. The host's jaw dropped. Unbelievable. The Blue Snake Guild offers 1 billion. Hold on. The gavel hovered. They've hit the cap. Blue Snake can't bid any higher. Oliver shrieked. Excuse me. The protagonist smirked. Serves you right. The host looked nervously at Oliver. My deepest apologies, but the Blue Snake Guild has maxed out their purchase limit. Oliver roared. Purchase limit? What kind of nonsense is that? The host raised a hand. House rules, sir. Maximum of 5 successful bids per party. You've already swept 5 items. To prevent a monopoly, you're locked out. Oliver slammed his fist down. That is the dumbest rule I've ever heard. I'm a regular here. First, I've heard of it. The protagonist knew why this wasn't a normal auction house. It was a pop-up event. A rare gathering run by the adventurer community. Basically, a hidden quest most people missed. The anti-monopoly rule was absolute here because the loot was so god-tier. He should have known better. Clearly, the guy did zero research on this place. The protagonist shook his head. Total noob. Do you understand, sir? Oliver kept screaming. The host cut him off. And time. Sold to the gentleman with the halo effect. The High Elf's tears are yours for 500 million gold. Applause erupted. The protagonist crossed his arms annoyed. Seriously, stop calling me Halo Guy. Oliver was fuming. That punk played me. He thinks he can look down on me. I let him slide at the club, but I'm done playing nice. You're dead. He pointed a trembling finger at the protagonist. Mana crackled around his hand. The guy behind the protagonist shrieked, "Holy crap!" The protagonist sighed. What a moron. He stood up, fists ready. You want to throw hands? Let's take it outside. This is a public space. Don't drag innocent bystanders into your mess. You want a piece of me? Fine. The street is waiting. Cancel that spell now. Internally, he panicked. This is bad. If I hit him back, I might accidentally kill him. Oliver sneered. You fool. Suddenly, Simon's voice cut through. Leave it. Oliver froze, but Sir Simon kept his cool. If we start a brawl here, the entire adventurer community will turn on us. Oliver protested, but if we walk away, our guild looks weak. Simon turned his eyes cold. I don't repeat myself. We are leaving. Now. Move. Simon strode out. Oliver hung his head. Yes, sir. Later, the protagonist slumped in the hallway, checking his interface. Well, that was chaotic. Still, a smile crept onto his face. He secured the High Elf's tears. He figured that other guy probably grabbed the other panacea ingredients. I just need to raid the dungeon now. If I hustle, I'm good. But losing the pure dragon sake stung. Man, that sucks. It's super rare. You can only get it from that nightmare quest on floor 5. That booze would have unlocked the secret gear way faster. He sighed. Whatever. Those jerks ruined that plan. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. It was Mira. That light above your head. I've never seen an aura like that. He looked up, startled. Who's the girl I know? We haven't been introduced, she started, so pardon the intrusion. But what's your beef with the Blue Snake Guild? Do you know the Guildmaster? The Guildmaster, he echoed. The long-haired guy from before. That's him. He runs the Blue Snake branch on the 2nd floor. The protagonist waved his hand dismissively. Never met the guy. That was just personal business. Who are you anyway? She smirked. Just an adventurer. One who happens to be hunting the Blue Snake Guild. Ping. A system notification popped up. Mira is investigating the Blue Snake Guild per the adventurer community's request. The protagonist froze. A community request. Hold up. That chick is from the League of 8. We're talking the elite of the Elite 8 S-rank legends personally approved by the community. They take requests from other adventurers and rake in massive bounties. Basically, they have it all skills, clout, and stacks of cash. The League of 8. Hadn't heard that name drop in a minute. Way back. I cleared a dungeon and hit their rank just for the lulz. Looks like they've finally left the building. Shouldn't she follow them? She said she was bouncing, but paused. Hey, quick question. Where did you snag that halo? She put her hands on her hips, striking a pose. I stared at her, shook. Does she know about the secret gear? That kind of loot is straight up contraband in the adventurer world. If I get exposed, I am toast. Gotta deflect fast. I scratched the back of my head playing dumb. Well that's. Right on cue, the system pinged. Enthusiast equipment detected. Mira eyes were glued to my special gear. She wasn't suspicious. She was obsessed. That halo is adorable. I need one. She kept staring like a creep. What? Is there something on my face? I threw my hands up defensively. It's a long story, trust me. She stared a beat longer, then closed her eyes and waved me off. Whatever, I'll figure it out myself. And just like that, she bailed down the stairs. Cool, I mumbled. Watching her leave, my mind was racing. Enthusiast gear in the League of 8. That's wild. Just one conversation, and I knew she's a veteran. Her vibe is way beyond a normal S rank. As she walked away, she glanced back. Never seen gear like that, not even on floor 7. Who the hell is this guy? Cut to 2nd floor Moonlight Wasteland. An A-rank dungeon. I stood over the corpse, and the system flashed the victory screen. Defeated level 80, giant goblin boss. Yes, I cheered. Loot drop time. Ding goblin thief glove. A system window popped up with the stats. Rank A. Ability, I can stun an enemy and swipe any item right out of their inventory. Yoink. The grind is going smooth. My main target is the Ice Tokumaru Fang in the S-rank dungeon. But first, I need one last hidden piece. I looked ahead. Time to make these guys talk. I spotted my marks Oliver and the Blue Snake Guildmaster. I need their pure dragon's sake to unlock new items. Tracked them with spell detection. Now I'm just stalking them, waiting for a slip-up. I glanced at a tree nearby. Wait, is Mira here too? Of course. She's hunting the same prey. Suddenly, she peeked out from behind the bark. She was thinking I'm tailing Blue Snake, but what is Mr. Halo doing here? Is he watching us? My eyes widened. Did they just walk into a wall? Seconds later, inside the Blue Snake Guild's secret hideout, Simon was drooling over a flower, while Oliver spread his arms, grinning like a maniac. Master, check out this harvest. If this didn't save their bank account, they were definitely finished. With this stash, we can jack up the prices, Simon said. Oliver beamed. For real. We'll recoup all our losses. Get the crew to harvest everything. That's when I chimed in. So gardening is your side hustle, I smiled, holding one of their flowers. They spun around, terrified. How did he get in? Oliver clenched his fists, raging. Damn it, were you following us? I stayed cool. This flower, the Moonlight Azalea. It's a magic booster. Don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what this is. This stuff causes hallucinations. Worst case, death. It's strictly banned by the community. Why are you farming poison? They stared in silence, sweating. Simon finally spoke. Are you a Fed? An agent? I waved my hands. Nope, not a narc. Just give me the pure dragon's sake, and I'll pretend I never saw this little garden. I know you won it at the auction. What's it gonna be? I crossed my arms, waiting. Oliver started charging mana in his fists, screaming. The audacity of this brat. Zip. In a heartbeat, I was behind him. Mira watched from the bushes, thinking, a fight. She couldn't hear the dialogue from her spot. I smirked, resting a heavy hand on Oliver's shoulder. Relax. I'm not here to bully you. I'm here to negotiate. I'll pay fair market value. Deal. I want to buy the pure dragon's sake. Simon scoffed. We can't sell that to you. Seriously, I sighed. That sucks. I really didn't want to snitch, but I guess the adventurer community needs to hear about this beautiful illegal farm. Oliver snaps, ripping out his blade and screaming, Don't you look down on me, you little punk. But right then, our main character sidesteps the strike like it's nothing. Flash of steel. Call it self-defense. Slash. A clean hit to the jugular. Mira freezes. One shot. She's never seen a dagger move like that. Simon steps up, scoffing. Ugh, what an annoying pest. Got some nerve messing with the locals, kid. But hey, dead men don't snitch, right? Right. He unsheathes his blade. Ping. The system flags the threat, Simon. Master of the Blue Snake Guild. Floor 2. Level 97. Class Swordsman. Our MC just grins. I hate wasting time. Let's speedrun this. Mira settles in, hungry for a front row seat to this show. The two fighters lock gazes. Tension spikes. Simon lunges. Clang sparks fly as steel meets steel. The MC feels the impact instantly. This guy's stats are way higher. They bounce off each other, resetting. Then boom, they crash together again in a blur of strikes. Mira recalls the forum rumors. That's Jinfree, the rookie adventurer, who smashed records at the initiation ceremony. His combat instincts are insane, but raw power Simon's in a different league. The fight rages on. MC leaps back, boots carving up the dirt. Simon sneers. Does he know he's just a noob? Kid's hopeless. What is he trying to die? A martyr, chase, some posthumous clout? Our boy stands tall. I don't care about dying or being a hero. I've just got goals to crush. And I'm not quitting. Simon swings wild. Shut up. Only losers monologue during a fight. You're all talk. The MC guards against the barrage effortlessly. Simon falters. Wait, what is this? It feels wrong. He never thought he'd have to burn a cooldown skill on a scrub like this. Simon roars in frustration. Mira gasps. She sees it now. Is he fighting with his eyes shut? He is. Eyes tight shut, parrying every strike perfectly. Mira's mind races. Can he sense mana flow? She's never seen tech like that. And he's not popping any artifacts. So it must be a passive gear stat. Clang. Another parry. The MC grins. Got it. System alert. Lucifer's Halo third skill unlocked. Mira shields her eyes against the sudden glare. A radiant light crowns his head. What is that? Okay, here's the deal. To unlock the Halo's third form, you need to grind the secret stat, spell detection, to a max level of 252. You level it by deflecting hits in real-time combat. High risk, high reward. And just like XP, the stronger the enemy, the bigger the stat boost. Back when he fought the first Demon Lord Jin Free, farmed enough points to edge close to the limit. The MC smirks. Usually takes weeks, but thanks to this high-level brute, easy farming. Suddenly his eyes snap open in shock. Shklick. Simon drives his blade through the MC's chest from behind. Rookie mistake. Never lose focus, you pathetic puppy. You thought you were tough. You overestimated yourself, kid. It's a big world. There's always a bigger predator. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind Simon. Arms crossed, chilling. So, mister, who's the predator now? Simon freezes. How the hell is he alive? He whips around. How? A skill. An artifact. The MC tilts his head. Why the long face? You falling asleep on me. Mira senses the glitch in reality. Simon stares at the floor, watching the dead body dissolve into smoke. Impossible. I felt the steel-cut bone. Thunk. A blade erupts from Simon's own chest. He gasps, looking down. Wait. He got me. I didn't move an inch. What is this? He reaches out, jaw slack with horror. What did this kid do to me? He claws at his own face. Mira watches, totally lost. Why is Simon screaming at nothing? The MC smirks. It's the new toy, Lucifer's Halo third skill, Fantastic Illusion. He whispers, didn't you say the world was a big place? System spec skill, 3 Fantastic Illusion. Effect. Triggers. Hallucinations upon eye contact. Cooldown 72 hours. Yeah, I know, he mutters. He glances over. Oh, it's you. Enjoy the show, Mira flinches. He knew I wasn't stalking you, she stammers. I was tracking them. Ah, right. Official association business, she adds quickly. I can bust them for the illegal Moonlight Azalea farm now. The MC waves, walking away. Perfect. Have fun with the paperwork. He decides she can handle the cleanup duty. Watching him walk away in silence, he suddenly stops. Bam, fist hits palm. That's it. The most crucial detail nearly slipped his mind. He summons the system interface. Pop-up Goblin Thief Glove Rank A. He slips the glove onto his hand. The system chimes in immediately. Goblin Thief Glove Rank A. Description loading. Steal 1 item from any stunned enemy's inventory. Jackpot. He reaches toward Oliver's unconscious form, a wicked chuckle escaping his lips. Sorry, not sorry, buddy. Consider this payment. Yoink. He lifts the prize, pure S-rank dragon sake. Perfect. This belongs to him now. With this bad boy, the second Demon Lord is toast. Just hang on a bit longer, Mom. Suddenly, he feels eyes on him. Mira steps up, locking eyes with him, intense and unblinking. He shoots her a look. You got beef. This loot is 100% legit. She shuts her eyes, sighing. Nope. No issues here. I bet it's totally above board. He shrugs and keeps moving. All right then. And he's out. Mira watches his back as he exits to the door. During the brawl, he didn't trigger any special item vibes. And looking at the kid, you can't identify a specific class skill either. So what was that flashy show earlier? Maybe it's that floaty thing hovering over him. If he was using banned hacks, that would be a huge red flag. But that is not it. It wasn't just some gear she has never seen. Jinfree. That rookie is definitely built different. Cut to second floor, Second Life Tavern Shop. Our MC steps up to the entrance. Okay, showtime. He checks his inventory. With this pure dragon sake, he can snag a secret piece of gear. Suddenly, the door flies open. Bam, a guy storms out, screaming his head off. Does he think sucking up will get him anywhere? Legendary blacksmith. My foot. Just a cranky old geezer. As they stomp off, our hero watches them go, analyzing the situation. This blacksmith won't give you the time of day without a tribute. He steps inside, flashing a winning smile. Yo, old-timer. Whoosh. He instantly holds up the bottle, blocking a flying hammer and screwdriver aimed right at his face. Clang. The smith grumbles. Great. Another moron. Quit disturbing my workflow, kid. Beat it. You can't afford my rates anyway. MC thinks to himself. Yep, hasn't changed a bit. Tover yells, hey, you can't just waltz in here. The protagonist leans against the doorframe, unfazed. He grins. Hear me out. He puts his hands up, but Tover cuts him off, screaming to keep his name out of his mouth and leave. MC flashes the bottle. Shame. And here I brought this top-tier booze. Tover freezes. That. How did a scrub like you get your hands on pure dragon's sake? Hand it over and get lost. Tover kicks him in the shin. MC winces, thinking, the heck, and yells at him to chill. He holds the bottle out of reach. Tover is jumping like a kid. Put that down. Give it here. Internal monologue. Usually the walkthrough says, to hand over the sake, get the smith wasted, and boom, S-rank gear. But I am playing 4D chess. He pulls up another item. System prompt Shining Stone, rank B. Check out this Shining Stone. Dropped by Phryna after the Demon Lord raid. Tover gasps. What? Cut to, they are sitting at the table. MC pours a shot. Drink up. Tover starts bawling his eyes out. My late wife. She loved this stuff. especially warmed up with a shining stone. MC nods. Exactly. He has heard this sob story a million times in-game. He refills the cup. Just gotta keep this going. This triggers the secret event. Regular sake gets you S rank, sure, but I know the hidden meta. Combo the dragon sake with the shining stone warmth. That crafts the hidden tier gear. Tover wipes his snotty face, screaming, I was such an idiot. If I had just listened, my wife would still be. MC thinks, if I don't stop him, he will rant all night. Fade to black. Next morning, Tover grins, pointing a finger. For that divine rice wine, I made this. The gear is his. Jinfrey grins. Thanks, old man. Now he sees why they call him legendary. Secret gear number 3, secured. System ping armor skanda boots. Rank unknown. Stats, dexterity, +20. Durability, 5,000 out of 5,000. Skill, 1 free movement. Passive player ignores terrain penalties. Skill, 2 lightning speed. Active teleportation. Range 100 meters. Limit 5 uses daily. Skill 3, currently unknown. Unlock conditions unmet. The protagonist nods, satisfied. Sweet, let's roll. Speedrun mode activated. He's about to blitz the second floor's Nightmare Grace Castle. But before the clock starts ticking, Tavor chucks a flask through the air. Catch on the house. System ping, non-alcoholic heated sake. Item, Taste of Legends. Rank A. Brewed by the legendary blacksmith himself, using dragon ingredients. Effect instant, very warm, stat buff. Tavor jabs a finger toward the ominous gate. You're really doing this, soloing an S-rank MC just nods. Yup, thanks old man. MC steps out, leaving the forge's warmth behind. Tavor watches him go, eyes narrowing. Kid's gotta be a beast, but he better watch his back. The Ice Demon Lord plays dirty. Cut to the towering frozen gates of Grace Castle, second floor S-rank territory. Other players stream in, bundled up in heavy furs, while our boy starts shivering immediately. Brr, freezing my tail off. Time to crack open Old Man Tavor's parting gift before hypothermia hits. He pops the cork and down the hatch it goes. A satisfied sigh escapes his lips as the heat spreads. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. System log status applied. Very warm. Duration, 100 minutes. Nice, he thinks. Who needs a parka when you've got magic booze? Suddenly, the peanut gallery behind him starts murmuring. Yo, look at his fit. Is he trying to freeze to death? Disrespecting the mountain man. And what's with that weird halo? Total noob behavior. 0 winter gear. Must be broke, probably couldn't afford the resistance elixirs. System alerts him to the trash talk. MC rolls his eyes, salty about the comments. Rude much, mind your own business. Time remaining, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 45 seconds. MC glances at the countdown, ticking away in his vision. Gotta hustle. This S-rank dungeon has a strict 2-hour death clock. If that timer hits 0, force teleport. And the penalty isn't a slap on the wrist. Say goodbye to half your golden gear. He's eaten dirt enough times in this game to know that pain. No way is he grinding for cash and loot again. He steps forward, sensing the air. Heavy magic density ahead. The area around the Demon Lord's castle is crawling with other players, but he needs first dibs on the boss room to snag the Ice Dokkamera's fang and craft the medicine. Meanwhile, a squad ahead is struggling. Dude, I can barely lift my legs. We keep moving this slow. We'll time out before we even see the gate. But before his partner can finish complaining, boom, a massive beast blocks their path. Level 82 Canicula. The adventurer raises his weapon, voice cracking. Are you kidding me? We're screwed. We'll never make the castle in time. He spins around to his teammate. Cast a shield, you idiot. But his partner isn't listening. He's staring up at him. Our MC. Floating past them effortlessly. Hands in his pockets vibing. Man feels good to be airborne. Literally skywalking. System check, skill activated, free movement passive. The map is his playground. Suddenly, roar. 2 level 82 beasts lunge at him mid-air. MC casually draws his blade. Sorry boys. I'm on a schedule. Slash. He cuts through them like butter. Monster chunks start raining down on the party below. The ground team watches, the carnage jaws dropped. Wait, isn't that the squishy noob from earlier, the guy with the halo? He's floating. Is he a ghost hunting stupid players? They clasp their hands together in terror. RIP to us. Even a random monster next to them joins the prayer circle. Beep. System notification. MC grimaces. If this thing pings me one more time, I'm gonna smash the interface window. A few moments later, he looms over the Demon Lord Ormond's fortress. He touches down. Made it. 5 minutes flat. Not too shabby. He glances down and freezes. What the it's Mira, just casually strolling up to the main gate. What is a heavy hitter from the League of 8 doing in a dump like this? Hunting for secret loot. If she gets in my way again, I won't go easy on her. Still, it doesn't add up. Why is an elite player here? She should have cleared this dungeon ages ago. Mira raises a hand, tracing the glowing inscriptions on the massive doors. She's thinking. Rumor has it someone infiltrated the castle. Dangerous move considering the Demon Lord is home. Plus, the 2-hour death timer applies to everyone. But whoever she's tracking, he might be the exception. Crash MC watches in awe as Mira just obliterates the gate. Okay, that was sick. System alert, player has entered the Demon Lord's castle. MC tails her immediately. Classic League of 8 power move. He inspects the wreckage. Incredible. She toasted the locking mechanism completely. That lock usually takes forever to pick. Talk about a free ride. But his luck runs out fast. He spins around. You guys again. Time to bounce. Skill 2 lightning speed active. He vanishes into thin air. Range 100 meters. Limit 5 uses daily. In a blink, he vanishes into thin air. The monsters crash into each other, clutching nothing but empty space while he materializes safely at the gate. The system pings. Location: Demon Lord's castle. Main keep, 9th floor. Corridor to the frozen room. He pivots, pumping a fist. Yes, the skill dropped him exactly where he needed to be. Next stop, floor 10 and the Demon Lord's chambers. But first, he's got to smoke the mini-boss guarding the frozen room. He grins. First time testing the shadow boots, might as well aim for a speedrun record. Cut to Demon Lord Ormond's annex, 7th floor. The frozen room. Agonizing screams rip through the icy air. Terrified victims cower against the walls, hands raised in surrender. One stammers, "Master, please. How can you do this? We're a team." The system HUD flashes red above the killer Garuda. Timer, 1 hour 26 minutes 7 seconds. Garuda levels his blade cold-bloodedly at the trembling man. How? Because you're wasting my time. Garuda Swordsman, Class Guild, Master of the Blue Snakes, swings his blade in a vicious arc. You dare make me wait. Splat. A critical hit. The system updates immediately. Garuda updated timer, 2 hours 42 minutes. And 36 seconds. He grits, his teeth annoyed. Does this cover the loot I missed because of you morons? Or the cash? The next victim presses his spine against the ice wall, shivering and sobbing apologies. Listen closely, Garuda sneers. A worthless life is a sin. The useless have to die so they can finally contribute something to me. He slashes without hesitation. Down goes another one. Garuda updated timer, 4 hours. 21 minutes 58 seconds. He swings his bloodied weapon toward the next adventurer in line. No, please master, I don't want to die. I'm begging you. The plea falls on deaf ears. Slash. System update, Garuda timer. 8 hours, 7 minutes, 13 seconds. He smirks, wiping his blade. Pathetic. Your lives are barely worth a few extra hours. He glares at his subordinate. Is this the whole haul for today? It's not enough. The lackey stammers, sorry boss, I'm recruiting as fast as I can, but the next batch needs time to get here. Garuda points the tip of his sword right at the lackey's throat. You want to take their place then? I'll find more, right now. The subordinate screeches, scrambling away in the opposite direction. As he runs, his mind races. Killing players extends the timer. Just how many months does he plan to stay in this dungeon? How many have to die? Back in the room, Garuda broods. That bastard Simon. Ever since the 8th floor mistress caught him, everyone's been headhunting high rankers to crush our guild. Let them try. Even if they track me down, I've got the time advantage. Grace Castle is the perfect hideout. Meanwhile, back at the main keep 9th floor, inside the frozen room, the MC performs a mid-air backflip, dodging a claw swipe before countering with a lethal slash. He soars higher. Aerial combat is totally sick, he thinks. This gear is next level, but something nags at him. What was that magical spike earlier? Felt like it came from the second Demon Lord's penthouse, but that energy in the annex, that felt way more dangerous. It's bugging him, but eyes on the prize, the Demon Lord comes first. He dive bombs, landing a crushing blow that shatters the ground. He spins around, scanning the carnage. Nice. That was the last one. Time to handle the mini-boss. Suddenly, the door creaks open. The MC instantly shoots up, sticking to the ceiling shadows. He watches the intruder, Mira. Right, that's the signature. A magical aura stronger than the Demon Lord himself. She nearly busted me. How is she that fast? Below, Mira scans the empty hall. Where are the monsters? Weird. Suddenly, boom. 2 level 92 snow golems manifest right behind her. She glances back unimpressed. Mini-bosses spawning already. She whispers, summon Sylph. A shimmering wind spirit materializes at her back. From the ceiling, the MC's eyes widen. A spirit summon. Only top-tier mages have that kit. Mira extends a hand mana condensing in her palm. Sorry, she mutters. I don't have time to play. She unleashes a torrent of raw energy, then violently clenches her fist. Crack. A massive electric shock pierces through the golems. The MC is stunned. She just one-shotted 2 mini-bosses. Simultaneously, she's in a totally different league. Mira dusts off her hands and heads for the exit. The MC watches the stairs materializing. Those only spawn when the boss is dead. That's the path to the Demon Lord. Mira steps onto the stairs. Guess I have to check every single corner, she thinks. Next stop, the annex. The MC exhales from his hiding spot. She's hunting for someone specific. Phew. Dodged a bullet there. Looks like she's bailing on the boss fight. She spins around, paranoia spiking, swears she felt eyes burning into her back. Just her imagination. Nah, she's trippin'. Mission first. Meanwhile, our MC pulls up to the massive entrance doors. Ormod's castle, main keep, 10th floor, the ominous hallway leading straight to the boss room. He palms the heavy door and shoves it open. Inside, a nightmare. Adventurers skewered on massive ice spikes like twisted trophies. He catches Ormod lounging on the throne and flashes a cocky grin. Been a hot minute, hasn't it? Meet the second Demon Lord Ormod. Ping. System check second Demon Lord Ormod. Level 100. Special ability Death's Peak. That's a nasty 20% stat nerf for anyone foolish enough to step inside. Ormod sneers. What kind of stray dog wandered in this time? You'll look great added to my collection. The MC scans the frozen corpses dangling around the room. 0 magic signatures. They're all gone. Wait. One's clinging to life. Just barely. Suddenly the kid gasps out a warning with his dying breath. Run, too late. Razor-sharp ice shards scream toward the MC's face. Just like the game's opening move, he thinks. But after that Hellbrus fight, he knows these bosses can go off script now. Ormod reaches out, eyes glowing. You pests have 0 talent, but damn you taste good. He cackles, dark energy swirling around him like a storm. Place has been busy today. You make number 10. Haven't feasted this hard in ages. He licks his lips hungry. The guy stuck on the ice trembles. The pressure. It's crushing. We were idiots to challenge this monster. Ormod snaps his hand toward the MC. Dinner time. But the MC blurs past him. System alert. Skanda boots. Skill 2. Lightning speed active. 3 charges left. A bloody gash opens on Ormod's cheek, silencing his laughter. The survivor's jaw drops. How? How is he that fast? The MC just digs a finger in his ear, bored. You talk too much. That didn't even sting. Ormod laughs it off, ice frosting over his wound to seal it instantly. Smart for a snack, he smirks. Fine. Let's call this a warm-up before the main course. Ice rains down from the ceiling like missiles. Boom. Smoke clears to reveal a massive frozen mountain in the center of the room. Impossible to dodge. He's toast. Suddenly, a chilling presence right behind him. A blade drives through his chest. System centipede skill 1 keen gaze. Weak point hit triple damage. Ormod drops to a knee wheezing. What the hell? Didn't even see him move. It's not natural speed. He's being buffed by something external. MC stares down at him and sighs. With 3 pieces of secret gear, this guy's a joke. Gotta wrap this up though. Can't kill him yet, need to force him to summon the Ice Tokamara first. He charges in for round 2. Ormod yanks a dead adventurer in front of him as a human shield. He cackles, cruel and desperate. Bet you can't strike now. Sure, he's dead meat, but you heroes are soft, right? What a moron, MC thinks. Cat got your tongue, Ormod jeers. Ice puppet corpses jerk into the air. The survivor watches in horror, his friends turned into zombies. Ormod snaps his fingers. Kill him. The frozen dead rush the MC. Never saw this move in the original game. It's just like the Hellbrus fight. The AI in this world is evolving. Ormod's eyes shift to the survivor still hanging on the wall. Oh look, a straggler. He charges a blast of magic. Found you. Slice MC blurs past, chopping Ormod's hand clean off. He points at his own chest. Hey, eyes on me. Ormod screams in rage. You cursed brat. System alert, deadly poison applied. HP drain 10 points per second. Desperate Ormod roars. Summon Ice Tokamara. Boom. A level 99 Ice Tokamara materializes. MC stares it down. Finally. Took forever to bait that out. He lunges at the beast. Ormod cackles. Suicide run. Is he too scared to think? Then the notification pings. Target eliminated level 99 Ice Tokamara. Ormod gawks at his shattered summon. MC checks the loot window and grins. Bingo. Acquired Ice, Tokamara's Fang. But he checks his timer. Centipede buff is dropping below 500. Clock's ticking. Timer check 493 out of 1500. He looks the Demon Lord dead in the eye and, with 0 hesitation, drops the bomb. Sorry buddy, I can't play with you anymore. The demon rages. What are you then? MC just glances at his weapon. System. Chimes in. Prerequisites met. A holographic window pops up right in his face. The 3rd centipede. Skill is finally unlocked. Centipede of unknown rank. Strength rating 66. Duration 493. Out of 1500. First skill, Keen Gaze. Active. Deals triple strike damage on weak spots. Second skill, Speed. Passive. Boosts agility 10 times. Catch as it only kicks in when he's at death's door. Skill 3. Still reading as unknown. Meanwhile, Garuda is busy taking out the trash. One of the survivors crawls out hand extended begging, Master please. Garuda just picks his ear looking bored. You guys are so loud. Nice scenery here. But this daily slaughter grind is getting exhausting. He lazily points a finger at the survivor to finish him, but suddenly, whoosh, a massive gust of wind blasts the weapon right out of his grip. Mira steps out of the shadows. So this is where you've been hiding. Master of the Blue Snake Guild, Garuda. He stares at her, genuinely shook. She steps closer, reading his rap sheet. Murder. Human trafficking fraud, hoarding contraband items. The list goes on forever. And right then, Sylph is chilling, hugging her from behind. Mira scoffs. Killing your own minions just to stay off the radar. Pathetic. She snaps her fingers, summoning Water Spirit, Undine, Fire Spirit, Ifrit, and Wind Spirit Sylph. The whole squad appears behind her. Garuda's sweating now, thinking spirits are top-tier entities. And she just summoned 3 at once, he stammers. Who are you? Did the community send you? She flashes her badge. League of 8 orders. I'm taking you in to the adventurer community. Back to the main event. MC checks his blade. System confirms. Conditions met. Centipede skill 3 is live. He thinks I've been waiting forever for this. The demon lord screams, completely losing it. Don't mock me. You're just an animal. I won't eat you. I'm going to shred you until there's nothing left. He hunches over, channeling massive energy into his back, until giant wings of ice burst out. He launches into the sky, cackling like a maniac as he dives toward the protagonist. It's always more fun to watch you suffer from above, but suddenly, MC floats up right next to him. You know what? You're right. Great view. MC smirks at the shocked demon. Especially watching a moron like you. The demon spins around, furious. Enough of your arrogance. He focuses dark energy into his palm, condensing it into a massive ice trident. Internal monologue screaming despair, he swings the weapon, roaring that he'll slaughter anyone in his path. But MC weaves through the attacks effortlessly. Centipede's 3rd skill melting. System breakdown skill 3 is melting. The blade turns to liquid magma, capable of shifting into any shape. Duration, 48 hours. MC thinks, a sword that melts and reshapes on command. Combined with my techniques, the potential is literally infinite based on my imagination. The demon laughs maniacally, shouting, keep dodging, I'll make your death slow and painful. But before he can finish his villain monologue, his eyes go wide. MC is winding up, rocketing straight at him. The demon raises his trident to block, but MC unleashes Gate of 1,000 Poisons, slicing the creature clean in 2. MC thinks, that's a new speedrun record for a demon lord kill. System update, 2nd demon lord Ormid defeated. Congratulations, player. Dungeon cleared. Time remaining 1 hour, 21 minutes and 35 seconds. MC smiles, looking at the dissolving monster. Excellent. Set a new time record. Just then, the survivor kid stares at the protagonist, trembling. Is he alive? Did he just solo a demon lord? System chimes in. Richard, time limit expired. Poof, the kid vanishes. MC watches him go. He'll probably spawn back in the city. He's safe, and hey, at least he survived. Now, for the loot. System report, Ice Chimera Fang S rank. Description, Fang acquired from an Ice Chimera. Usable ingredient. MC studies the holo window. Okay, solid drop. Now all I need is the ancient red soil. Get that and I can finally brew the cure for Mom. Suddenly, he yells, what the hell? The whole ground starts shaking violently. Meanwhile, Mira is going all out on the guildmaster. Garuda grins, dodging. I see you've got some fight in you, girl. She commands Breath of Fire. Ifrit blasts a flamethrower stream straight at Garuda, but he parries it with a sword swing. Mira doesn't flinch. She points forward, dead serious. Torrential wave. The spirits swarm in for the kill. Garuda's blade cleaved through the defense with terrifying precision. Watching from the shadows, the main character analyzed the scene. Is this the level we're dealing with? That guy's blade work is legit. He's definitely not some random chump. Could that be the guildmaster? Mira's hunting Garuda, casually slung his massive sword over his shoulder. You want to come out and play? He expected a challenge from a Legend of the Eight. Major letdown. Hoisting his weapon, he scoffed. If you're gonna come at me, put some back into it. Raw energy crackled around his blade as he charged. Whirlwind strike, he roared. The impact seemingly diced Mira into ribbons, leaving the protagonist wide-eyed. Garuda rested a hand on his hip, completely unimpressed. That's it, man. What a snooze fest. Those spirits were just cheap parlor tricks. Then a voice cut through his ego. He's clueless. He can't even comprehend the massive gap in our levels. Garuda froze, scanning the area in confusion. Who said that? Suddenly he spotted Mira, perched casually on the second-floor railing. Garuda, the washout from the Eight. He whipped around, jaw-dropping. How are you alive? He figured it was just an afterimage. She continued. He got kicked out of the community and chose this pathetic life of crime. Maybe he needs a lesson on how to really attack. She unleashed a wave of energy. Garuda gasped, his mind racing. That sound. It can't be, she chanted, summoning. Heavenly spirit Kirin panic set in. A fourth spirit, impossible, and the floor is drenched in water, a fatal combination. Wait, stop, he screamed. She glared down coldly. Did you stop when your victims begged divine command? In a split second, a barrage of elemental energy skewered him. He let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing in a heap. Mira landed gracefully beside him, a fitting end for trash. The protagonist gulped. Damn, she is absolutely terrifying. Note to self, do not anger her. Suddenly, her gaze snapped to his hiding spot. Enjoying the show. Jinwoo. He stepped out, rubbing the back of his neck with a nervous chuckle. Busted. She totally clocked me. He shrugged. Look, I wasn't trying to stalk you or anything. She waved it off. You didn't get in my way. So we're cool. She had been in his shoes once. He paused. Wait, her mission. So that guy really was the master of the Blue Snake Guild. She brushed past him, sensing the air. I don't feel the Demon Lord's presence anymore. You handled him, he nodded. Impressive. Congrats on the win. Anyway, I'm on a tight schedule, so catch you later. Fate would probably cross their paths again. She vanished toward the exit. Later, at the Adventurer Society headquarters, Garuda was locked up tight, rotting behind bars. Nyx beamed at the sight. Mira really came through. We got him. Stellar work, Mira. She accepted the thanks. The Blue Snake Guild is finished. This will send a loud message to every other criminal syndicate out there. She nodded. Glad to hear it. But Nyx noticed her distant look. Something on your mind. It's not about the mission, she admitted. But there's this one guy, an adventurer, I just can't get out of my head. Nyx blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, the MC materialized at the teleporter. Scanning the horizon. Level 3 achieved. He shielded his eyes from the glare. Once I take down the Demon Lord here and snag that last ingredient for the panacea. But first, priorities. The system pinged Centipede. Rank unknown. Strength rating, 66. Durability, 299 out of 1,500. He gripped his weapon, frowning. If I try to throw hands with the Third Lord using this, it'll shatter instantly. Durability is trash. Time to upgrade, he smirked. The fourth secret weapon, a bit later on the 3rd floor. Central City, 3rd Ward, the Flying Dragon Hotel. The receptionist glanced up at the protagonist. Welcome. Need a room for the night? He stepped forward with a knowing smile. Yeah. Single room. Specifically the 3rd one from the north, 4th from the west. The clerk's eyes went wide. Code accepted. Understood. Hope you enjoy your stay. Descending the hidden stairs, the protagonist felt relieved. Thank God I memorized that cheat code from the special event. Back on the 5th floor. Suddenly, an arena came into view. System alert 3rd floor. Unknown. Dungeon rank unknown. Underground fight club. The boxing legend himself, Mayweather Inoue, turned and grinned. Oh, fresh meat. Get your ass in the ring, kid. I'll show you real pain. The protagonist analyzed him. This guy hasn't changed a bit. I used to think he was just a generic NPC, but the dude is actually a beast. Snagging that secret gear is going to be a nightmare, but he's got this. Suddenly, the announcer hype begins. Today's main event. Undefeated Titan Inoue versus the total amateur Jin free fight start. In the red corner, towering at 184 centimeters and a massive 127 kilograms, he's batting a perfect 1,108 KOs in 108 rounds. The boxing god himself, Inoue, and in the blue corner, standing 173 centimeters and weighing 68 kilograms. The dark-haired, blue-eyed rookie. Jin-free rules are simple. No weapons allowed. Winner is decided after a 3-minute round. Score points by smashing those invisible hitboxes on your opponent's body. High score takes the gold, or first to hit 100 points triggers an instant win. But watch your footing if you hit the mat once. It's game over. Fight. The bell rings, and Inoue launches a massive haymaker right out of the gate. He's coming straight for our boy Jin. Drops into a guard, mind racing. This guy's speed is insane for a tank like that. The announcer screams lightning jabs from the champ. The rookie is on the ropes, but he's holding his ground. Jin parries another strike. But I've got the cheat codes. He knows Inoue's AI always targets the high-value point zones early in the match. Speed doesn't matter if I can read your mind. Boom, the commentator yells. This kid's got moves. He's dancing around, the champ's death blows. Jin sees his opening. Now, a crisp right hook. He fires, Inoue blocks, but the system pings. Time check, 2 minutes. 27 seconds. Jin free, 1 point. Inoue 0. The crowd goes nuts. First blood to the rookie. Champ blocked it, but Jin still snagged a point. Inoue scoffs. Heh, really? He thinks that 1 point matters. Cute. Jin fires back internally. Not a chance. You let me have that one. Didn't you? Don't sleep on me. Bring the heat. The champ grins. Okay, now he's interested. My turn. Inoue unleashes hell. Kid's got eagle eye, sure, but his stamina bar is trash. Give him a minute, he'll gas out. He rains down blows. Jin keeps his guard up, barely hanging on. Can't attack now. Gotta turtle up. Let him rack up points if I have to. See, this dungeon is rigged. It's a scripted loss event. Inoue's stats buff up insane amounts. With every single point the player scores, Inoue roars like a beast. He's losing patience. He backs Jin into a corner. System update. 1 minute 38 seconds left. Jin, 1 point. Inoue 43. The champ is going berserk. Using endless combos, he traps the newbie. This is it. Inoue lands a crusher. He's running on fumes. Jin creates a shell in the corner. Tanking hits. Winning isn't the point here. I'm gonna lose the match, but I'll win the war. To unlock that 4th gear slot, the mission is survive. 3 minutes. Suddenly, the boxer blinks. He lost track of Jin. The rookie lunges from the blind spot. Inoue's shocked. How is he still moving after that beating? Jin connects. System clocks it. 57 seconds left. Jin, 9 points. Inoue, 51. Jin swings again. Inoue thinks. He's fighting back, huh? Haven't had this much fun in ages, but he's still the king. Focus. Inoi fires back. System ping Jin hits 13. Inoi at 68. Jin sees the glove coming. Too late. A brutal uppercut to the jaw. OOOH. The champ connects. Is the kid out? No. He's still on his feet. What is this kid made of? Time is melting away. Who's taking the W today? Inoi stares him down. Not bad, kid. But you're finished. He bounces, ready to end it. I'm ending this now. Suddenly, wait, what? Jin smashes him right in the face. Counterpunch. Neither fighter is giving an inch. Inoi wipes his lip, grinning like a maniac. He still tagged me. Fascinating. Jin grits his teeth. You get it now. I'm not going down. The bell rings. Time. Match over red corner. Racks up 97 points blue corner with 49. Winner Inoi system finalizes 0 seconds left. Jin free. 49 points. Inoi, 97. What a brawl. Can't wait to see the next one. Inoi stands tall, chest out. I gotta give props. Jin free is the first guy to ever last the full 3 minutes in the ring with him. Boxing is soul to soul. And this kid, he's got a warrior's spirit. Take this, the guy insists, shoving the gear toward him. It's a gift. You need it. The MC grabs it without hesitation. Don't mind if I do. As he wraps the mystical cloth around his fist, the realization hits. Bingo. That's the 4th secret piece of God-tier equipment secured. The system interface glitches into view. Item, acquired spiritual bandage. Rank, unknown. But the stats are insane. Power boosted by 150. Durability maxed at 5,000. First perk, fire punches. It's a passive buff that turns his hands into literal flamethrowers, doubling his damage output instantly. The catch. It drains 1 health point every single second. But the second skill, counterattack, is a total game changer. It mirrors whatever damage gets thrown at him. Not just mirrors it, it reflects the pain back 3 times harder. There's a third skill too, but that bad boy is locked behind specific conditions. A beat passes. The protagonist stares down the path, eyes gleaming. New toys equipped. It's showtime. He's deep in the Ghost Ruins 3rd floor of an S-rank dungeon. Danger level critical. As he strides forward, his mind races with the strategy. This place is a ghost town. No trash mobs. Just one target, the Demon Lord. Kill the boss. Clear the dungeon. Sounds simple, right? Wrong. The spawn rate for Jackal is a miserable 0.1%. Most adventurers wander these halls until they burn out just trying to find him. Just endless rubble and 0 leads. It's a trap designed to crush you physically and mentally before the fight even starts. But our MC, he ain't got time for hide and seek. He clenches his fist. Let's speedrun this nightmare. If the boss won't show, he'll force him out. He scans the area. Come out, wherever you are. There, buried in the sand near a crumbling pillar. Found you, he smirks. It's an ancient coffin. He hauls it out of the dirt. He puts on a show of respect, clasping his hands together. Sorry to disturb your nap, buddy, but I'm on a tight schedule. Sarcastic gratitude. Check. He bows slightly before causing chaos. Creak. The lid pops off. Boom, blinding light explodes from the corpse. A pure energy orb pulses inside. It's a dormant soul. Wakey, wakey. He releases the seal. Whoosh. The orb shoots into the stratosphere like a flare gun, and the protagonist tracks it. System alert, skill spell detection triggered. The radar is going crazy. A massive mana signature is incoming fast. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Gotcha. Suddenly, the earth right in front of him disintegrates. From the dust, a terrifying figure rises. Boss alert, the 3rd demon, Lord Jackal. The MC locks eyes with the beast. They don't call the Ghost Ruins the Tomb of Spirits for nothing. The lore runs deep here. Jackal's voice booms like thunder. Who dares disturb the grave? Status check level 150. Ability scales of justice. The MC sizes him up. Jackal isn't just a monster. He's the guardian of the dead. This isn't a random encounter. It's a court-martial. You mess with the graves, you get the guardian. Jackal points a jagged finger. Sinner, you will atone for this disrespect. With your life, exactly as planned. The fastest way to summon the boss is to become a criminal. I am Jackal, the beast roars, posturing. Judge of the vile. Guardian of the souls. Prepare for judgment. The system hums in the MC's ear. The spiritual bandage is active. Strength plus 150. Ready to brawl. Durability holding steady at 5,000. Jackal raises his golden scales high. Justice. The air warps. He's used scales of justice. Suddenly, the MC feels a wrenching pull. His soul is literally being ripped out of his avatar. Your spirit is trash, Jackal spits. I shall purify it for the heavens. The protagonist drops to one knee, gasping for air. Judgment guilty. The soul slams back into his body, but the damage is done. The system flashes red. Warning, soul defilement detected. All stats slashed by 30%. That's a massive nerf. Now die for your sacrilege, the Demon Lord screams. But the MC, he's smiling. He wanted this. The debuff was the entry fee. The price of skipping the hours of searching. 30% stat reduction, small change for a speedrun. Time to end this, before he pulls any more tricks. Jackal fires bullet sign. Dark energy rounds strafe the ground. The MC weaves through the barrage. Illusions won't work on a boss like this, he realizes. Gotta do this the hard way. Pure brute force. He squares up against the Titan. Another volley of dark bullets screams toward him. The protagonist sidesteps, launches himself into the air, and cocks that flaming fist back. He swings Clang Jackal, summons a barrier Aspis sign, stopping the punch cold. The MC rebounds, skidding across the sand. He wipes sweat from his brow. Okay, that 30% penalty stings more than I thought. He's losing momentum. Suddenly ping, a holographic window pops up. Incoming call Amelia. Amelia, is Mom okay? Distracted Jackal unleashes another hellfire of bullets while his guard is down. He dances through the deadly rain. Can't talk now. He has to crush this boss like yesterday. Jackal charges a massive black vortex aiming right for his head. No more holding back. The MC's eyes narrow. System alert pops up. Spiritual bandage activated. Jackal's eyes widen, totally shook. What is that blazing inferno wrapping around this guy's hands? Stats update, strike power doubled. But there's a catch. HP is draining by 1 every single second. He thinks fire punches. Let's go. He throws a haymaker. And the interface flashes skill 1 fire punch passive. Flames consume his fists, cranking his attack stats up by 200%. But that HP drain is ticking away like a time bomb. Jackal skids to a halt, dusting himself off. Okay, it does something, he admits. But gotta be real with you. Those flames look kinda goofy. The MC levitates, eyebrows raised. Oh really? He calls the bluff on what sounds like pure cope. Jackal snaps. You yap too much, human. He starts charging up massive energy overhead, deciding right then and there to shut this kid up permanently. MC's senses scream danger incoming. In a split second, Jackal unleashes Night Meteor. A colossal fist made of pure energy materializes, rocketing straight at our hero, blasting him backward and demolishing the entire structure behind him like it was made of cards. Jackal smirks. How's that taste? That's the power of an invisible strike. MC drags himself out of the rubble, analyzing the hit. Never seen that move before. Just as I thought. What is up with these lords? They're moving way differently than the game AI ever did. Suddenly his phone buzzes. It's Sis again. Serious timing, Amelia. I gotta pick this up. He grumbles. Give me a break. He scrambles to his feet. The demon lord is baffled. You dodged that, MC shoots back. I don't need your commentary right now. That hit was soft, Jackal scoffs. Sounds like big talk from a dead man. MC drops into a combat stance, calculating the odds. Fire strike doubles my damage, but my HP is leaking. Gotta speedrun this fight, or I'm cooked. Suddenly, the phone rings again. Are you kidding me? Distracted, an invisible fist slams into him. He grinds to a halt against the pavement, a sinking feeling hitting his gut. No choice, gotta bail. In a flash, he vanishes into thin air. Jackal roars. Where'd he go? Meanwhile, our MC materializes across the ruins and swipes answer. Amelia, what's wrong? Why the spam calling? But before he can get a word in, Amelia screams, Jinfrey, where are you? He tries to de-escalate, scanning the battlefield. Chill, chill. What's the emergency? I'm kinda tied up. It's Mom, she sobs. She crashed. The healer says she's running out of time. Tears are pouring down her face. You need to get here now. Just then, Jackal catches up, looming over him, demanding, you think this is a game? Stop running. MC spins around. Dang, found me already. He yells into the phone. Okay. I'm on my way, Jackal growls, robbing a grave and thinking you can just walk away. Have some shame, human. He launches another Night Meteor, but the MC flickers out of sight and teleports right behind him, fist blazing with infernal fire. Sorry about this, MC says, but I've got places to be. It ends now. He unleashes fire punches, but Jackal catches the strike with one hand. Pathetic. You think that little spark can take me down? MC grins. Nope. But despite the Demon Lord's flex, those fire punches are secretly chipping away massive damage. Jackal fires off Night Meteor again. MC weaves through the attack. Fire punches doubles my strength. Time to stack the deck. He activates Spiritual Bandage skill 2 counterattack. It clones the incoming strike and returns to sender with triple the power. MC closes the distance. Counterattack, engage. He lands a devastating blow, sending the Demon Lord rocketing backward and smashing into the cliffside. That MC says dusting off his hands is double my attack plus triple your Night Meteor. Game over. System notification pops, defeated Demon Lord Jackal level 150. Loot drop incoming massive. XP 3 million gold. Jackal's S-rank soul. And ancient red soil. Got the mats I need, he thinks. Now I gotta book it home. A bit later, at a village on the edge of the first floor, Infrey's residence, MC bursts through the door. Amelia, he scans the room. Mom? His sister rushes to him. The healer shakes his head grimly. It's the final stage of magic deficiency. Those black spots confirm it. She's comatose. MC stares at the bed. Mom. The healer continues. BP is tanking. Magical power is fading. Her heart can't take much more. Even the top-tier healers would call this a lost cause. He looks pityingly at the woman. Amelia, eyes swimming with tears, leans over the bed, sobbing her mother's name. MC puts a steady hand on her shoulder. It's gonna be okay. She's not dying today. Dry those tears. I'm gonna fix this. The healer stares at him, baffled. Excuse me. Amelia looks up, hopeful. You can save her. MC checks his stats. I put every single point I grinded into this. System report intelligence, 145 out of 250. Synthesizer class skill level up. Alright, let's cook. He combined the ingredients, grade A, ancient red soil, the lethal Dokamara ice fang, and those precious high elf tears. Boom! An SS rank panacea materialized out of thin air. This item was absolutely broken. One sip could purge any illness and fully restore every single status effect. He stared at the glowing vial, adrenaline spiking. I actually pulled it off. The panacea is mine. The healer's jaw practically hit the floor. No way. I've seen illustrations of this in the archives. Is that seriously the legendary panacea? Amelia, Jennifer, it's the real deal, he confirmed. He shot a quick look at Amelia. My bad for the secrecy. I promise I'll spill the tea later. He rushed to his mom's side and gently lifted her up. The synthesizer boosting my intelligence was the key. Now I can craft god-tier items like it's nothing. He had cut it razor-thin, burning, precious time grinding for skills and materials, but he made it. With a steady hand, he trickled a few drops of the golden elixir into her mouth. Please, he begged silently. Come back to me. The universe held its breath, and then her eyes fluttered open. Her eyes flew open, scanning the room, and she bolted upright. What is happening? Amelia shrieked. Mom and tackled her with a desperate hug. She squeezed back, totally disoriented. Amelia, what's wrong? Then her gaze locked on him. Jin-free. He choked out a soft mom. Is she okay? Panic flickered in his eyes. How is she feeling? Slowly the fog lifted. She was starting to remember. She's been stuck in that bed for ages. How Amelia wiped her eyes, voice trembling. Mom, everyone was terrified for you. If Jin-free hadn't fixed it. She froze, eyes going wide. Jin-free cured me. How is that even possible? The healer stepped forward, raising a hand. It's true. Your son created a miracle, a literal panacea. I'm cured, she blinked. A panacea, you don't just find those lying around. Her eyes narrowed at her son. Jin-free. You didn't go and become an adventurer, did you? He flashed a nervous smile. It's all good. I'm just happy you're back. Not good, she yelled. He flinched. Mom, she pointed a trembling finger right at his face, voice rising. Jin-free, you left so abruptly. You abandoned your mother and sister to run off and play adventurer without a word. He threw his hands up, defensive. Okay, abandoned is a strong word. Zip it, I don't want to hear it, she screamed. Instinct took over. He dropped into a squat. Yes, Mom. She wasn't done. You're just like your father, ever since you were a kid. The healer grabbed his coat, shooting Amelia a grin. I'm gonna head out. Amelia turned to the raging woman. Mom, breathe. Calm down. Jin-free saved you. The MC mentally high-fived himself that panacea was legit OP. Mom clutched her chest, the fire dying down. I get it, she sighed, voice dropping. But Jin-free, what if something happens to you? What do we do then? Mom, he started. I'm glad you're alive, she cut in. But don't you dare come back here. Until you've defeated every single demon lord out there. Got it. She pointed dramatically at the door. Amelia's jaw dropped. Mom, seriously. The protagonist stared in disbelief. Shouldn't we be doing a welcome home lunch? Oh my God, she yelled, frustration peaking. I've been his mother for years. She cupped his cheek, softening. He has the exact same look as your father. You're chasing something big as an adventurer, right? He sat across from her and nodded. She sat beside him. Okay, then you better finish it. I'm healthy now, we'll be fine. But you owe me 2 promises. First, you call me every single day. I need to know you're breathing. He nodded firmly. Okay, I'll call. She glared. Second, you are absolutely forbidden to die. Okay, he vowed. I promise. She smoothed his face one last time. One more thing. She pulled him into a crushing hug. Thank you. We'll be waiting for you. He stepped out the door, promising to return. His mind shifted to the heavy stuff, the magic deficiency. It's a terminal curse where monsters drain a person's mana. He got lucky with the panacea this time, but millions are suffering. If he can just annihilate the demon lords and build a world without them, the disease vanishes. But here's the glitch in the game. Killing them didn't stop the monsters. Is there a missing piece? Maybe an 8th demon lord hiding in the shadows? Someone even he hasn't reached yet is the key. Sometime later. 3rd floor. Central Area Coliseum, the legendary 3rd Warrior Olympia. The protagonist weaved through the roaring crowd. Boom, a voice echoed. The 11th competition for the strongest adventurer is live. It's showtime at Olympia. The crowd went feral. The protagonist plugged his ears. Man, the energy here is totally overwhelming. The announcer continued. Adventurers from the 1st to the 7th floor. Everyone is welcome to throw down. But here's the catch. Level cap is set to 150. All stats scaled down to match. However, no limits on class skills or gear. The MC shoved his hands in his pockets, thinking, To crush the demon lords, he needs to level up fast. The 1 billion gold prize is sweet, but the real players aren't here for cash. They want the item that breaks limits. The SS rank class transfer guide. Time for the preliminary round, the voice boomed. We're measuring raw magic and attack power, only the top 8 advance. Listen up, place your hand on the magic circle to log your score. Moments later, the verdict was in. Rankings are ready. The system window flashed first place. 1,190 points. Second 1,033. Third 1,012. The crowd screamed. The system reported Jin free. 189 out of 20. 189.72. He stares at the score, panic rising. Dead last. Gritting his teeth, he knew the synthesizer class had trash magic stats, but he never expected it to be this pathetic. Level 150 implies power, yet here he is, bottom of the barrel. Then the announcer's voice cuts through. It's time to move on. Next up, raw damage output. The objective is simple, smash the target dummy with everything they've got. Our protagonist eyes the machine. His magical aptitude might be garbage, but physical destruction, that's his playground. He knows he can rack up serious points here. Channeling energy into his fist, he mentally screams, Fire Punch. That's a double damage multiplier right there. But he's not done. He stacks a counterpunch on top, triple damage incoming. Then the finisher, Night Meteor, a 6 times multiplier. He swings and a low, terrifying rumble shakes the stadium. All eyes snap to Jinfree, jaws dropping at the devastation he just unleashed. The host stammers, thanking the crowd before reading the scoreboard. Jinfree takes the crown at number 1. Ryuta Factor slides into second. Janice Samaran takes third, followed by Lindsay Mistal in fourth, and Sheba Flag rounding out the top 5. The arena explodes with applause, and our MC finally exhales. He was sweating bullets after that magic disaster, but he managed to clutch it out. Now with the combined scores tallied, the host reveals the Elite 8 advancing to the finals. It's crunch time. Jinfree's name is obviously on the board. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind. It's Amira. She corners him, accusing him of stalking. He flinches, visibly rattled. How on earth did she find him here? She shoots back with zero patience, demanding to know why he's haunting her every move. He flips the question right back at her, but she's focused on one thing, that punch. She suspects he used an artifact to cheat and demands the details. The MC hears her internal monologue loud and clear. With an awkward grin, he deflects, asking if she's also gunning for the class change manual. That gets her attention. Her eyes light up as she admits that upgrading her class is the only way to break her limits. He realizes she's operating incognito. Since the finalists' names are public, she must have registered under an alias to stay off the radar. In this bracket, she's fighting under the tag Lima. The host's voice booms, signaling the start of the final showdown. It's an 8-way battle royale bracket. The grand prize, 1 billion gold, and the legendary class change manual. The MC does the math. If they both survive the quarterfinals, they're destined to clash in the arena. This is going to be interesting. The announcer calls the first match Jinfree versus Lindsay. Mira offers a sarcastic good luck before walking off. He notes the fake vibe but ignores it. Stepping into the ring, the spotlight hits him. The crowd buzzes with curiosity, a potion master in the finals. It's unheard of. Then come the jeers. People scream that the machine must be broken, calling the results a scam. Suddenly, someone points out the weird halo floating above his head, triggering a wave of mockery while his opponent sizes him up. Lindsay Mistal, top-tier alchemist and master of the Silver Guild. He smirks at the foolish potion master standing opposite him. The audience shifts their hype to Lindsay. Rumor has it this guy crafts his own impenetrable gear, a literal walking tank. Everyone is betting the house on the brute's victory. The bell rings, starting the match. Lindsay sneers. Is this weirdo potion master really his first hurdle? Talk about a free win, this is going to be a snooze fest. But the second he blinks, Jinfree vanishes. Before Lindsay can process, the MC materializes inches from his face and unloads a fiery haymaker. It's not just one hit. He unleashes a rapid-fire barrage straight to the dome. Blood sprays across the floor. Jinfree winds up, for the closer, a brutal hook that sends a tooth flying, launching Lindsay across the arena until he smashes into the concrete wall. The crowd goes dead, silent mouths hanging open. Then the shockwave of gasps hits. Even the host loses his cool, screaming into the mic about the impossible upset. Lindsay is out cold. The MC scratches his head awkwardly, wondering if he maybe went a little too beast mode on the guy. Meanwhile, Mira's eyes narrow from the sidelines. She's analyzing those fire gloves, trying to crack his secret. Jinfree is declared the winner. No time to rest, the second bout is up. It's Mira's turn to face Edison Sats. A murmur ripples through the stands. They're trash-talking Mira, claiming the Coliseum is a boys-only club. Mira ignores the toxicity, stone-faced. The MC thinks to himself that idiots seem to be a global constant in this game. The fight begins. Her opponent, a creepy old man, reaches out with a lecherous grin, calling her beautiful. He offers to throw the match, if she lets him hold her hand. Disgusted, she instantly summons her spirits. Sylph and Ifrit materialize. Ifrit unleashes a torrent of fire breath, and the old creep shrieks as he gets extra crispy. The audience is left stunned. The crowd went silent as the woman absolutely wrecked her opponent. The announcer screamed her victory, and Jinfree raised an eyebrow. She made that look way too easy. Instantly, the audience flipped the script, chanting her name like she was a goddess. The rest of the bracket matches flew by without a hitch. Finally, the fourth bout wrapped up. The semifinals are locked. It's going to be Mira versus Jinfree in the opener, followed by Ryota Factor taking on Janice Samaran. The MC shot a look at Janice. Dude gave off a totally different vibe. He looked way more seasoned than these other rookies. Definitely on Mira's level, maybe even god tier. Showtime. Jinfree and Mira stepped into the arena to a deafening roar. She shot him a confident smirk full of swagger. Last chance to forfeit, kid, she teased. He just shrugged. Nah, perfect time to find out the truth. Let's see which one of us is the real stalker. Boom. She summons Ifrit instantly. The MC drops into a combat stance. The crowd is eating this up. Jinfree grimaced, fighting. One spirit is a headache, but she wasn't done yet. Undine and Kieran materialized right next to her. Jinfree broke a sweat. Why is she summoning 3 at once? A 3v1 handicap is insane. A fan in the stands screamed, I've never seen a summoner pull that off. Mira grinned, eyes locking on her target. I know you're actually cracked, so I'm not gonna hold back. Jinfree didn't flinch. Suddenly, Undine triggered, Dragon Wave, unleashed a massive hydro cannon. A high-pressure water jet tore across the stage. He sidestepped just in time, but Mira didn't let up. Lightning crackled. Kieran's thunderbolts slashed through the air, missing him by inches. He eyed the spirit. That attack speed was no joke. A blinding flash nuked the arena floor, leaving a smoking crater. Jinfree gulped. That was way too close. If he hadn't moved, he'd be toast. Then Ifrit roared, launching a blazing fireball straight at his face. He spun around, slamming his fiery fist into the projectile, dissipating the magic on impact. Mira clicked, her tongue annoyed. The MC shouted, Yo, are you legitimately trying to unalive me? Mira stayed quiet, thinking this guy was a total weirdo. But he was skilled, so she couldn't get cocky. You're more desperate than you look, she called out. Maybe I overestimated you. He chuckled, shaking his head. You need 3 bodyguards just to fight me. Maybe I was wrong about you too. Good thing your pets have terrible aim. The spectators started simping hard for Mira, betting everything on her and throwing shade at Jinfree. He wasn't vibing with that. Someone yelled he was a pay-to-win player who bought his spot. He listened to the hate and let out a heavy sigh, trying to stay zen, but these NPCs were starting to get under his skin. Meanwhile, Mira was thinking that this coliseum attracts a lot of wannabes, but this guy was extra annoying. She smirked, and the MC realized she was totally looking down on him. Let's end this, she signaled, triggering Kieran with divine command. A lightning streak ripped toward him. He dashed right, but Undine blinked right in front of him to cut him off. Charging up a spell, he glanced at Kieran, blocking his 6, fighting a trio of spirits simultaneously. Way more irritating than he predicted. He couldn't even find an opening to counter. He just kept sprinting past them. His blood was boiling, adrenaline spiking, but Mira kept the pressure on. He shot a glance at her. Noticing she kept Ifrit back, she knew he could hard counter fire attacks. Was she planning a cheap shot, while the other 2 kept him busy? Best defense is a good offense. He triggered his skill and vanished, leaving Mira confused. Where'd he go? Boom. He materialized right in her face, fire fist cocked back, thinking, checkmate. But he froze. A system notification popped up. You have triggered Mira's trap. She pointed a finger to the sky. Storm wind. Somehow she'd summoned Sylph while he was distracted. She baited him perfectly. Now the wind spirit was diving on him. He looked up in sheer panic. She used herself as a lure to set up the 4th spirit for a blindside kill. A hurricane force blast slammed into him. The audience leaned in, eyes glued to the dust cloud. Mira thought, no way he walks away from that. But when the smoke cleared, her jaw dropped. He was still standing there. Despite tanking a massive hit, Jinfree held his ground. The stadium erupted in chaos. He coughed, clearing his throat. Okay, you almost got me. If not for his lightning speed, he would have been game over. Skill active, 3 charges left. Mira tensed up. Suddenly, the MC launched himself at her, screaming, we ain't done yet. Watching him close the gap, her mind raced. She didn't know it was possible to chain skills. With 0 cooldown like that. Does this guy have infinite mana? She snapped her hand up desperately. Jinfree unleashes Ifrit, but the spirit body blocks him instantly. Knuckles collide with a deafening thud. The inferno fizzles out like a wet match. Mira clocks it immediately. Ifrit nullified the heat. Jinfree flashes a cocky grin, basically telling her, yeah, I read you like a book. He lands a flurry of strikes, but she just laughs it off, screaming that his little combos mean absolutely nothing to her defense. He knows fighting fire with fire is a zero-sum game here. Time for plan B. He winds up for a haymaker psych. He strips the gloves, whips out a dagger, and hits her with that wicked smirk. Hope you like poison. Defense is useless. He bypasses the spirit and rushes her, triggering the melting skill mid-sprint. The blade liquefies, morphing from solid steel into a writhing metallic centipede. It coils around her, throwing her completely off rhythm. Before the construct dissolves, it's go time. Jinfree snags her with the metal whip, hoisting her into the air and putting the squeeze on. The grip is absolute. She can't breathe, let alone command her spirits. She's thrashing, gasping for air. Jinfree exhales. Talk about a buzzer beater, the centipede form was seconds away from timing out. The ref calls it, Mira is out cold. Jinfree takes the W, sheathing his weapon and catching her before she hits the deck. Smooth. The arena erupts into applause. Mira wakes up salty, muttering about how much losing sucks. He's shocked she isn't raging. Instead, she gives props where props are due, admitting his skills are top tier. He tosses her an antidote vial, downs one himself to prove it's safe, and walks off like a boss. She accepts the L and the cure silently. Mira watches him go. That kit, ordinary summoners can't even dream of that. Jinfree is officially a threat. A system ping flashes for the MC. Mira is eyeing his gear with major envy while he cracks a crooked smile. She's doing the math, teleportation, fire, fists, and a weapon that shapeshifts. She's never seen a loadout like that. She's dying to know the specs. But the clock is ticking. Semi-final match number 2 is live. Ryuta and Jonas step into the ring. Ryuta grins, promising to make this a quick speed run. Jonas shoots back. Can't wait. The bell rings. Jinfree is chilling in the dugout when the crowd roars. He whips around just in time to see Jans drop Ryuta in a single devastating hit. It's over. The guy is a legit swordmaster. Jinfree locks eyes with his next opponent, sensing something dangerously off about him. The MC takes the mic. It's time to reveal the finalists for the main event. In Corner 1, Jinfree Van Raid, the potion maker, who packs a punch nobody saw coming. In Corner 2, Jonas Samirian, the guy deleting opponents in milliseconds. The grand finale is here. Before the bell, Mira heckles Jinfree, "Don't die out there." He snaps back, telling her to zip it. The crowd goes feral, but inside the ring, dead silence. No trash talk, just business. Go Jonas blitzes instantly, siphoning massive energy right out of the gate. He declares it's game over. Jinfree just smiles. This guy looks ice cold, but his aura is pure fire. Mira watches from the stands, realizing these two are actually perfectly matched freaks of nature. Jinfree knows he can't drag this out. He triggers his third skill, the one worthy of his title. System alert. For 3 minutes, every single stat gets a double multiplier. The catch: if he doesn't secure the W in 3 rounds, his spirit bandage vanishes. To unlock this beast, he had to spam the first 2 skills. It's the ultimate buff, but the penalty for losing is catastrophic. High risk, high reward. Round 1, stats doubled. Round 2, stats tripled. Round 3, quadrupled. Jonas draws his blade, daring him to come get some. Jonas activates a skill and closes the gap instantly. Jinfree is shook but manages a twitch reaction. He backflips a split second before impact. But Jonas is sticky. He's right back in Jinfree's face, raining down blows. Jinfree starts sweating. He recognizes this movement. This guy isn't basic. He's class changed. It's the upgraded adventurer build. We're talking elite tier access to busted skills and stat ceilings that shouldn't exist. Jinfree weaves through the combo and jumps Jonas's steel, slashes the air right where his ankles used to be. Jinfree makes space, then rubber bands right back in, lighting up his fist for a pyro smash. Too slow. Jonas pops an Excel buff, steps back and looks at him like he's trash. That's it, really. You're moving at snail speed, bro. Jinfree stays quiet, realizing this speed is exclusive to the Swordmaster meta. Standard tactics won't cut it. Suddenly the system chimes in. Round 1 complete. Round 2 active. Stats tripled. Let's go. Janus clocks the power shift instantly. He charges in, grinning like a maniac. Looks like his opponent finally grew a spine. But a little backbone isn't enough. Janus smirks, mocking the effort. Faster maybe, but compared to me, you're moving in slow motion. He snaps into a counter, blinking into existence right in Jinfree's face. Tragic, he taunts. You didn't even see that coming. Boom! The impact sends Jinfree skidding across the arena floor. Up in the stands, Mira gasps, but the MC just heaves a heavy sigh. This guy is way tougher than the scouting report said. A blinding flash rips through the stadium. Janus levels his blade, channeling raw energy for a named skill. Pure light condenses at the tip of his steel, then fires. The beam tears past Jinfree, obliterating the arena wall with a deafening crash. Reflexes saved him. Jinfree vaults high, hovering momentarily above the terrified crowd, before landing back in the kill box. He realizes something terrifying. That wasn't just power. Janus is unleashing top-tier swordsmanship, the kind of elite techniques most warriors spend decades mastering. The stakes just skyrocketed. The crowd is split, half screaming for the brute force of Janus, the other half betting on the underdog potion maker. Mira clenches the railing. She knows Janus has the chops for the League of 8. He's the real deal. How are you going to survive this, Jinfree? She whispers. Just then the system chimes. Round 2, complete. Ding stats quadrupled. Jinfree locks in. This is the final round, do or die time. No second chances. He triggers Fire Strike. Janus flinches, sensing the aura shift. The predator just became the prey. Mira leans in, eyes glued to the action. Next hit decides it all. They launch into a head-on collision. Janice activates his skill, confident in the kill. CK Jinfree ghosts him, appearing directly behind Janice's exposed back. The MC lunges inches away from landing the finishing blow, but Janice twists away at the last millisecond. Jinfree pivots instantly, swapping to a dagger. Janice's eyes go wide. A weapon swap mid-combo. Before he can process, Jinfree casts, melting, transmuting cold steel into jagged chunks of ice. Is that? Poison. Janice hesitates. Fatal mistake. While he's confused, a flaming fist slams squarely into his solar plexus. Oof. The breath leaves Janice's body. Gotcha, Jinfree shouts, claiming victory. But Janice isn't folding that easy. Roaring in anger, Janice swings wildly. Don't mock me. Whoosh, he hits nothing but air. Jinfree vanishes again. Janice spins frantically, searching the ground. He forgets to look up where Jinfree is hovering like a god of war. It's the secret weapon. A brand new skill unlocked from that brutal fight with the class-changing adventurer. Third skill, Great Dragon, cuts the air. Infinite crushing damage. Cooldown, 96 hours. It's a nuke in skill form. Trigger pulled. Cyclones swirl around Jinfree's legs. Janice feels the atmospheric pressure drop and finally looks up in horror. A colossal dragon made of sheer wind manifests, diving straight for him. Janice scrambles to run, but you can't outrun a hurricane. Crunch. The dragon slams him into the arena wall, embedding him in the stone. The crowd goes silent, craning their necks. No movement. The referee waves it off. Contestant is unconscious. It's over. The brutal gauntlet has ended. Winner Jinfree, Van Raid. The MC punches the sky pumped. Thank God the clock didn't run out. If that buff had faded a second earlier, he'd be toast. While Jinfree soaks up the glory, Mira turns away, determined to grind until she's on his level. The announcer's voice booms, crowning him the champion of the 111th tournament. The loot drops 1 billion gold, and the legendary class change guide. Massive payday. Cut to the S-class dungeon ruins of Lebanon Altar. Jinfree is vibrating with excitement. He's been grinding for this specific moment. The system prompt pops up, use class change guide. He pauses. 99% of players would click yes instantly, but Jinfree knows a cheat code everyone else missed. He selects no. The system panics. Are you sure? The item will be destroyed. He smirks and hits confirm. Suddenly a hidden glitched window appears. The system makes a counteroffer. Jackpot. The gamble paid off. The guide vanishes, replaced by something far rarer. It's an Easter egg found only in these ruins, a reward for rejecting the standard path. The manual reformats into a piece of gear, the commemorative pendant. Rank unknown, stats plus 700, intelligence, skill attached, battle record, the ability he can steal the class of anyone he defeats. Jinfree grins. This is broken. No more fixed role. He can shapeshift his class to counter whatever enemy stands in his way. He gets their skills, their strengths, total adaptability. It's the ultimate trump card. With the pendant secured and the third demon lord dusted, he sets his sights higher. Next stop, floor 4. He steps up to the portal room. A bead of sweat rolls down. The 4th floor isn't for the faint of heart. It wasn't like any map he'd ever loaded into before. This continent was a notorious meat grinder for players. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the portal. Boom. Welcome to the 4th floor. But instead of a dungeon, it was a straight-up luxury resort. He spawned onto a pristine beach swarming with high-level adventurers. Some dudes were shredding waves, others were chilling on deck chairs flexing for the ladies, and the rest were pounding tropical cocktails. Jinfree wasn't buying the chill vibes. His gut screamed danger. An entire continent disguised as a massive tourist trap. It's the ultimate distraction, a place to drown out the PTSD from battle. The only vacation spot where survival is still entirely on you. And that's the hook. Players get addicted to the soft life, quit the grind, and effectively retire from the game right here. As he cruised the shoreline, a girl flagged him down, asking if he was flying solo. He eyed her up. Who's the random? She was giving off major sketchy vibes. Then he clocked the ears. Unusual. Is she part of the Seawolf clan? She hit him with the intro names Kukuru. Claims she's the premier local guide around these parts. Promises she can get him access anywhere. Makes sense, she's rocking the King of Thieves class, a high-tier rogue spec available after class change. Being a marine species gives her the swimming perk naturally. She asked for his tag, but Jin shut that nonsense down cold. Zero chill. She ignored the rejection, snatched his wrist, and tried dragging him to her secret spots. Jin wasn't having it, dude's on a schedule. She kept yanking on his arm like a brat, then froze. Shot him a dirty look like he was the problem. Announced she was dipping out. Gave his shoulder a quick tap, peace out, and bolted like a sprinter. Jin watched her dust trail, totally confused. Weird interaction, but whatever. Time to move. But before grinding, he checked his XP. He popped open his inventory menu, and his eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. His spiritual bandage gone. He gripped the holographic window shouting, "Where the hell is it?" Then it clicked. That sketchy girl played him. Meanwhile, Kukuru was strutting down the sand, grinning ear to ear at her score. Guy looked like a total scrub, but he was carrying gold-tier loot. This fetch was going to pay out massive cash. Too busy celebrating, she didn't watch where she was going and slammed right into another woman. Kukuru scrambled to apologize fast. Totally my bad, you good? The woman turned around, it was Mira. But before they could chat, found you Jinfree's voice roared from the sidelines. He was charging at them like a bull seeing red. The little thief started sweating bullets. Mira blinked, surprised to see Jin again, but her gut screamed trouble. She opened her mouth to ask what the deal was, but Jin ghosted her existence. His eyes were locked on the pickpocket. Kukuru tried to sprint, but Jin was faster. He snagged her wrist. Hand it over, now. She put on the innocent act. I didn't do nothing, Jin snarled. Drop the act and confess, then splash. An icy cocktail drenched Jin's head. Mira stood there looking unimpressed. Seriously, bullying a kid in broad daylight. Charmed, Mira deadpanned. Now, let the kid go, you're crushing her wrist. Jin released the thief, but Mira wasn't done. He tried to explain, but a piercing scream cut him off. Then came the ominous rattle of metal chains. Clank, someone clamped shackles on Kukuru before she could blink. Bandits swarmed, stuffing the struggling thief into a burlap sack. Before they could bounce, Jin stepped up. Hold it. That girl owes me. The thugs turned, smirking, like they'd won the lottery. You're the big payday. Jin narrowed his eyes. How did these scrubs know who he was? Mira realized the score immediately. Adventurer hunters, she muttered. Scumbags who rob and kidnap players on the 4th continent. The Kongu Guild. Jin grimaced. Stalkers, since the tournament arc creepy. Are they after his gold stash? Then it clicked, he remembered these clowns from his gaming days. The lead thug grinned. Looks like he figured it out. We're pros, kid. Don't even think about running. He signaled his crew. Bag him. Strip his gear. Chains flew through the air, aiming to bind Jin tight. Whoosh. Jin vanished into thin air. The thugs panicked. Grab the girl, the leader barked. She's a semi-finalist. She's loaded. Meanwhile, Jin was chilling on a tree branch above them. He grinned down. Look at you, famous enough to get kidnapped. Mira let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Can't a girl catch a break? Even on vacation, chaos follows her. She recognized the name now. This was that trash guild everyone warned her about. Mira finally decided to join the party. But while she was busy wrecking mobs that sneak-snatched the bag with Kukuru and dipped, seeing this, Jinfree bolted after them, but a massive golem of a man slammed into his path. Jinfree panicked, stuttering for the guy to get lost. Then reality hit him. Sure, they looked like total clowns, but these guys were legit adventurers from the 4th continent. Fighting them unarmed, that's a suicide mission. Meanwhile, Mira had already dusted her opponent. Thanks to a spirit assist. She glared at him. Why are you just standing there? Wreck him already. He awkwardly scratched his neck. I'd love to really, but that girl swiped my gear. Suddenly, the thug lunged, swinging heavy chains like a maniac. Jinfree weaved through the strikes while Mira shouted, So, what's the plan? I'm chasing her, he yelled. You got a spare weapon, she blinked, looking at him like he was speaking an alien language. A weapon? Like what? A potion flask, he snapped back. Have you ever seen a synthesizer beat someone down with a glass bottle? Just show me your stash, she sighed, muttering about his attitude, and popped open her inventory window. She forwarded the display, and honestly, the contents gave him the creeps. Turns out, she's a hoarder of the bizarre. A cursed witch's staff, a shield straight from the underworld. Stuff completely useless for her class. Total weirdo behavior. Meanwhile, his opponent, who'd been politely waiting, finally lost it. Stop wasting my time, the thug roared. But Jinfree ignored him. He'd spotted the perfect toy. Mira gasped. Hey, that's thief class only. It's useless to you. I got this, he smirked. He activated his pendant and boom, instant class switched to thief. Even his outfit morphed. Mira's jaw dropped. Did he just use a class change scroll? Impossible. The compatibility gap is too huge. Before she could react, he snatched a piece of fabric from her inventory. Relax, I'll give it back. Judging by this gear, you're a serious collector, he noted. Flustered, she stammered. That's just a wrapping cloth for sake tasting. She didn't care about the theft, but a rag wasn't a weapon. What was his play? He quickly tied the corners, forming a makeshift sack, and smirked. You have no idea what this is, do you? He shoved his hand deep into the magical pouch, and told her to watch closely. Then he yanked out a gargantuan spiked knight demon club. An A-rank beast with 104 attack power, crafted from the armor of a hellish ogre. It hits like a truck, Mira screamed. No way, I didn't know that rag had a summoning feature. Armed and dangerous, Jinfree turned the tables. He launched himself at the thug, smashing the club right into his face, and shattering the chains instantly. He landed dusting himself off. Man, I wasted way too much time on that guy. Where'd they run? He spotted a town on the horizon. Hey Mira, mind if I keep using this? She wasn't listening. Her eyes were glued to her inventory window, panic setting in. My muscle axe, it's gone. Jinfree froze. He knew that feeling of loss all too well. Must be that thief's handiwork, he said, sympathetic but grim. His eyes went cold. We're getting our stuff back. But Mira was already sprinting toward the town. Hey, where's the fire? Where do you think she screamed back? I'm getting that axe. That collection matters more to me than breathing. Cut to the hideout. The thugs returned to the guild, presenting their prize to the boss. A rare beastman catch, Kukuru snapped. Let me go, but the second in command just laughed. We're gonna get rich off this one. Agreed, his brother nodded. This was the Congo Guild run by the notorious Bajura brothers, Vice Guildmaster Agio and Guildmaster Undio. Undio leaned forward, and the main target, located him as planned boss, a minion replied. We'll haul him in any second. Crash, the door exploded inward. Mira stomped into the hall. Hey thief, give me back what you stole. Jinfrey stepped over the debris, looking awkward. Did you really have to nuke the door? I don't do obstacles, she spat. Door or person it moves. Kukuru's eyes went wide, seeing them. Where are the guards? The members shouted. Mira smirked, looking them up and down. Those losers. They're probably fish food down at the beach by now. Now, hand over the girl, or say goodbye to your life bar. Suddenly she snapped into motion, leaping sideways, to dodge a spell blast from an advanced mage. It was Agio. Barging in here like you own the place, he scoffed. Terrible manners. His brother narrowed his eyes. Well, looks like we missed our target, but they came to us. Deal sealed. Looks like it's a trap and clap situation right here, right now. Jennifer knew the chaos was about to drop. Mira instantly clocked them, the Bajura brothers. Their rap sheet was already trending topic #1 in the community. The duo stood up, totally unbothered. They knew the score bounties on their heads, and she was a walking ATM smelling like old money. Exact same vibes as their target. Agio waved a hand board, deciding to speedrun this fight, and launched a barrage of wooden tentacles, which MC barely sidestepped with a clutch jump. Damn it, he wanted to ghost this situation, but now, it's on. Mira didn't hesitate, thinking this trash guild was way past its expiration date. Sylph, you're up. She blitzed the oldest brother instantly, but thud, 0 damage. He was camping behind a massive earth fortress. Mira realized too late, wind spirit against earth magic, useless matchup, and Agio just cackled. He taunted that those weak hits wouldn't scratch his brother's defense. But right at that second, Jinfrey vaulted over the wall and dive-bombed Angio. Hey, nothing personal, buddy, but you're blocking my path, so square up. Before he could land a hit, Agio blindsided him with vine whips, sending him flying backward until crack, he slammed into the wall. Agio lost it, laughing his head off. He called Jinfrey a total joke. Angio sneered. This guy, the top adventurer, you gotta be kidding me. Both heroes gasped for air, trying to reboot their brains. Kukuru spiraled. The Bajura brothers were notorious for trafficking, torture, and murder. Cruel wasn't even the word. MC turned all his rage onto Mira. He snapped, wow, absolute dream teammate right here. If you hadn't gone full Leroy Jenkins, we wouldn't be in this mess. She shouted back. What is he yapping about? If his attacks weren't so weak, this would be over. Mid-argument, the air got spicy. Fireballs incoming. They noticed them at the absolute buzzer. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the room, leaving nothing but a scorch mark where they stood. The guild, goons, and Kukuru peeked out terrified. The Bajura brothers smirked. Those idiots are toast. They barked at their minions to sweep the area and grab the cash. Kukuru was shaking, totally paralyzed. They died, and it was all her fault. Meanwhile, a goon checked the ash and frowned. Boss, no bodies. Where'd they go? Suddenly, Jinfrey's annoyed voice dripped with venom right behind the brothers. I told you to secure the loot first, she snapped. Stop bossing me around. The Bajura brothers spun around, shook. How are they still breathing? Aren't you tired of these clowns? MC asked. Oh, absolutely exhausted, she scoffed. As a member of the adventurer community, I can't let them walk. It'd tank the League of Eight's reputation. He facepalmed, begging her to just listen to the plan, but she ghosted him and ordered Undine to attack, which made him furious. Undine surged forward with a water dragon wave, but Unjo slapped up a wall instantly. Mira glared annoyed. Summoning Efrit was risky, but it was do or die time. She prepped the summon plop. Jinfrey slapped a starfish on her face. Hold up, that effectively killed her vibe. Don't summon him yet. Hand over the cypress incense stick. And the toad oil. Plus Ifrit's fire breath. She ripped the starfish off, fuming. Are you trying to rob my whole collection again? Relax, I'll make it up to you. With something special. That piqued her interest. She handed over the loot. If you scam me, I'll never forgive you. Deal. He switched classes to alchemist outfit, morphing instantly. Mira blinked, confused. First a synthesizer, then thief, now alchemist. What kind of broken system is this guy running? He popped a class skill, crafting a charred wooden sword slathered in the oil Mira gave him. It's an A-rank weapon. Adds 10 points to attack. Mira's face dropped immediately. That's it, you scammed me. Give me my stuff back. Whoa, chill out, wait for it. Shift, he changed classes again. High-level swordsman active. The weapon in his hand began to mutate. Boom. S-rank Ifrit sword. Attack power 149. Enveloped in roaring flames. It unleashed a fiery whip ready to pierce anything. Mira stared, mesmerized. MC grinned. That oily wooden stick totally transforms in the hands of a high-level swordsman. Everyone froze. Kukuru watched wide-eyed. It was a literal miracle happening in real time. Even the enemy was starstruck, staring until his brother screamed, snapping him back to reality. The villain smirked, boasting that his defense was impenetrable. No matter the arsenal, nothing could scratch his legendary technique. Unimpressed, our MC triggers Earth Wave, causing the ground to erupt and sending a massive mudslide crashing toward Jinfree. Timing it perfectly, Mira unleashes a Hydro Blast. The guy stares at the incoming tsunami, realizing too late he walked straight into a wombo combo. A whirlpool swallows him whole as Mira drops a cold one-liner. That flashy defense of his was full of holes and totally useless against a raging torrent. So much for invincibility. Seeing his brother get washed, Agio loses his mind, screaming that he's gonna rip our heroes into confetti. He launches a barrage of razor-sharp branches, but the MC is already charging up a counterattack, activating a brand new skill. Boom! An inferno explodes around him, spawning a massive fire dragon that lunges forward and incinerates the enemy instantly. The villain shrieks in agony as his minions scatter like roaches. Kukuru watches from the sidelines, absolutely shook by how easily they dismantled the Bajura brothers. Our squad ties the losers up and tosses them onto Kieran's back like luggage, escorting the thief out of the danger zone. Mira gives the girl a death stare, telling her she's off the hook this time, but if she catches her lurking in these hunting grounds again, it's over. Got it. The thief plays it coy, promising to think about it before thanking the duo for the save. Jinfree rolls his eyes, knowing a kleptomaniac when he sees one. Mira ignores the sass and turns to Jinfree, genuinely thanking him for the sweet blade upgrade. She owes him one. As she walks away, Jinfree flashes a devious grin. He heads for the portal, but he's got a secret. Turns out he pulled a fast one, swapping to thief class mid-convo to pickpocket Mira. He swiped a rare item right off her. It's the shark mask grants underwater breathing, and comes with a built-in sonar mic. It's a disposable item with a 30-minute timer. He equips the loot immediately, no time to waste. Next, stop the fourth demon. Speedrunning this dungeon just got easier. The system pings an S-rank dungeon unlocks the second he hits the water. Honestly, he was hoping for some OP legendary gear, not a goofy mask, but he'll make it work. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts out. He spins around, and guess who? The sticky-fingered thief is back. She's practically fanboying, screaming master, and thanking him again. Jinfree realizes his stealth radar failed because he unequipped his halo. He quickly slaps the halo back on, muttering that the jig is up. We get it, you're grateful, he sighs. Why are you still here? Obsessed with my power or something? Ding. The system interrupts, demon respect detected. Turns out Kukuru isn't just a fan, she genuinely reveres him now. He stares at her confused as she bows deeply and begs him to take her on as a disciple. Without even waiting for a yes, she calls him master again and suggests they speedrun straight to the Demon King's head. Whoa, pump the brakes, he says. Where is this coming from? If you want to go be my guest, but you're flying solo. He smirks, testing her resolve. You claim you get it, huh? Let's see if you've got the skills to back up that talk. Before he can even finish, she cannonballs into the water, ignoring everything else. He watches her go, intrigued, then slides on the shark mask and heads for the portal. But Kukuru pops back up, blocking his path with a massive haul of fresh fish. How's this for skills, she beams, fishing for compliments. To get her off his back, he throws her a good job. The system drops some lore. The Seawolf tribe are absolute speedsters underwater. On land, they're basic NPCs, but in the ocean, they swim 10 times faster than they run. But they have a stamina limit of 30 minutes. He waves her off, claiming she's graduated and he has nothing left to teach her. Congrats, now beat it. She gasps, calling him heartless. She hasn't even started her training arc yet. She scrambles out of the water, clinging to him and begging to be his apprentice. She's desperate for gains. He looks at her and realizes logic won't work. She's going to nag him into submission. Finally, he caves. Fine, you're my apprentice, but only until we clear this dungeon. She lights up like a Christmas tree. Listen, he snaps, I don't have time for drama, and if you steal from me, you're dead. Temporary partnership. That's it. She starts thanking him profusely, but he cuts her off. And quit calling me master. One slip up and you're banned. She salutes enthusiastically. Loud and clear. They warp through the portal. Seconds later, they spawn in an underwater palace. The shark mask works like a charm. He swaps his class to summoner, and suddenly Kukuru's voice echoes directly inside his skull. She's freaking out. Whoa, how'd you switch classes so fast? What kind of god-tier item is that? He flinches, then gives a wry smile, remembering sea wolves have ultrasonic vocal cords. It's basically dolphin telepathy. He ignores the questions and casts summon, calling forth a low-tier beast. Denden. It looks harmless, but this little guy creates electric paralysis shocks. Kukuru's eyes sparkle. She thinks it's adorable. Jinfree figured his summoner stats were trash tier, making spirit summoning a total no-go. But this little beast, totally viable. He told Kukuru to go aggro some mobs, and she zoomed off instantly. Watching her speed away, he realized having a lure that fast is a cheat code against speedy enemies. He signaled Denden to get ready for the grind. Then Kukuru returned, dragging a literal tsunami of sea monsters behind her. Sweat dropped. She definitely overpulled, but whatever. It was time for Denden's power leveling session. Jinfree gave the green light, and the second the school of fish swarmed in Denden, fried them with a high-voltage shock. Jinfree jumped into the mosh pit, swinging his club like a maniac, cracking skulls while Denden kept the electric chair running. He calculated the damage low because of the level gap, but that paralysis debuff, absolutely clutch. The combo was simple. Kukuru baits, Denden stuns, and Jinfree delivers the beatdown. As a combat pet, Denden was soaking up XP like a sponge. A few kills later, it dinged level 18. Jinfree ordered another pull, then paused. He realized he still had Mira's club. Oops. Shrugging off the theft, he dove back into the slaughter, boosting Denden all the way to level 21. He smirked. At this pace, maxing out was inevitable. Suddenly, Kukuru screamed, flexing her latest find. His smile twitched. Hovering above them was a colossal nightmare, an evil kraken level 175. A tanky enemy, sure, but Jinfree was hyped. He praised the girl's chaotic energy. This giant squid was the zone's mid-boss. Drop this guy, and the Demon King spawns, he explained. Kukuru went pale, trembling at the info dump. She was clueless until now. Before she could process, the kraken snapped, lashing out with massive tentacles. Jinfree sidestepped the smash, putting distance between them. He grinned, admitting the ambush was a nice touch. But hey, it bought time. The shark mask still had 21 minutes of juice left. He barked orders at Kukuru. We need to sever every single tentacle, she nodded, diving straight at the beast to draw aggro. She taunted the monster, shouting insults to keep it focused on her, giving Jinfree the opening he needed. Here's the hack. Each tentacle counts as a separate unit. That's 8 times the XP for one kill. Since the Kraken is an S-rank dungeon mid-boss, those tentacles are high-value targets. The XP yield would be insane. Denden blasted a tentacle with electric charge, locking it down. Frozen, stiff. Jinfree capitalized instantly, shattering the limb with a max power strike. His beast's level spiked immediately. Rinse and repeat. Denden power leveled all the way to 43. Finally, Jinfree severed the last limb. We did it, Kukuru cheered. Jinfree gave his pet a nod of approval, then signaled the girl for phase 2. Reading the play, she swooped in to harass the torso, while Jinfree flanked the creature from the shadows. Denden, hitting level 40, unlocked a game-changer skill. Time to test drive it. Thunderclap, a buff that infuses any weapon with raw high-voltage electricity. He cast it on his spiritual bandage, turning his fist into a lightning bolt. He launched himself at the Kraken. Time to summon the boss, he roared, slamming a devastating haymaker that pinned the octopus to the seabed. Lights out. It didn't twitch. Kukuru swam over, hyped that the plan actually worked. Did Denden cap out? Jinfree checked the stats. Confirmed. Max level achieved. Conditions met. Now, the main event. Suddenly, 3 massive whirlpools tore through the water. The king was here. Jinfree was ecstatic until the vortexes aimed straight for their heads. He countered with a thunder fist to shatter the current. The water exploded. A booming voice announced that disturbing the sea's peace carried a death sentence. Kukuru gaped in shock while Jinfree tensed up. It was Neptune, the king of the 4th continent, a level 200 raid boss. And he had a broken passive. Mystical god of the ocean, infinite health regen. Kukuru trembled at the sheer aura he gave off. Jinfree just smirked. He was confident he could speedrun this fight. Every Demon King so far had glitchy AI patterns. Something was off about this world, but he didn't care. He had to nuke him before the trap sprung. He swapped loadouts instantly, summoner to mage. Kukuru stared starstruck. You did the thing again, she gasped, as Denden despawned. Jinfree smirked. Not a trick, kid. Mechanics. He thrust his hand out, closed the gap on Neptune in a blink, and unleashed a point-blank lightning nuke. Neptune didn't even flinch. He just raised a palm and blocked the spell cold. Jinfree scrambled back to reset his range. Eyeballing the fizzling mana on his hand, the king cackled. You're a total joke, kid, before lunging to snatch him up like a rag doll. Bam! Jin warped right behind him. Nothing personal. He slammed a thunder fist into the king's back, making the giant stumble and spin around in a rage. But flash. A blinding spell exploded right in his face. Total blackout. Jin didn't waste the opening. He unleashed a savage barrage of thunder fists, raining blows on the blind tyrant. He shoved the king back and checked his knuckles in shock. What the hell? He threw everything he had, but the damage was barely scratching the surface. That was awesome, Master Kukuru cheered. But Neptune just wiped the dirt off his shoulder and smirked. You really think that tickle fight is going to end me? Jin blinked right in front of him. I knew you were a tank, but I'm just warming up. He triggered a skill, and a massive wind dragon roared into existence, crashing straight into the Demon King. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the water. The ocean churned into a soup of bubbles and silt. Kukuru paddled over, eyes wide. Did we get him? She asked. Not even close, Jin grit his teeth. He needed a nuker, one final devastating hit to end this. If he stalled now, the boss's HP would regen back to full. It was do or die. The clock was screaming at him. Shark Mask had 2 minutes left. Jin swapped loadouts. Summoner class engaged. Denden, get out here. He summoned the beast. Use electric ball. Paralyze him. That skill had a 100% hit rate. It couldn't miss. But the second the order left his lips, a massive whirlpool ripped open right in front of them. The pressure was crushing pure raw power. Even Jin felt a chill. Neptune rose from the vortex like a god, laughing maniacally. You made a real mess of my ocean boy. Most adventurers wouldn't dream of coming down here solo. I'll give you props for guts, though. Around him, severed tentacles began to swirl in the current. Jin froze. What was that? The corpse of the Kraken was moving. Straight toward the king. Jin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He literally just killed that thing. History was repeating itself. This raid was going completely off script. Right before his eyes, Neptune absorbed the Kraken, their flesh twisting and merging. Be honored, human. You're the first sacrifice to witness my true form. Tentacles exploded outward. One grazed a passing fish, and the creature melted instantly into goo. Jin swallowed hard. Great. The tentacles were toxic now. Focus Jin. Suddenly, a tentacle lashed out. He dove behind a boulder just as the appendage smashed down. The rock shattered. Master Kukuru screamed as the debris buried Jin under a ton of rubble. Neptune howled with laughter at the pathetic sight. Kukuru swam frantically toward the pile, terrified. Crash Jin shoved the boulders aside and stood up. Kukuru beamed. You're okay. But Neptune wasn't done. Still breathing. Cute. Jin got to his feet, mind racing. This was bad. Really bad. One touch from those tentacles equaled instant death, and his oxygen tank was running on fumes. No more holding back. He swapped to fighter class. Ding. The system window popped up. Spiritual bandages equipped. Health below 20%. Special conditions met. Ultimate skill unlocked. Blessing of the fighting spirit. A terrifying aura erupted from Jin's body. Neptune stopped laughing and squinted. Kukuru gasped. Did he just level up? She wondered. Jin realized the trigger low health plus the bandages while in fighter mode. That last hit nearly killed him, but it gave him exactly what he needed. Neptune scoffed. Another outfit change. What's the trick this time, fashionista? The king waved a tentacle board. Your disrespect ends now. Die. He swiped to crush him. But Jin was already gone. He dodged in midair. He was faster, stronger. The buff was insane. Warning Shark Mask expires in 2 minutes. The countdown was blaring in his HUD. He couldn't stall. He had to drop the boss before his oxygen, and his life hit 0. But how? Suddenly, Kukuru's voice cut through the water. She was swimming straight into the kill zone. Are you insane? Jin roared. Get back, it's too dangerous. She ignored him speeding up. Neptune grinned. Perfect. I'll skewer 2 rats with 1 strike. The death tentacles lashed out. Jin braced to intercept, but Neptune blinked. Jin moved weirdly. Yoink! Kukuru snatched Jin free and boosted them both out of range, cackling back at the confused Demon King. Never doubt a sea wolf's velocity, she was leaving him in the dust. The G-force was insane. Jin Free was fighting the urge to hurl from the sheer whiplash. Neptune's face twisted into a scowl. He knew the stats sea wolves are the undisputed speedsters of the deep, and he couldn't keep up. He hated being outpaced. Kukuru released her grip on her master, panting but smug. Saved you. But could she keep dancing around the king's strikes? Evasion is my middle name, she smirked. That was the green light Jin needed. Now he could lock all his focus on bringing down the king. Let's do this. The clock was ticking down, and his lungs were burning. The next move had to be the finisher. Wait for my signal. Bait him in close, then snap back to range. She gave a sharp nod, eyes locked on his game plan, understood. Neptune lunged, totally losing his cool this time. But Kukuru was already moving, weaving Jin Free through the water like a phantom. They put serious yardage between them and the Demon King. Neptune whipped his head around, scanning the murky depths. They'd vanished. Spotted. A blind spot on Neptune's back. Jin didn't hesitate. Using Kukuru's momentum, he launched a barrage of rapid-fire strikes. Massive tentacles whipped out, thrashing wildly to crush them. Jin clenched his teeth. We're out of time. It was do or die. Jin balled his fist, ignored the danger, and rocketed straight for the monster's ugly mug. Boom. Full power impact. He rained heavy blows on Neptune's skull while the king roared that he was going to school this brat. Neptune wound up for a counter kill, but his hand grasped. Nothing. He froze. His weapon was gone. Kukuru twirled the stolen axe, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Looking for this? Girl's got sticky fingers. She literally can't help herself. Neptune's jaw dropped. When did you swipe that? He hadn't even felt a breeze. Jin shot her a side eye. Seriously. Okay, her kleptomania was annoying, but he had to admit it just saved their skins. Good job, he grunted, then turned back to Neptune. He unleashed hell, dumping every ounce of his thunder stats into a devastating combo. Mid-combo, he barked an order to Kukuru. Take that axe and haul ass to dry land. Go. That axe heals him. If you don't separate them, I'm gonna drown before I can kill him. To the surface, she stammered. Yes, I'll force him out of the water to chase you. Once he's beached, you end him with his own weapon. Got it. Panic flickered in her eyes. I don't know how to swing this thing. Figure it out, Jin roared. Plan B doesn't exist. His oxygen bar was blinking red. He couldn't solo this. Kukuru steeled herself, looked up at the shimmering light, and kicked for the surface. I'm on it. She burst through the water's surface, gasping for air, clutching the massive axe. Ready when you are. Below, Jin charged his fist with pure voltage. With a primal scream, he uppercut Neptune, launching the Demon King straight out of the ocean. Mid-air Jin swapped classes, summoner mode engaged. Denden Electro Ball now. The summon zapped the king the instant he breached. Stunned. Frozen. Jin's mind raced. Paralysis lasts 1 second. Make it count. Kukuru kill him. She heaved the giant axe, screaming as she brought it down. Crunch. The blade buried itself deep into Neptune's skull. Critical hit. Fatal. Neptune gurgled a final pathetic roar before crashing back into the waves, dead weight sinking into the abyss. Jin broke the surface, gasping. The Demon King of the Fourth Continent was history. Ding, the system window popped up. XP, rain, and fat loot drops. Kukuru's eyes bugged out of her head looking at the notification. Is that all for me? Her balance just jumped by 2,500,000 gold plus a mountain of XP. She was rich. Total bounty was 5 million, Jin explained, wiping water from his face. 50-50 split. Kukuru started freaking out. I barely did anything. That's not fair. I can't take this. Jin actually laughed. Are you for real right now? You steal without blinking, but a fair payout makes you blush. She turned beet red. Look, larceny is my profession. I pick pockets, I don't assassinate kings. There's a difference, Jin shrugged. Fair point, I guess. Just take the gold, kid. You earned it. He turned to leave. This is where we split. Good luck. WAAIET. Her voice went supersonic, piercing his eardrums. You can't just ditch me. I'm still a noob. I need to learn from the master. Jin winced, rubbing his ringing ears. God, she was loud. He shot her a glare that said get lost and kept walking. She chased after him, fuming. Hey, don't you dare ignore me. Cut to the 5th continent, the 5th garden. And naturally the little shadow was still glued to his heels. She was gawking at the scenery, totally starry-eyed. I'm entering sudden death, a survival game, Jin warned. You sure you want this smoke? Let's go, she cheered, sprinting ahead. Jin sighed. Fine, if she wants to die, that's on her. But then again, her sticky fingers might actually be useful. To crush the 5th Demon King, he needed to win this game and snag a secret item. The game lobby was packed with players. Kukuru looked at the crowd and licked her lips, so many pockets, so little time. She finally cracked and asked what the deal was with this game, causing him to side-eye her. How does an adventurer not know the basics? She shrugged it off, claiming she just stumbled into this life and couldn't care less about gaming mechanics. He let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, definitely having second thoughts about drafting her. He was about to explain the meta, but a loud, nasty commotion cut him off. Some guy was screaming at a girl, telling her to quit whining and get lost instantly, drawing the entire crowd's gaze. The loudmouth roared that he thought he was recruiting a high-tier elf, but she turned out to be a total bust, a complete waste of space. She had the golden ticket to pick any class, and she went with Alchemist, the most garbage, useless build in the game. Tears welled up in the elf Leven Luminous's eyes, as she admitted he was right, but the jerk didn't even let her finish her sentence, barking at her to shut her mouth. She was officially dead weight. His buddy pointed a thumb at the guy standing next to him, announcing they'd already scouted her replacement. Panic set in as she stammered that she didn't have a backup squad. The leader coldly told the group he didn't give a damn. If she needed a crew, she could go scramble for one herself. He shoved her hard, calling her an idiot. That's when the MC stepped up casually, asking if she was looking for a party. He suggested she forget these losers and roll with his squad instead. The girl stared at him stunned, while the bullies flared up, demanding to know who the hell he thought he was. He completely ghosted them, telling the elf that the system required a trio. They were one short, and the clock was ticking. Was she in or out? She hesitated, asking if he was serious about carrying her. He reassured her that they were always down for fresh teammates, then turned to Kukuru for the vibe check. She nodded, saying if he was cool with it. Then she was game too. Right on cue, the system blasted a notification warning everyone to lock in their 3-man squads immediately. Jinfrey told the elf to brace herself. It was showtime. Her face lit up. So they were really a team. She swore they'd crush this game, and Kukuru, grinning ear to ear, patted her shoulder, agreeing with the hype even though she had zero clue what was going on. Meanwhile, the bully mocked the MC, calling him a moron for picking up their trash. He sneered, wishing them luck not dying in the first 5 minutes, and his whole crew erupted in laughter, making the elf shrink back in shame. The sting was real. Suddenly, the system announced the wait was over. The game was live. A glowing heart icon manifested on everyone's chest, and with a final good luck, the teleportation sequence engaged. Magic circles flared beneath their feet, and in a flash of light, teams were scattered across the map to random spawn points. The MC's squad materialized deep in a dense forest. Kukuru spun around, eyes wide with excitement, asking if they had the place to themselves. What were the rules? Jinfrey told her to focus. because he wasn't going to repeat himself. It was simple, the team holding the most heart badges. After 48 hours takes the dub. Lose your badge and you're eliminated. However, enemy badges could be used as extra lives to revive fallen teammates. Kukuru's eyes sparkled. She loved the sound of this. So the objective was to loot as many badges as possible. That sounded like a blast. She marched forward, while the MC decided to see what their new recruit could actually do. Levin looked eager to please. He didn't waste time asking if she could cook something up for him right now. She confidently replied that her inventory was stacked with potions. He pointed to a spot in the distance, asking if she could craft an explosive herb and yeet it over there. She got to work instantly, conjuring the volatile plant in seconds before launching it exactly where he pointed. A massive boom shook the forest, and the shockwave blasted a group of men hiding in the bushes into the air. They crash-landed right at the squad's feet. Dazed, one guy asked where the hell that explosion came from, seeing boots in his face. He froze and looked up. Jinfrey stood over them with a smirk, telling them to cough up their badges. It was the same jerks who had kicked Levin to the curb. Their leader glared up at Jinfrey, absolutely livid, demanding to know what his problem was. Jinfrey laughed, asking how it felt to get wrecked by Levin's useless explosive grass. The bully's furious gaze snapped to the girl, warning her not to mess with him. Why didn't she mention she had that kind of firepower? They never would have cut her if they knew. Suddenly, Kukuru blurred past them, snatching their badges in a split second, looking smugly at Jinfrey to check if she did it right. Even he was low-key impressed, while the men were just realizing they'd been robbed. The MC gave a nervous smile, wondering if she always went 0 to 100 this fast. Should he be impressed or terrified? The guys were raging, scrambling to get their hearts back, but the system initiated their extraction. Kukuru watched them fade away, asking where they were going. Jinfrey explained that since she snatched their hearts, they were booted back to the lobby. The mechanics finally clicked for her. She praised Levin for the assist, absolutely buzzing with adrenaline. He returned the hype, telling her that snagging 3 hearts in a single swipe was honestly a masterpiece. Cocky as ever, she declared she'd up the ante. Her eyes locked onto the next victims instantly. 3 dudes loitering nearby. She sprinted at them like a missile, ignoring the MC's warning to chill out. Kukuru closed the gap, already tasting victory, but reality was about to hit her like a truck. Poof! Her own heart vanished. She froze, brain buffering, while the guys erupted in mocking laughter. Jinfrey facepalmed, sighing. That's exactly what you get for rushing in with 0 brain cells. She spun around, totally lost. The adventurers grinned, asking if she'd seriously never heard of theft repellent. Thanks to her reckless charge, they just farmed 4 hearts. She demanded them back, but one guy sneered that repellent wasn't cheap. It was a one-time consumable, but for a haul like this, 0 regrets. Kukuru opened her mouth to clap back. But zap, the system booted her straight to the lobby. The MC scratched his head, watching her fade away. He mused that, while the thief skill is OP, that's exactly why the devs flooded the game with anti-theft gear. Prep intel and outplaying your enemy, that's the meta here. Right on cue. The trio locked eyes on him. Figuring he was just trash from the thief's party, they underestimated him completely. They lunged for the kill, but Jinfrey moved like a phantom, swiped every single heart before they could blink, leaving them dumbfounded. He coolly noted that sometimes raw speed is the ultimate hack, suggesting the elf revive Kukuru so she could learn from this L. The guys gaped, processing how they got wiped in a nanosecond right before the system kicked them to the lobby. The MC watched them digitize, genuinely wondering why the devs chose such a weird shape for the heart icons. Finding a safe spot in the woods, they respawned Kukuru. She hit the dirt immediately, begging Jinfrey for forgiveness. She swore she wouldn't be such a feeder next time. He told her it's cool as long as the lesson stuck. Daylight was burning, so it was time to set up camp. He turned to Levin. He told her to start crafting again. She beamed, happy to be useful, and soon darkness swallowed the forest. Once they drifted off, screams of eliminated players echoed from the woods. The MC smirked, so many targets, even at night. At this pace, tomorrow was going to be a feast. Come morning, he checked the loot stash. Surprise, surprise. Levin had gone full tower defense mode, planting carnivorous traps everywhere. They'd been passively farming badges all night. Sensing movement, he shook the girls awake. They were out cold, taking a solid minute to reboot their brains. He joked that insomnia clearly wasn't an issue, then pointed at the trees. Company's here. Guard your hearts. The girls blinked in shock at the intruders. The rival guy clicked his tongue. He looked annoyed that his sneak attack failed. He really wanted to gank them while they slept. Jinfrey told the girls to stay frosty. Surviving day 1 meant these guys were way sweatier than yesterday's mobs. The trio stepped out. One asked if they had a detection skill, assuming their alchemist armor made them look like easy prey. It was bait to lower their guard. The leader smirked. He whipped out a deck of split teleportation cards and slapped them down. Game changer. MC knew instantly they were forcing one-on-one duels. Levin vanished, teleported away with the enemy girl. Kukuru got warped with a guy. Jinfrey was left staring down their leader. Divide and conquer, huh? Their play was simple. Isolate the squad, then let summons clean up. Jinfrey's irritation meter started ticking up. Seeing the MC's frown, the guy taunted him. Worried about your friends, don't stress, I'll send you to the lobby to meet them. The MC sighed at the monologue. He smirked, noting that his teammates weren't exactly NPCs you could just farm, and that his team was the one getting sent back to the menu screen. Meanwhile, Kukuru drew her blades. Levin dropped into a combat stance, knowing losing wasn't an option. Kukuru started zigzagging, picking up speed. The enemy's beasts couldn't track her. The summoner realized she was way faster than he anticipated. She was already perched on the tree behind him, shouting, "I'm not fast, you're just lagging." He hurled a knife, but she dodged it effortlessly. She analyzed the situation: one summoner, 3 pets. Take out the master and the minions despawn. That was the win condition. She dove straight for him, aiming for the heart steel. But the moment she struck, a barrier flared up. He blocked it cold, sneering. "You've got speed, sure, but your damage, pathetic." Smirking, he throws a taunt her way. Why is she cowering behind that shield? Is she rattled? Without missing a beat, he commands his feral squad to rip her into confetti. As the pack closes in, she goes full parkour mode. She launches upward, tagging each beast with a precision strike before scrambling up the timber to safety. She hollers down that they'll never snag her like this. Dude snaps, veins popping, screaming at his mindless pets to stop messing around and focus. He barks at them to grab her, but when he cranks his neck up to check the branches, gone. She completely ghosted him. Kukuru materializes right behind him, whispering that he is lagging. Before he can react, she activates her steal skill. The second he spins around, boom. Boot to the face. She sends him flying across the clearing like a rag doll. She flashes the stolen heart with a savage grin, asking how he likes her combat style now. One clean hit, that is all she needed. Badge secured. But the victory lap gets cut short. The beast pack encircles her instantly. Wait, what? She scans them, totally confused. Shouldn't these mobs despawn now that she beat the boss? Unless he wasn't the summoner. She figured he was just some coward hiding behind defense. No time to think, the animals lunge for the kill. She bolts, shouting that this was not in the script, but hey, she has got the loot, so a tactical retreat is the move. Meanwhile, Levin pops a search herb, scanning for magical signatures within a 100-meter radius. 0 pings. Her opponent ghosted her earlier with a smokescreen, and Levin completely lost the trail. Hidden in the brush, the enemy woman watches like a hawk. She figures she is always alert, once a hunter, always a hunter. Bagging this elf is going to be a 5-minute job. Just then, a projectile screams through the air, aiming straight for Levin's back from the blind spot. Reflexes sharp, she dives behind a barrier plant and hurls an explosive herb right back at the shooter's origin point. Her opponent admits that was a slick move, did not expect that reaction speed. But 0 damage means 0 threat, right? Levin feels a bead of sweat drop when she hears a rustle behind her. She whips around instantly. It is the summoner's pack. As they leap at her, she detonates a smoke screen to break the line of sight, and slides behind a thick trunk, just as 2 arrows thud into the wood next to her. Close call, but no hits. Crouched low, she realizes this dense jungle is a nightmare for tracking enemies. Total chaos. While her opponent admits the elf is slippery, but she cannot camp in cover forever, dodging arrows and beasts right. Levin knows the terrain favors her botany skills. She refuses to fail the squad that trusted her to lead. Focusing her mana, she conjures a decoy herb specifically designed to aggro the summoned beasts. She hoists the aromatic bait high, and the beasts lock onto the scent instantly. She chucks it hard to the flank, and the pack chases the bait like puppies. The hunter is stunned at how fast her mobs got played, while Levin smirks and chirps that the pests are handled. Now, it is just the 2 of them. The hunter chuckles, asking if the elf thinks she is some genius. She claims she can win without the pets. Levin fires back, asking if that is why she missed every single shot. The hunter snaps, barking at her to zip it. Taking the warning in stride, Levin starts crafting her next item, declaring she has 0 intention of taking an L today. She tosses up a clump of super bright grass, detonating a blinding flare right in the hunter's face. Panicked and blinded, the woman stumbles out of cover and tumbles down a ledge, landing right where Levin wants her. Levin closes the gap instantly, ripping the badge off the woman's chest. She flashes a sweet smile, explaining she snatched the heart while the hunter was seeing stars. Do not worry, vision comes back in a few. The woman frantically pats her chest empty. As Levin calls out that she is bouncing, the hunter reaches out in desperation, begging her to wait, but poof, she teleports to the lobby. Now, only the team leader remains. He laughs, telling Jinfrey to quit posturing. His beasts are S-tier quality, meaning Jin's odds of winning are absolute 0. He snickers, annoyed, and tells him to cut the monologue. Jin thanks him for the lag time. Suddenly, one of the high-tier beasts steps up, which makes the leader freeze. He did not command that movement. He demands to know what kind of trick Jin is pulling. The beasts start nuzzling Jin like he is their owner. The leader loses his mind, screaming about what cheat skill Jin is using. MC casually pets the bird on his shoulder, quipping that maybe they just like his vibe better. A system window pops up. 20 hours of continuous skill usage active. Conditions clear. Lucifer's Heavenly Wheel. Skill has leveled up to level 3. Ability evolution, Garden of Illusion, has ascended to its next stage. Julian stands there, jaw on the floor. The protagonist points a finger dead at him and commands the monsters to feast. Instantly, the beasts obeyed the command, rushing Julian with lethal intent. But the guy didn't even flinch, he just flipped his magic tome open. Boom! He summoned a fresh monster to the field and roared, "Charge!" This new beast was massive, towering over the trash mobs they'd fought before. It started tearing through the remaining enemies like wet paper. Blood sprayed everywhere. Julian watched the carnage, grinning like a maniac. The beast breathed heavy, radiating rage. Julian cackled, "See, this is what happens when you turn on your master." But his victory lap got cut short. The vibe shifted instantly. He squinted at the battlefield, sensing something was seriously off. No way. The defeated monsters. They were getting back up. They started closing in on him. Julian's confidence evaporated. "How are they respawning?" Panic set in. He shrieked. "What is this? What kind of broken skill does Jinfree have?" Jinfree just smirked. "I brought the whole squad. We're even now, right?" Julian's brain completely short-circuited. Suddenly, clones of the protagonist popped into existence all around him. Julian was terrified. The split skill. Are you kidding me? That's totally unfair. He felt like he was being trolled. Desperate Julian triggered his own summoning ultimate. A portal opened, and out stepped a giant orc gripping a weapon that looked majestic and sharp enough to cut the air itself. One massive swing, and it wiped out a chunk of the clones. Julian grinned as he watched them dissolve into the ground. He laughed again, getting his swagger back. What now? Gonna make more fakes. But then the dissolved clones actually started moving. Julian let out a scream of pure terror. The clones stared him down. "Enough talk. It's time to send you packing." They suggested he give up. Julian was paralyzed, sweat pouring down his face, trembling like a leaf in a storm. His monsters were piles of meat on the floor. Then right in his face, a true nightmare materialized. A horrific, colossal beast loomed over him, its brain pulsating visibly from its skull. It lunges straight for him. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Cut to Julian face down in the dirt. Jinfree stood over him, smiling. What a skill. He marveled at the advanced Heavenly Wheel art Game Garden Misty Illusion. It triggers mass hallucinations on everything. Humans, beasts, summoned, creatures. A total sensory hijack. The unlock requirement. Using the skill for 20 hours straight. That is an insane grind. You can only pull off that kind of combat duration inside an SSG. Jinfree crouched and raided Julian's pockets. He snagged a handful of heart figurines. Nice haul. He wondered how the rest of his squad was doing. Time to regroup. He found the girls, and there was Kukuru holding up a fistful of hearts, looking mighty proud. "Praise me, I crushed it," she yelled, lifting the loot high. Levin, ever the warrior, asked if anyone was hurt. Kukuru was too busy celebrating her win to listen. Suddenly, the system chimed in. "Time's up. Game over." The SSG ended, and all participants were teleported back to the lobby. The survivors were buzzing. Adrenaline was high. The players were emotional, sharing war stories. Our protagonist's team was right in the mix. The results dropped. Third place, Team Dolgo, with 46 hearts. Solid performance. Their team celebrated, throwing hands in the air. They knew they did good. Second place, Team Jessica, 55 hearts. They weren't surprised, but they were still hyped out of their minds. The crowd erupted. 55 hearts. That crushed the old record of 50. Jessica is a beast. She is the Shadow Slayer after all. But if she's second, who took the crown? First place went to Team Jinfree, with 108 hearts. The room went silent, then exploded in fear. 108, that's impossible. The numbers didn't make sense to them. One guy recognized the name. Is that him? The guy from the news. Everyone was staring at Jinfree like he was an alien. For the win, Team Jinfree bagged 100 million credits and a locked treasure chest, rank F. Back in private, Levin was stunned. "You're seriously letting her keep all 100 million? Kukuru yelled back. I don't receive. Give me the cash." She had zero interest in the loot box. Jinfree shrugged. "Works for me." As she said, she didn't care about the chest, and he didn't care about the money. She needed the cash for rare mats. He needed the item. Win-win. Deal. Then he remembered. "Actually, can you craft one last thing for me?" He'd farmed all the necessary materials during the game. Just needed her to put it all together. They said bye to Levin, who was feeling a bit awkward. That night at the inn, they crashed. Kukuru was out cold, snoring like a chainsaw across the bed. Jinfree quietly slipped out into the night. He swipes open the system interface. Kukuru, out cold. He calls the sleeping beauty a total motor mouth before turning back to business. Time to see what the RNG gods have blessed him with. He taps on the closed rare rank treasure chest. This loot box usually costs a fortune just to peek at. No time to hesitate, he's cashing in for skill 1. A battle log update and a class evolution from alchemist to summoner. First order of business summoning Den. The unlock condition. Collecting over 100 hearts on SSG. Sounds like useless social media clout chasing, but it's actually the key. Dendon fires up an electric orb combining with Levin's creation, the flame-spitting flora. Alchemy rank A specs. Pop up a plant that roasts enemies with fiery saliva. Next up, the ice shooters. These bad boys blast targets with razor-sharp ice crystals. The puzzle solution: hit the chest with fire, ice, and lightning simultaneously. Boom. System notification flashes success. The locked chest cracks open, revealing the legendary left hand of the destroyer. Rank unknown. Jin-Free grips the artifact, a smirk spreading across his face. Another piece of the secret weapon secured. He checks the stats on the left hand. Rank unknown. Attack and defense plus 50. Durability: a massive 7,500. Force plus 1. And the active skill, Super Push. It yeets targets away from the user distance, scaling with power levels. Skill 2 and 3 are currently grayed out, classic hidden unlock conditions he'll have to figure out later. With the new gear equipped, he should be heading straight for the raid. But there's one annoying little detail holding him back: Kukuru, the girl who treats every death-defying mission like a fun side quest. Fast forward to lunch the next day, and she's already grilling him. What's the play? New game dungeon run, Jin-Free forces, a grin stalling for time to formulate a plan. Truth is, he can't babysit her right now, especially not in an S-rank death trap. She struggles against basic mobs. She'd be Demon Chow in minutes. He suggests special training instead. Kukuru freezes. Training. Cut to a dense forest. Jin-Free points into the wilderness, pulling up his system window and highlighting a location on Kukuru's HUD. Go farm those materials from that mountain peak over there. Her jaw drops. The quantity is insane. Jin-Free stays cool, claiming it's essential loot for the next dungeon run. Adding the kicker: stealing is banned. Kukuru shrieks. Are you crazy? That grind will take me literally forever. Jin-Free shuts down her whining. Refuse and the training offer is off the table. Game over. We split up right now. He wishes her luck. Panic sets in as Kukuru realizes he's serious, and she thinks these items are crucial. Fine, I'll do it, she yells frustrated. Just wait right here. As she storms off, Jin sticks his tongue out at her retreating figure. So naive. He watches her disappear. Finally, he can get back to some hardcore solo play. Right on cue, the system pings arrival at the 5th continent's S-rank dungeon. The teleportation portal activates. He steps onto the magic circle. Don't hate me, Kukuru. This is for your own survival. In a blink, he's in the zone. But he's not on the ground. He's plummeting from the sky, taking in the insane vista below. The wind roars in his ears. System update. Welcome to the 5th continent's S-rank. Dungeon the Sky Island. A literal floating continent. The raid starts mid-air, and sticking the landing is the first puzzle. Suddenly, a guy freefalls past him, sobbing, paralyzed by panic. What is happening? The noob screams. I didn't sign up for this. Clearly this place eats amateurs for breakfast. Even with prep survival, here is a gamble. Another player falling nearby bursts out laughing. Moron, who comes here without a parachute? He deploys his chute, shouting, feast your eyes on this perfect landing, losers. Jin stays silent, watching as the parachute guy's expression shifts from smug to horrified. A swarm of aerial nightmares materializes around him. Jaws, unhinged teeth, razor sharp, they dive bomb the parachutist. No, stop, he screams, but the monsters just roar, tearing into him. Jin-Free notes the lesson. Parachute or not, skill is the only thing that saves you here. Leaving Kukuru behind was absolutely the right call. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the forest, Kukuru hoists a giant mushroom overhead, tears in her eyes. I finally found one. Back in the sky, Jin-Free scans the threats. The flying beasts turn their attention to him. He raises his arm, activating the bracelet. He locks onto a monster. A blinding magical flash erupts, triggering a chain reaction that makes the creatures self-destruct. System check. Left hand of the destroyer. Active skill. Super knockback. A skill that literally blasts enemies out of his personal space. Jin thinks secret items. No, this feels like a cheat code. But the warm-up is over. He thrusts his hand forward, commanding the elements. Stream of fast wind. Jinwoo closed in on the levitating isle hovering above the waves. The system immediately flagged it as the Island of Destruction and Creation. Inside the temple, the space was packed with bizarre geometric cubes. Touching down, Jinwoo felt a rush of relief. He had finally made it, and secured the prize. He stepped up to the mirror, but before he could even blink, a horde of shadowy beasts with glowing crimson eyes materialized at his 6. Temple security was active. Intruders get dealt with by the locals. As the creatures snarled and closed the distance, the protagonist didn't even flinch. He just casually waved a hand, triggering his super knockback skill. One blast and the monsters were instantly plastered against the stone walls, leaving nothing but a gruesome mess dripping to the floor. That it, he wondered. Adjusting his halo, he turned his focus back to the mysterious mirror. Stepping closer, he spotted a strange stone figure reflected in the glass. But this wasn't a normal reflection, it showed the exact opposite of reality. Jinwoo jumped slightly when the reflection actually spoke to him. It cracked a smile. Turns out the glass only unlocks after you wipe out the guards. Glancing at his wrist, he realized the play here. If he flashed the left hand of the destroyer to the glass now, then… He didn't waste a second. Clenching his fist with bone-crushing pressure, his hand began to phase right into the mirror's surface. The mirror recognized the destroyer's relic and responded in kind, bestowing the protagonist with its counterpart, the right hand of the creator. A blinding magical beam erupted in front of him, coalescing into a stunning golden bracelet studded with vibrant red and green gems. The system pinged item acquired right hand of the creator, rank unknown. The mirror bid him a final farewell, and as Jin Woo snatched the artifact, a grin spread across his face. He was now dual-wielding the ultimate set, the left hand of the destroyer, paired with the right hand of the creator. With the pair complete, the system dropped the stats. Attack and defense just spiked by 50 points each. Durability, a massive 7,500. It came with a killer ability, Super Attraction. It yanks targets closer based on his level, capped at 5 uses a day. Unlocking the second skill required the same conditions as the third. Jin Woo scanned his surroundings, announcing that the grind wasn't over. One more stage to go. He still had a boss fight waiting, the Heavenly Dragon, the dungeon keeper of the 5th continent, the demon Bahamut. The beast loomed with colossal bat-like wings, shooting a terrifying glare at our hero. It growled, noting it had been ages since a human dared to step foot in its domain. Jin Woo threw his arms wide, halo glowing, ready to throw down. The monster sized him up, then lunged, talons extended for the kill. Jin Woo smirked, taunting that the demon was holding its ground like a tryhard, same as always. HUD details flashed: the 5th Bahamut Demon. Level 250, class Lord of the Skies. Special passive, while airborne. Its stats buff by 25%, while debuffing the enemy by the same amount. The monster sneered, asking, "Have we met?" It usually never forgot a face. Jin Woo just beamed back, realizing he didn't have a solid opening yet. But he knew the drill. This boss, like every other demon, was about to pull some crazy stunt. On cue, the demon channeled dark energy into a massive sphere. The roar of dark flame, the chaotic magic, flooded the chamber, racing toward him. Jin Woo stood his ground, eyes locked forward, and popped gust of swift wind. The speed boost surged through him, leaving the monster momentarily dazed. Seizing the glitch in the demon's defense, he snapped his right arm forward to test out the right hand of the creator. First up, Skill 1, Super Attraction. That magnetic pull with the 5 use daily limit. Super Attraction, he roared, locking onto the demon. The beast shuddered, caught off guard. Was this guy seriously manipulating gravity? The protagonist clenched his fist with terrifying pressure, igniting flames around his knuckles. Fiery fist came the shout as he slammed into the monster. The demon countered with fiery fury, but quickly realized it was stuck glued to the protagonist by that insane magnetic pull. The hero didn't let up, flashing across the battlefield. Reaching the apex, he unleashed the Dragon God's whirlwind, delivering a devastating lateral kick. The energy manifested a new entity shrouded in magic. The demon watched in shock as the protagonist commanded this summon to pummel the enemy. He watched the beatdown unfold until abruptly, the entire room was engulfed in a thick cloud of battle dust. Visibility dropped to 0. He blinked, startled as suddenly a silhouette emerged from the haze. After a heavy silence, the demon's voice cut through. "Not bad, kid." But then it offered a sinister encore. Jin Woo froze, confused, realizing the stat gap was now a whopping 50% thanks to that sky-high passive. The monster teleported directly above the solo fighter, charging a blinding crimson sphere. "Don't die on me yet," it mocked, unleashing the dark flame dragon bomb. Trapped in the swirling chaos of energy streams and tasting the blood of multiple defeats, Jin Hui grit his teeth and roared, "Super knockback." The demon scoffed at the desperate attempt. "You think a love tap like that is enough?" Jin Hui didn't answer, his eyes locking onto every micro-movement of his enemy. The beast unleashed dark flame execution, burying the protagonist in a suffocating shroud of magic. Jin Hui stood there, completely shook. The demon kept raining down blows, but suddenly the rhythm felt off. The monster glanced down, confusion clouding its eyes. Jin Hui had triggered a defensive skill, weaving a shimmering barrier around his body. Even the demon had to give him props for that one. He'd managed to tank the damage using gravity manipulation at the last second, but let's be real, that wasn't going to hold forever. Tired of playing the monster, invoked Heaven's Roar. Massive waves of magical energy started rushing toward the protagonist like a tsunami. He threw up his hands to shield himself just as a blinding flash detonated. Jin Hui leaped clear of the blast zone, screaming in pure frustration. This opponent was way stronger than he calculated, and it wasn't letting up. But suddenly, Jin Hui froze, eyes wide at a notification. Ding, the system flashed a glorious alert. Conditions met. Unlocked left hand of the destroyer, followed immediately by right hand of the creator. Feeling the surge of new power, he realized the tides had just turned. He slapped his hands together. This was the moment. Jin Hui grinned and yelled, "Black Vortex." Instantly, a swirling magic orb manifested between his palms. The demon recoiled, totally stunned. What was happening? Did that tiny orb just inhale his entire barrage? The protagonist announced loud and clear, "Everything you throw at me, yeah, it's landing right in here now." This was the left hand of the Destroyer skill. 2. A literal black hole designed to eat enemy fire. The monster couldn't process it. Had he really nullified everything? The beast froze, mind reeling. How was this even possible? Jinhui smirked. "You look a little spooked, buddy," the monster snarled back. "I fear nothing." With a sonic boom, the beast teleported right into the protagonist's personal space. But then shock hit him. Magic crackled inches from his eyes as Jinhui frantically covered his head. The monster taunted. "What's the matter? Glitch in the system. Looks like your toy doesn't stop a fist." Jinhui realized the demon was stress testing his defenses. The demon gloated, "Dragons are built different. Our physical strength is renowned for a reason." "Die," it roared. But Jinhui was gone. The demon blinked at empty air, completely bamboozled. Did he actually teleport? The beast sensed a presence and whipped around. Too late. From behind, the protagonist was already locked and loaded, aiming a magic sphere right at the demon. Unlocking the second set of skills required using the first skills simultaneously. He stared down the sights, visualizing the combo, one hand channeling the black hole, while the other vented the absorbed energy. The system pinged creator's first hand active. Skill 2, White Hole Release Mode. Seeing the prompt, the protagonist screamed the incantation Spiral of Wrath. Pure terror filled the monster's eyes as the blast hit. It realized too late that was its own energy coming back at it. It was the roar of heaven. But before the thought could finish, the demon was screaming in absolute agony. Jinhui landed a critical hit. There was a beat of silence before the demon's shrieks tore through the air louder than before. Gasping, the beast cried, "Cheap." "Imitation," Jinhui grinned cold. "You sure about that?" He lunged at the monster again. "What is happening?" The demon panicked. The protagonist laughed. "Fake or real? Let's see if you can survive your own attack amplified 3 times over." He slammed into the beast with blazing fire magic. The demon crashed to the earth, let out one final roar, and went limp. The protagonist clenched his fist in victory. System announcement defeated, level 250 demon. Rewards and experience points flooded in. Cut to later, a high-stakes meeting at the Adventurers Association and League of 8 HQ. A voice broke the silence, apologizing for dragging everyone away from their important matters. Half the squad was missing 4 members out on missions. But several top-tier heroes were seated at the table. One guy leaned back, telling the president to drop the formalities. "Just give the order, boss, and I'm there." That was Wyatt Deng, League of 8 class shield bearer. The girl across from him rolled her eyes. "You're always so intense," she teased. "I only showed up because my schedule was clear. Anyway, let's cut to the chase." That was Maria Jenny, League of 8 class saint turned healer. Also present was Mila Goldland, another League of 8 heavy hitter, class summoner. She sat stone-faced, not saying a word. Nix smiled darkly. "Let's begin. We've picked up some disturbing chatter." Wyatt raised an eyebrow. "Is this about the Bandit Guild drama again, or do we have a monster problem?" Nix shut that theory down instantly. "Dead wrong. This isn't on the guilds, and it sure as hell isn't connected to the monsters." Mira shot him a confused look, the other guildies mirroring her vibe, while Nix didn't waste time spilling the tea on a message they'd just snagged, flagging a black ghost sighting from yesterday. Meanwhile, our main man was chilling in the city, absolutely buzzing, fresh off stomping the boss of the 5th continent. Loot secured, stats up, life was good. Next stop, the 6th continent. Then it hit him, Kukuru. Man, training her was going to be a massive time sink. But before he could even finish the thought, he recalled what she'd been up to in the meantime, wading knee-deep through dungeon muck, clutching some weird critter while farming every tool she needed. Snapping back to reality, he spotted a massive commotion ahead. He pushed through the sea of bodies toward the giant display screen and asked, "Yo, what's the drama?" The crowd fired back. "Wait, you a seeker too? The portal to the 6th continent is bricked." Total blackout. The news hit him like a truck, leaving him reeling. Even the original game code never glitched like this. In the background, the League kept debating. Nix dropped the stats over the last 2 weeks. Reports had been flooding in. Black shadows, pitch black fog, the works. The protagonist scratched his head already over it. How long were they going to be stuck in this lobby waiting for a patch? When's the fix coming? Suddenly the hairs on his neck stood up. Something was off. He smirked, locking eyes on the empty space ahead. A dark silhouette coalesced out of thin air. Definitely not human. Nix just took a casual sip of his coffee and kept lecturing, explaining this wasn't a demon or a standard mob. It was a predator that struck without warning. And that very predator was now looming, mere inches from our hero, who watched the scene with ice-cold focus. No one knew what these things were, or what their deal was, only that they were an existential threat to the server and the world. A gut feeling warned him just as glowing red eyes ignited in the shadows, piercing the gloom. Nix's voice cut through, "We need to move. Now, before this spirals into total chaos." Too late. The red-eyed anomaly was already mixing with the casual conquerors. Our hero froze jaw on the floor, witnessing the nightmare unfold live. Nix kept talking, admitting they were flying blind on the enemy's identity, but sitting on their hands wasn't an option. These things were walking disasters. Meanwhile, the magical shade drifted toward the protagonist and cracked a twisted smile. Jinfrey stood paralyzed, hunched over as the shadow suddenly expanded, towering over him like a skyscraper. Panic erupted. What the hell is that? A monster. How is a mob spawning in the city center? The beast tore its way out of the shadows, letting out a bone-rattling roar. Our hero stared, brain working overtime. What was this thing? It felt familiar, like deja vu, but this definitely wasn't in the game's database. What kind of glitched event was this? The square turned into a stampede. Civilians scrambled in terror. One panicked player tripped, hitting the pavement hard, shrieking for a savior. The beast raised a lethal claw, aiming to strike. Instinct took over. The protagonist flared his mana, knowing it was do or die. He triggered his super knockback skill, conjuring a volatile sphere of magic, and blasted the monstrosity backward. The fallen player scrambled up and bolted, not even pausing to say thanks. Classic. Our hero analyzed the enemy. Was it solo? Impossible. Monsters don't just spawn in safe zones. The creature extended its claws again, weaving a sphere of green energy. It locked onto Jinfrey. Jinfrey threw his arms up in a desperate guard. He cracked one eye open just as impact hit, and got launched screaming as the force sent him flying. He skidded to a halt, mind racing. What just happened? Did that thing just cast sphere destruction? That's a fighter class skill. Why is a monster using adventurer tech? The beast pivoted, growling at the scattering civilians like a wolf in a sheep pen. Realization clicked. Hey, stop, he yelled, lunging forward, terrified he was a second too slow, when a sudden gale force wind slammed the area. Boom. An armored skeleton materialized, gripping a massive greatsword. The shadow beast paused, confused by the statue's still undead warrior. Deciding to risk it, the monster lunged, and got instant karma. Flash of steel. Blood spray. The skeleton sliced the beast into sushi before it even touched the ground. As the demons remained splattered, the pavement, our hero's jaw unhinged. That thing was toast. Standing right next to the slayer was Nyx. The protagonist clocked him immediately and kept watching the play unfold. Nyx projected his voice. This zone is hot. Too dangerous for civilians. Form up on my unit and move to safety. His unit was a literal army of skeletal reapers. The crowd stared, terrified but awestruck. Then it clicked. These were Nyx's summons. They were safe. The protagonist smirked, thinking about the power of the League of Eight. Jinfrey finally clocked it. This guy was firmly on Team Mira. Nyx pivoted to our hero, flashing a grin that said, "Thanks to you, 0 casualties today." He dropped a quick thanks, but Jinfrey waved it off. "Forget the pleasantries. We need to figure out what that nightmare fuel actually is." Nyx swiped open his holographic interface, eyes scanning the data stream. "Just give me a sec for a system check." Comms crackled to life. Wyatt's voice cut through the static. "Target acquired at point 1. Then Maria chimed in. Point W. 4 locked down. Target in sight. Trigger finger itching. Mira's channel opened up next, confirming point S2 was secured. "We've got eyes on it." Nyx nodded, logging the intel. "Copy that. Looks like everyone's invited to the party." Jinfrey blinked, the gears turning. "Something, that's the official name." "Wait, so that monstrosity wasn't a solo act?" Nyx barked orders into his headset. "Squad, wipe out the remaining hostiles." He cut the feed and turned back to Jinfrey, dropping his real name. "Now where were we?" Jinfrey stiffened. "How do you know who I am?" Nyx let out a low chuckle. "Buddy, your way. Way more viral than you think. Ever consider going pro? The League of Eight has a spot open." Jinfrey just stared, brain lagging, then awkwardly scratched his neck. Hard pass. Thanks for the invite, but I prefer the solo grind. No guilds, no rules." Shame. Nyx sighed, though his politician's smile didn't fade. "Mira hyped you up, said you weren't like the other loot chasers." Nyx's eyes scanned Jinfrey's loadout, and looking at that gear, she wasn't lying. He extended a gloved hand. "Let's make this official. I'm Nyx, Vice President of the Adventurers Association." He beamed, radiating that dangerous charisma. Jinfrey looked down, heart rate spiking. "Vice President. That means he's the heavy hitter, the strongest in the entire league." As they gripped hands, a massive shadow eclipsed them. The monster was reforming. Both spun around, adrenaline surging, and Nyx didn't flinch. "Intel warned us about their regen stats," he said calmly. "My elite squad is top tier, but..." He cut himself off, locking eyes with Jinfrey. "Listen, these things, they aren't your average dungeon trash. We call them somethings. No origin story, no data, just big unknown variables. But we know one thing for sure. If we don't contain them now, we're looking at a global extinction event." Suddenly, reinforcements swarmed the area. The clash was instant. Blades flashed, hacking the demon into bite-sized chunks again, and the beast collapsed, twitching in a heap. Jinfrey watched, horrified as Nyx's voice turned ice cold. "If you see one, kill it. Instantly. 0 mercy." Nyx studied him, calculating. He knew Jinfrey had the DPS to handle this enemy. Jinfrey's inner monologue raced. So this is the apex predator, leader of the strongest faction. Confidence, power, and his class. Necromancer, an S-tier mage who commands the dead. Meanwhile, at Sector N, Another, something unhinged, its jaw lunging straight for Wyatt, who barely tanked the hit with his signature shield. The beast roared, thrashing wildly, desperate to break his guard. Wyatt peeked over the rim, analyzing. Impressive stats. This thing is punching way above the average level cap. Time to return the favor. Wyatt triggered his mirror spell. The damage bounced back, slamming into the monster. But the beast didn't flinch. Tough guy, huh? Wyatt grinned unfazed. But you can't break this defense. He braced himself. Shield, strike. Boom, a counterattack, dealing damage equal to his total defense. The monster shrieked, smoke pouring from its cracked hide. It crumpled. Dead. Wyatt tapped his earpiece. Durability test complete. Get me the president. Cut to point 4. The monster was still upright. Maria squared up, cigarette dangling loosely from her lips. You foul, glitchy mess. Trying to ruin my world. Or maybe defy it. Either way, you're getting deleted. She stood tall, radiating holy menace, and, snap, gravity shifted, lifting her into the air. Hovering above the beast, she hefted a massive ornate cross, and swung down with a terrifying ecstatic grin. Die splat. Dark blood sprayed everywhere, and the creature hit the dirt. System alert. Skill-activated prayer of power. It grants a random weapon, based on the prayer. The worse the odds, the godlier the loot. Maria smirked ash falling from her cigarette, and sneered, "Go to hell. You wasted 5 precious minutes of my life." Meanwhile, back at the main site, Jinfrey nodded. I get it, so the nothingness glitch isn't fixed. And the portals are bricked everywhere, not just on the 6th continent. Nyx's expression grim. Bingo. Jinfrey's mind raced. There was no nothingness in the original game code. He recalled a rumor, a deleted file. I never saw them in my playthrough. But if these somethings are real, does that mean the secret item is finally spawnable? The one loot drop I could never get. Nyx ignored him, checking the kill feed from his squad. Looks like we're done here. Nyx radioed back, voice steady, impressive work as always. Clean sweep. The protagonist blinked, thinking it was mission accomplished, wondering if the boss fight was already over. Then Mira's voice crackled over the comms with a grim update. The target had ghosted them. Nyx froze. Mira, the heavy hitter of the squad, letting a mark slip away. That didn't add up. He kept his cool, signaling copy. Then demanded the sitrep. Is she compromised? I need a full detailed report now. Mira, tracking alongside her spirits, responded that she was green. The target bailed, but she had a spirit locked onto its mana signature, tracking something moving fast toward point S5. Nyx confirmed he read her loud and clear, and was en route to the rendezvous point immediately. Copy that, Mira replied. The protagonist locked eyes with Nyx. I'm riding shotgun on this one. He needed eyes on that thing. Closed portals were his personal nightmare, and he needed to gauge its power level. Nyx hesitated, calculating the risk, then nodded. Fair enough. We're flying blind on their capabilities. Extra firepower won't hurt, but my word is law out there. Priority 1 is keeping everyone breathing. The protagonist shot him a thumbs up. You got it. They moved out. By the time they hit point S5, the chase was still on. Mira and her spirits were hot on the monster's heels. Quit running, she screamed. Have some dignity. Embarrassing for a monster to flee from a fight. You're not making it out of here anyway. Boom, Maria materialized right in the beast's path, cutting off the escape route. She smirked, twirling her staff. Forgot how to throw hands. You're wasting my time. Wyatt stepped up beside her, shrugging. Hey, nobody's perfect, right? That's why we roll as a squad, we cover the blind spots. The team tightened the noose around the demon from all angles. And right on cue, Nyx and the protagonist pulled up. Solid coordination, Nyx noted. Mira opened her mouth to debrief, then clocked Jinfrey. Her face twisted. What is he doing here? Jinfrey scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Just, sort of tagged along. Save the chat for later, Nyx cut in. We need to analyze the target. Mira pointed at the vice president, dropping the bombshell. Get this, it talks. Nyx and the squad went dead silent. Nyx studied the creature mind racing. Speech. From something that didn't even read as a demon. That was a game changer. Jinfrey stood frozen. As the system window flashed red in his vision, warning massive, hostile force detected. Fall back, now, he screamed. The girls whipped around, confused. The monster let out a guttural, triumphant laugh, bellowing. More meat for the grinder. Let the swarm feast. The team stood paralyzed for a split second, the realization hitting them like a truck. Suddenly the sky rained nightmares right on top of them. Maria, gripping her staff, white-knuckled, shrieked. Mira, light him up. Mira didn't hesitate. Spirit art Ifrit's flash. Her spirit surged forward, unleashing a shockwave of pure flame that blasted the falling monsters backward into the dirt. They screeched, before turning to ash in the inferno. The clearing smoked. Maria dusted herself off. Well, that was underwhelming. Total weaklings. Mira shook her head, frustrated. I can't believe I let that first one slip just because it opened its mouth. Nyx looked grim. A monster speaking human language. That's not a glitch. I didn't think they were capable of that. This just got way more serious. It implies intelligence. A heavy silence settled over the squad as they processed the intel. Suddenly, the protagonist's head snapped up. Huge monospike deep in the forest. There's something else out there. The team stared at him. How could you possibly track that? Wyatt asked, suspicious. The protagonist stammered, caught off guard, but Nick stepped in smoothly, claiming the rookie had special training in sensory magic. Jinfrey blinked, surprised by the save. As Nix shielded him from the interrogation. We can't lose the trail, Nix ordered. Jinfrey, take point. On it, the protagonist said, stepping into the lead. He navigated the dense forest, effortlessly guiding the squad. Straight to the source. They broke into a clearing where a glowing magic circle pulsed on the ground. Insane mana density here, the protagonist muttered. Nix analyzed the runes. This gate bridges dimensions. Definitely the work of a sage-class entity. Mira crossed her arms. Well, at least we know for sure they aren't stealing adventurer skills. The protagonist's expression darkened. It matched the intel from his past life perfectly. If his hunch was right, these things were leveling up just like players. That meant the difficulty setting just got cranked to nightmare mode. Nix flashed a confident grin. Long as we stick together, we're good. Especially with a skilled rookie on the roster. Maria raised an eyebrow. Skilled rookie Wyatt snapped his fingers. Wait, is Jinfrey that viral guy from the news? Maria smirked. So the rumors are true. Mira just stared at him unreadable. Let's move, Nix ordered. A chill ran down the protagonist's spine. He couldn't put his finger on it, but this guy's vibe was seriously off, like terrifyingly off. Suddenly, a warp portal manifested, swallowing the squad and spitting them out into a completely different zone. One teammate scanned the area, confused as hell. Wall-to-wall doors. That's it. Just an endless corridor of doors. Wyatt stepped up, claiming point, and told the crew to stick to his 6. Maria turned to the protagonist, eyeing the newbie. Hey, rookie. Just trust the shield bearer. Follow his lead, she insisted. I've got your back, she added. He blinked, surprised by the support, but nodded. Meanwhile, Wyatt marched to the central door and gripped the handle. He cranked it open and stepped into the void. A quick scan of the room revealed absolutely nothing, just empty space. Click. A weird noise echoed nearby. Before they could react, the door behind them slammed shut. The rest of the team was locked out on the other side of the grate. Maria screamed, panic rising. What the hell? The iron bars dropped, sealing the entrance. From the outside, Nix yelled, Yo, you guys good in there? Jinfrey lunged for the handle, rattling it violently. No budging. Locked tight. They were officially trapped in the kill box. Wyatt tried to keep his cool, claiming they were fine, but his mind was racing. This wasn't part of the plan. Then a bell tolled ominously behind them. They whipped around. Something had materialized out of thin air. Where on earth did that thing come from? The team outside could only watch in confusion. Wyatt shouted over his shoulder. Target confirmed. Initiating combat sequence now. Turning to Jinfrey, Wyatt commanded, Stay back. Let me handle this beast. With a guttural roar, he charged. He slammed his shield, flooding the room with blinding magical energy. He lunged. The monster shrieked in pure terror before being absolutely obliterated. The creature collapsed, dissolving into smoke. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, analyzing the fading remains. That mob was roughly level 150, right? And Wyatt just deleted it with a single hit. The guy was a tank and a powerhouse. Nix gripped the iron bars, rattling them. What was that explosion? Status report. The team inside yelled back. We're solid. Something spawned in here, but we took care of it, they confirmed, trying to lower the tension. But the relief was short-lived. A girl creepy as hell materialized right behind the protagonist. Are you the Lost Seekers? She whispered. The boys froze, turning to face her. The pressure was suffocating. Her level was leagues above anything they had just fought. Panic kicked in. Wyatt instantly deployed his magic circle, screaming shield strike. But Jinfrey's eyes widened. Wait, stop. Too late. Raw magic swirled around the half-naked girl. She giggled, extending a hand as a laser-focused beam of light formed. Shield shatter, she screeched. Wyatt stood there, stunned, realizing his defense was useless against a hard counter. Boom. The spell caught him dead on launching him into the wall with enough force to crack the stone. The protagonist spun around, trembling. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The girl looked down at them with pity. Poor little seekers, she mocked. The name's Shabad. A system window popped up and the numbers were a nightmare. Level 285. Skills. Hunter's Eye Shield Break. But it got worse. S-rank swordsmanship, vital strike, fire arrow. It was an endless laundry list of lethal abilities. Clone summoning A-rank summoner skills. The protagonist's brain short-circuited. She was using sword skills and magic. She was a multi-class hybrid. His theory was confirmed. She wasn't just a monster. She was a glitch in the system. And that laugh. She was enjoying this. Scared, yet she teased. Wyatt shook off the concussion, cursing his own sloppiness, and threw his arm out to protect Jinfrey. Get behind me now, Wyatt ordered. Shibad just smirked. Relax. I'm going to eat you. Slowly. I like to savor the flavor, she purred. Then she paused, spotting a weird expression on Jinfrey's face. Is that a smile? You think this is funny? Jinfrey's gamer brain was spinning. If the rumors were true, there were only 4 named ones in existence. The Holy Four. Legend says if you wipe all 4, you drop a secret weapon that's never been seen before. Legendary loot. But he had to check his greed. Shibad was a raid boss on steroids. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. She scoffed, annoyed by his lack of fear. You want to die first, fine by me. I'll chop you into bite-sized pieces so you don't choke me. She gripped her blade and launched herself at him. But before the blade could connect, CLA barrier snapped into existence around the protagonist. Shield Bearer's Sacrifice. It's a busted skill that lets the tank absorb all damage intended for a target. But there's a catch. If the damage exceeds the Shield Bearer's max health, it's game over. Permanent death. Wyatt gritted his teeth, yelling, "We're not done yet," Shibad shrieked in frustration. "You annoying little fly," she screamed. The protagonist stared in horror. Why? Why would you use a suicide skill for me? Wyatt grinned through the pain. Chill out. You're in the League of 8. As long as I'm breathing, nobody touches you. He smirked, and that just ticked her off more. Such big words for such a weakling, Shibad hissed. I always eat the best dish first anyway. Move aside. The real boss fight was just getting started. Wyatt didn't hesitate. He unleashed a fire arrow, channeling raw mana straight at the enemy. The projectile screamed through the air, a blazing comet of destruction. Then he roared Shield Zone. A blinding wall of light materialized inches from Shibad's face, forcing her to skid to a halt. That skill is the ultimate defense, negating every attack within a 10-meter radius of the tank. Wyatt grit his teeth, reminding her that Jinfrey was off limits. Shibad screamed back, her rage boiling over. If he had a death wish, she'd happily grant it. Time for him to get exactly what was coming to him. She activated Vital Strike to skyrocket her crit rate and Skull Crash, to nerf his shield's durability. As Shibad procced her skills, Wyatt flinched, caught off guard, and desperately raised his guard. Shibad shrieked that there was no time for shock. This was a slaughter. She spammed Fire Arrow again, slamming a searing blast into Wyatt's barrier. He winced. Was she actually this cracked at combat? A split second later, another Fire Arrow hit. Wyatt, totally bewildered, stammered, "What is happening?" The math didn't add up. Those nukes should have a cooldown of at least a few seconds after impact. Wyatt's knees buckled his stamina bar, draining fast. Collapsing to the floor, he couldn't help but admire Shibad's insane power, muttering that she'd pulled off a crazy comeback. She wasn't hopeless trash after all. Suddenly, a second Shibad materialized right in his grill. Double vision, Shibad smirked, triggering the summoner skill, Double. She taunted that he had zero chance of dodging this setup, launching a massive double-sized fire arrow. Wyatt stared down the incoming death, mind racing. Since when can a clone cast active skills? That meant the previous shot came from the duplicate. Fighting 2 DPS casters at once, that's a nightmare scenario. Suddenly, a flashbang of light flooded the chamber. Both Shibads squinted through the glare and heard a guttural scream. Jinfrey stepped in, throwing himself into the line of fire to shield Wyatt. Wyatt's jaw hit the floor. He stammered a thank you for the save. Jinfrey snapped back that he already said no sacrifices he needed to cancel the skill immediately. Wyatt shook his head, refusing the order. Jinfrey looked at him stunned. Wyatt insisted he was a top-tier ally. Otherwise, the vice president never would have scouted him. He was part of this squad now, and he'd tank every hit to keep them safe. That's what a shield does. He staggered to his feet, body glowing with renewed mana. He stared down the duplicated enemy, while Jinfrey's mind raced. These things had zero reload time. Even with Wyatt tanking, they wouldn't survive this kill zone for long. What was the play here? Jinfrey cracked his knuckles, locking in for the fight of his life. Shibad sneered, calling them boring, and complaining she was starving. She suggested they wrap this up, unhinging her jaw to flash lethal fangs. The boys froze as Shibad spawned a third clone. 3 of them. Wyatt panicked. That broke the game logic. You can't summon more than 1 copy. Jinfrey realized the horror. If they can all spam fire arrows, can the copies summon copies too? Infinite division. A literal glitch in reality. Shibad mocked them again. Got cold feet. The duel had barely started. Suddenly, a volley of arrows locked onto Wyatt from 5 distinct Shibad clones. Terror washed over the boys. It was a 5v2 now. Outside, the spirit triggered Ifrit's flash, detonating a fiery explosion against the barrier. He couldn't enter, but he could try to shake the foundation. Mira looked defeated, realizing they were stuck. Nyx frowned, analyzing the scene with cold logic. Not even a scratch from his undead army's blades. What kind of indestructible door was this? He prayed they were still breathing. Inside, Jinfrey screamed for Wyatt to get up, begging him not to check out now. Wyatt lay motionless, totally KO. His eye was obliterated, blood pooling around his skull. Jinfrey shrieked in pure terror, until a faint, raspy voice called out. Relief washed over him. Wyatt was alive. He told Jinfrey to keep it down. He'd thrown himself into the arrow storm on purpose. Wyatt wheezed that he was League of 8 material. This was just part of the job description. Meanwhile, the clone army glared at them. Jinfrey spun around, realizing he was in a checkmate position. He was out of wind blasts and his right hand was useless. That insane arrow barrage had pushed them to the brink. Suddenly, Jinfrey howled in pain as fresh blood sprayed from his body. The final damage tick had exceeded Wyatt's HP pool. Wyatt trembled, whispering an apology. He should have been a better shield. Leaving him high and dry, not an option. The girls went dead silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Eyes were glued to the chaos until Jinfrey froze. Realization hit him like a truck. His HP was critically low. Struggling to his feet, he looked Wyatt dead in the eye. One last favor. And Wyatt, he was ready to sign off on it. Jin thanked him for the trust, but Shibat just scoffed. You done with the waterworks? What is this, a soap opera? Cooldown's over, reload, Shibat screamed. End him, magic arrows locked on from the shadows, ready to fire. They fired straight at Jinfrey. Splat. Blood sprayed everywhere. But Shibat's jaw dropped. It wasn't Jin's blood. It was his own clones getting wrecked. Jinfrey gripped his blade, his voice dropping an octave. Pure nightmare fuel. Now, it's their turn. He unleashed the centipede rank unknown durability, sitting at 420 out of 1500. A shattered clone already lay at Jin's feet. Shibat sneered, masking his shock. When the hell did he even move? You feeling lucky, kid, just die already. The clones obeyed, channeling every ounce of mana to crush him. Whoosh. Jin launched himself skyward, descending on another clone, like a hawk. You could see the terror in her eyes. Clean cut, head rolls. Then he activated Skill 3 Liquefaction. The blade melted, shifting form like fluid death. The rest of the pack froze. Jin stared them down. I told you, get ready. Playtime's over. The liquid blade danced, slashing through clone after clone in a rhythmic slaughter. Seconds later, silence. Clones gone. Shibat dead. Ding. System notification, target eliminated. Level 2, 158 achieved. Loot drop black 4-leaf cloverleaf number 1. The item card hovered in front of him. He didn't smile. He just stared at it. Slowly, he turned to Wyatt. He approached his fallen friend, gazing down at a face wrecked by battle. With his last breath slipping away, Jin brought up the request restoring a weapon. Wyatt managed a weak, bloody grin. Say that again. Weapon soul transfer. That's the one-time deal, right? A spark of hope flickered. Maybe this wasn't the end. Got it, Wyatt rasped. I'll trust you with it. It's the rule of the wild when a hero's clock runs out. Their weapon, their partner through hell and high water, fades away. Unless someone's crazy enough to anchor it with memories, that soul can jump ship via a special ritual. Jin didn't hesitate. He took it all, the memory, the will, the legacy. Crash. The door flew open. Screams echoed down the hall. Nyx was the first one through the breach. Jin, free Nyx roared. Then he stopped cold. Bodies everywhere, blood everywhere, and Jin, standing over Wyatt's corpse. Maria lost it. Wyatt, no. What did you do? What happened here? Wyatt was gone, but Maria wouldn't accept it. She flared her healing magic, screaming, Hold on, I've got you, just stay with me. Nyx spun on Jin, scanning his injuries. You're torn up too, he gritted out. Talk to me. What went down? Jin stared at the floor. He blocked it. For me. Nyx went silent, looking back at the carnage. He tried to process the math of the slaughter. Meanwhile, Maria was hysterical. Get up, why would you do that? Why would you sacrifice yourself, you idiot? Total idiot, she sobbed. Mira stepped in, grabbing Maria's shoulder firmly. Maria, stop. He doesn't need help anymore. Maria collapsed into herself. The rest just stood there, paralyzed by the horror. It was time to swallow the bitter pill. Nyx broke the silence. Jin told me everything. Wyatt was the pride of League 8. Rest easy, soldier. Mira and Maria locked eyes with Jin. Silent agreement. They loaded Wyatt onto a skeletal summon to bring him home. Exiting the bloodbath, they spotted another door. My turn to take point, Nyx announced. He pushed it open. The squad filed in, scanning the perimeter. Weird, Maria mumbled. Door didn't even lock behind us. Everything looks Nyx, cut himself off. A horde of monsters spawned right in front of them. Great. These freaks just won't quit. Weapons up. Nyx stepped forward. Fall back. I'll handle this trash. Maria snapped back immediately. Excuse me, I need to blow off some serious steam right now. Mira turned to the vice president, nodding. Nyx smirked. You're right. We're all pissed off. He summoned his undead army. They dove into the horde, fueled by pure rage and confidence. Maria screamed over the noise of battle. I'll purify every last one of these forgotten souls. Nyx covered them, praying to every god that no one else died today. Speed was key. Clear the room, stay together. But Jin was staring into the distance, deep in thought. Nyx shouted over, Hey, you good? Jin shook his head. Not exactly. He looked at his squad tearing through the monsters. I was just thinking, this team is actually solid. Nyx paused. You talking about Wyatt? Jin froze. A long, heavy silence passed. Yeah, because of him. The squad had just lost a heavy hitter. Nyx locked eyes with Jinfrey, voice dropping to a gravelly low as he said the name. The question hung thick in the air. Did the kid blame him for Wyatt biting the dust? Jinfrey looked shell-shocked. No, he stammered. He was smiling at the end. Nyx nodded grimly. Exactly. That's the kind of warrior he was. Wyatt had treated Jinfrey like family, swearing to shield the rookie until his final heartbeat. That wasn't just talk, it was a blood oath. Now keeping his legacy alive was the only move left. Jinfrey stayed quiet, processing the grief, until the guys snapped their heads forward. Nyx clocked the girls, wrapping up their prep. "Time to roll," he signaled. Jinfrey fell in line, shadowing the team like a ghost. They spilled out into the corridor, hitting a fork in the road. Mira hesitated, eyeing the split paths. What's the play here? Splitting the party felt like a rookie mistake. Nyx knew sticking together was the smart play for survival, but if they walked into a trap as a group, it was game over for everyone. Total wipeout. The pressure was mounting. They couldn't afford a single screw-up against monsters of this caliber. After weighing the risks, Nyx made the hard call. "We split up." It slashed their combat power in half, but it was the only way to cover ground. Better to weaken the line than risk the whole squad getting wiped by one nasty trap. Maria immediately pivoted to the new guy. "You're with me," she announced, grabbing him. No way was she getting stuck with the two buzzkills. She needed room to let loose. The protagonist didn't even get a vote in this weird custody battle. Maria marched into the new chamber and instantly locked onto a massive, grotesque target. Her fingers twitched. She was practically vibrating with the need to throw hands. The beast lounged on a throne, manspreading like he owned the place. What's this Uber Eats delivering itself? Meet Bubeka number 2 of the Holy Four. Meanwhile, in the other tunnel, Nyx and Mira walked into their own nightmare. The monster there flashed a jagged grin. "Ah, you smell like top-shelf vintage," he purred. "With power like that, don't bore me. Make it entertaining." Nyx glanced at Mira. "You good?" They were staring down Abadek, the third member of the Holy Four. Born ready, Mira shot back, zero hesitation. The team locked in hype levels, maxing out as they prepped to throw down. Back in the other room, the protagonist and Maria were sizing up their opponent. The bloodthirsty brute was gnawing on a bone the size of a tree trunk. Jinfrey ran the numbers. This guy was leagues above Shabbat. We're talking power levels that would make a fifth continent demon look like a chump. They needed a strategy fast. Suddenly, Jinfrey's radar pinged. His eyes went wide as he realized the plan was already out the window. Maria was already charging back in. What the hell was she doing? That was suicide, but Maria wasn't listening. Face twisted in holy rage, she shrieked, "No mercy for the wicked. This is a divine mandate." Out of thin air, a colossal weapon manifested in her grip. She swung it like a baseball bat, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Bubeka blinked, confused, right before the room turned white. Boom. That was the Mace of Obedience. Her unique skill order morphed her weapon based on whatever prayer she screamed out. The protagonist stood there, flat-footed, watching smoke rise from the crater where the enemy used to be. What kind of chaotic prayer was that? Suddenly, Maria halted her assault and started roasting the boss. "Slow down, Tubby. I'm putting you on a diet." Bubeka toppled off his throne, hitting the deck hard. Jinfrey watched the spectacle, jaw on the floor. She was acting like a total loose cannon, but her accuracy, 100% lethal. You don't get into the Great League of 8 by being a scrub. Suddenly, Maria paused, looking annoyed. "Damn it, wrong prayer," she muttered. "If I'd summoned the axe, I could have one-shotted him." The protagonist smirked. Okay, he took it back. She wasn't just intense. She was genuinely unhinged. But the fight wasn't over. Bubeka scrambled up, dusting himself off. "Ooh, a feisty one. You're gonna make a delicious dinner." He stood tall, drool practically pooling on the floor as he looked at his meal ticket. Maria analyzed him quickly. Was his hide just that thick, or did he dodge at the last millisecond? Looks were deceiving. This tank was fast. His level was off the charts. Now she understood why Wyatt had gotten wrecked. Time to switch tactics. She filled her lungs. "Merciful Lord, your servant delivers this unholy, undead snack to your table. Bon appetit." A sonic boom echoed. Maria spun around her massive weapon, clipping the main character and knocking him flat on his face. "Oops, my bad," she chirped, not looking sorry at all. "Stay out of the splash zone or you're getting chopped too." "Watch your six." Jinfrey gritted his teeth, fuming. This girl was a hazard to everyone, enemies and allies alike. He couldn't figure out her rhythm as she launched herself at Bubeka again. But there was no time to complain. The protagonist realized he couldn't just spectate. It was go time. He leveled up his centipede spell and gripped his sword. Maria paused, stunned as he stepped up. "About time you joined the party," she yelled. "Give me your back," Maria barked. Jinfrey blinked, totally confused. "Excuse me," but Maria didn't wait for permission. She treated Jinfrey like a human springboard, launching herself skyward to rain death from above. Bam! She smashed Bubeka's skull, sending debris exploding across the room. But her blade hit nothing but floor tiles. She screamed, "How does something that big move that fast?" Meanwhile, our main man Jinfrey ate the pavement flattened by her launch. He peeled his face off the floor, stunned. Wyatt used to cover for this psycho. He shielded her. You could see the grief mixed with pure rage in her eyes. Jinfrey scrambled up, just watching her go off. As Maria unleashed a combo of frantic strikes, her focus was laser sharp. And then it clicked for Jinfrey. Nyx's advice echoed in his head, honoring Wyatt's memory, was the ultimate power move right now. This violence, this was her funeral rite for Wyatt. Suddenly, Maria shouted his name, snapping him out of his trance. "Don't come here," she shrieked. "Watch my 6 Jinfree's jaw basically hit the floor." He steadied himself, realizing she wasn't crazy, she was tactical. They were flying blind against this beast, double-teaming blindly. That's a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Instead of rushing in like a headless chicken, he switched gears. He'd be the shield for this berserker. Maria didn't wait. She launched another aerial assault sword arcing toward Bubeka. "Repent, you filth, go to hell, amen," she screamed like a warrior nun. Bubeka just grinned, his body pulsing with eerie magical energy. Cut to side B, Mira and Nyx versus Abaddon. Mira wasted no time screaming, "Kylan, you're up." Thunder cracked the air. She thrust her hand forward, blasting a tunnel of blinding lightning straight at the throne-sitting tyrant. Abaddon looked like he was chilling on a Sunday. Legs crossed. He actually laughed. "Oho, is that it?" He stood up, waved his hands, and swatted the lightning away like it was a fly. Mira froze, totally shook. Abaddon stared her down, scratching his head like he was bored. "That actually felt nice," he mocked. "A pleasant tingle." "I feel lighter," Nyx signaled Mira, and she snapped her attention to him, locking in. One look, total sync. Mira channeled Undine and Kylan simultaneously, her hands glowing with dual elemental power. Aqua charge. A massive blue tsunami flooded the room with magic. Abaddon's grin vanished. He realized this wasn't a tickle. This was lethal. He was in serious trouble. Boom, undead skeletons swarmed him from the flanks. Nyx pushed his glasses up his nose, cold as ice. "Tough body or not?" Nyx asked. "Do you really think you can tank this damage?" Abaddon cackled. "Where's the respect for your elders?" Nyx didn't blink. "Respect is earned, but not for man-eating monsters." Blood Knight end him. Abaddon's eyes went wide with pure terror. Direct hit. Abaddon screeched as blood geysered from his mouth. A gaping hole blew open in his chest. Nyx adjusted his specs again. "Killing you won't bring them back, but you deserve to rot in the abyss for what you did." Abaddon collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. He lay face down in a crimson puddle. "Fight over." Mira turned to Nyx, signaling the area was clear. "What about the others?" she asked. "Let's regroup," Nyx said. But as they headed for the exit, the vibe shifted. A weird noise behind them. They whipped around. The body was gone. Just vanished. Before they could ask where, Abaddon materialized right behind them like a ghost. He lunged, slashing Nyx from the blind spot. Nyx's arm hit the floor. Vice President Mira shrieked. Delicious Abaddon purred. "Your skills. I want to taste them all." Mira realized what happened. He used the thief's stealth. And resurrection, maybe even immortal soul. She frantically began casting healing magic on Nyx's stump. While the magic knitted his flesh, Nyx analyzed the threat, sweat beading on his forehead. "He steals skills from everyone he kills and stacks them," Nyx gritted out. "Stay sharp, Mira. This is his true power." "My turn," Abaddon roared. A system window popped up. Abaddon, level 333, skill Immortal Soul. It's a cheat code he revives even at 0 health. Thief's stealth to hide swordsman's rapid strike for instant kills. He's a walking arsenal. They had to put him down for real this time. They locked eyes, ready for round 2. Meanwhile, Maria was still hammering Bubeka, landing a nasty headshot. The monster shuddered, glowing with an angry, fiery aura. She paused, watching him charge up. Then bam, another clean hit dead center on his face. Bubeka just smiled through the bruise. "Nice shot," he taunted. "But is that all you got?" Maria stepped back, absolutely seething. Bubeka scrambles back to his feet, radiating pure arrogance as the brawl continues. Our lead instantly clocks. The mage's Art of Perfection skill, active on the enemy dodging, isn't an option, so he pops a defensive buff to tank the incoming hit. Maria loses it, shrieking that the beast is just cowering from her nasty assaults. Bubeka roars a challenge to come get some. He shields his eyes from the blinding pyroblast of Maria's attack. Snarling in annoyance, he swats her, strikes aside like flies, triggering Maria. "You dare growl at me, the audacity." Boom, a blinding flash allows her to land a devastating blow, sending the creature crashing down. A ruthless mace smash. Jennifer observes intently as Maria realizes she needs one final earth-shattering strike to put this nightmare down for good, so she calls on the protagonist for the assist. "You got it," he replies. Fueled by rage over Wyatt's death, this beast has to die. But his gut screams that something is strictly wrong. The moment they engage, an insane power surge hits him. It looked like Bubeka was on the ropes, but that was a lie. He was baiting them, hiding a trump card. He was clearly plotting a setup, waiting for the perfect opening. As Bubeka rises again, he snarls that Maria's playtime is officially over. "You're not leaving here alive. I'm gonna rip you apart and feast on your bones right now." Our hero tenses up as Maria charges a spell behind him, her aura blazing sapphire blue. "Aqua Volley," she screams. A massive torrent of magical water materializes in the chamber. It's a high-tier mage skill, a hydro nuke. Bubeka just raises a hand, pointing a claw at the incoming orb. A twisted grin splits his face. "Time for the prey to get wrecked," he bellows, firing his own energy to obliterate them. He aims to wipe them out but freezes, totally confused. The protagonist intercepts the attack with a magic ball, using his left hand to suck the monster's power dry. Destroyer skill number 2, Black Hole. It swallows enemy attacks whole. What the hell did you just do? The beast shrieks. The protagonist smirks. So that was your big bad trump card. Sorry, totally useless. The monster stands there, jaw dropped, trying to process the logic of that skill. Let him have it, the protagonist roars. In a blur, he slices the opponent's arm clean off with his new weapon. The beast howls in agony and terror as blood sprays across the room. Trembling, the monster stammers. The prey is fighting back. But I can fix this. Instantly. His severed arm snaps back into place. Healer's healing skill, granting him infinite regeneration. Everything's set, newbie. Perfection, Maria calls out. You child of impure flesh. She glows with energy and lunges. The monster panics. My buff failed. Gotta bail, but he's stuck. Why can't he move? It's Jennifer. She's pouring her magic into pinning the creature down, lagging his movements. Jennifer teases, not a fan of cardio, huh? Where are you going? The system pings Destroyer's left hand skill. Super repulsion pushes targets away. Creator's right hand skill, Super Attraction, pulls targets close. Using both hands simultaneously, creates a gravitational vice, locking the target in place, though it's a single target lock. Maria leaps into the stratosphere, sword raised, screaming like a banshee as she unleashes her power. She slices the monster clean in half, an instant kill. As the corpse twitches, Maria prays, Lord, accept this offering. Then she sneers at the carcass. Go stuff your face in hell, you fat slob. System update. They defeated Bubeka. Level 2, 199. Loot drop A black 4-leaf clover leaf number 2. Maria stares at the card in her hand. What is this junk? Where's my gold? Just a useless trinket. She tosses the card away. The protagonist scrambles to catch it mid-air. That makes 2 cards. He's halfway there. Maria turns to him amused. Something mysterious. Froze that beast right at the end, she muses. I guess. The rumors about you aren't just hype after all. With the threats neutralized, it was time to bounce. They try to exit, but hit a dead end. Jennifer walked with such swag, the MC didn't question her, but she's totally lost. They need to backtrack to the split. But where is it? Maria explodes, rushing Jennifer but screaming at the MC. Newbie, you're the navigator now, he sighs. Why does everything always fall on him? The air grew heavy silence, choking them before reality shattered. 1 second they were standing there, the next pixelating into the void. Confusion hit them like a truck. The world twisted, dumping them into a cold, desolate chamber before they could even blink. Forced teleportation. Disoriented, Maria scanned the gloom until her heart stopped. This wasn't right. The vibe was all wrong. Vice President panic spiked as she spotted them. Nyx and Mira were slumped on the concrete like ragdolls, completely out cold. Mira. Jinfrey didn't hesitate, sprinting to Mira and scooping her into his arms. Hey, stay with me. His voice cracked with desperation. Her eyelids fluttered, weak and trembling. Jinfrey, she whispered. But before relief could set, in a chilling voice cut through the reunion. Welcome to the party. Abedek stood there, oozing arrogance and flashing a predator's grin. Your little friends were so pathetic. I had to drag them here myself. The protagonist froze the realization, hitting him like a punch to the gut. Spatial manipulation. The protagonist's blood ran cold. This wasn't just a location change. It was a trap, and they were the prey. Ignoring the danger, Maria bolted toward Nyx, her voice echoing in the empty hall. Vice President. It was a nightmare. His hand was clean gone. Maria, he rasped. Don't move, I've got you. She summoned her light, barely seconds away from healing him. She was about to close the wound when bam, something skewered her from behind. Pain exploded, paralyzing the protagonist where he stood. Nyx and Mira watched in horror as the scene unfolded in slow motion. Crimson sprayed the floor, silencing the room. Maria, the scream tore from their throats as she collapsed, hitting the ground face first with a sickening thud. Fear gripped the team like a vice. Abadek smirked, turning his back on Mercy. So close. But I don't do healing tricks here. Pointing a glowing finger at her prone form, he chuckled. A beam of light formed in execution, ready to fire. A high-level mage beam. The protagonist recognized the lethal glow instantly. Abadek wasn't just toying with them. He was ending this. Nyx was losing it, screaming over the chaos. Maria, talk to me. Are you alive? Through the pain, a faint, trembling voice replied. Sorry. Let my guard down, she choked out. Shut up. Just heal yourself. Nyx roared, tears stinging his eyes. Focus. Maria tried to summon her magic, tried to weave the spell to save herself, but her body refused to obey. She was frozen. Her hands trembled, nothing happened. No magic. A dark laugh echoed. Looking for this, Abadek stood there, casually twirling Maria's signature mace. Hey, that's mine, she shrieked, eyes wide. The protagonist's jaw dropped. He'd stripped her gear mid-fight. Impossible. Skill theft usually requires a kill, yet Maria was still breathing. How did he bypass the mechanics? Abadek spun the weapon like a toy, mocking their confusion. Nice weight to it. I think I'll keep it. He laughed, twisting the knife in deeper. Give it back. Maria lunged only to hack up a mouthful of blood. The protagonist grit his teeth. Mechanics didn't matter right now. Saving her did. Abadak rolled his eyes at the drama. You guys are such a buzzkill. Stop being so boring. Tell you what, the villain sneered. You want answers, beat me. You win, you get your little toys back. If you can manage it all, her skills return. A heavy silence fell. It was a trap, but it was their only shot at survival. The protagonist cursed under his breath. He needed intel on this monster, but time was a luxury they didn't have. Adrenaline surged. Screw the plan. He launched himself at the creature with everything he had, desperate to end it. Mid-strike, his body locked up. Abadak merely flicked a wrist, radiating pressure. Sit. Down. A golden barrier slammed into place. Jinfree's eyes widened. Emperor's aura. Top-tier crowd control. This guy was a seasoned fighter. Absolute paralysis, but it had a cooldown. Nick saw his opening. We lost Wyatt. I'm not losing her too. Don't look down on us. His shadow flared, dark energy swirling around him. Shadowcliff activate. A blinding beam ripped toward the villain. Abadak sidestepped it with lazy grace. Weak, he sighed. Really doubtful. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? He brushed off the attack like it was dust. Respect. Mira spat, her aura flaring. Trash like you deserves nothing. Summoning her spirits, she channeled pure rage into a massive spell. Triple explosion fire. She watched, breathless, waiting for the impact. Abadak just yawned. Cute. But let's dial it up. 5 sounds good. He raised a single hand. The explosion slammed into an invisible wall and vanished. Iron curtain. Total negation. He blocked their strongest combo without breaking a sweat. The confidence was suffocating. Mira gaped in horror. He hadn't just used one shield. He'd stacked multiple layers instantly. A low-tier skill made invincible by sheer power. Ah, youth, Abadak grinned, breaking the tension. So much energy. It's refreshing. Let's make sure everyone remembers this moment. The air screamed as he summoned a colossal iron titan above his head. A shadow fell over the team. Don't worry, he whispered. This will make a lovely tombstone. Terror clawed at Mira's throat. She rallied her 3 spirits, screaming, focus everything on that blade. Now they had to block it or it was game over. Abadak just tanked the hits, standing there like an unbothered statue. Nyx wasn't having it, roaring that nobody respects a tyrant who threatens the entire human race. Boom, a massive fireball detonated, filling the chamber with choking smoke. The dust took forever to settle. The squad held their breath, praying that did the trick. Nyx gritted his teeth too early to celebrate. Stay sharp. Out of nowhere, a blinding neon blue ripple slashed between them. They whipped around, eyes wide in total shock. Nyx's brain stalled. No way. Mira's thoughts raced in panic. Wait, is that actually the vice president's signature move? Shadow climb. Abadak walked out of the blast without a scratch. Suddenly right back in their faces, hand extended, mocking them to come try and snatch his power. Jinfree watched the chaos, frustrated that he was still just a spectator. How did that monster steal the weapon? Jinfree was paralyzed. Then he saw Abadak glitch out of existence again, and screamed, dodge. Mira shrieked for her Ifrit spirit to shield her, barely deflecting the fatal blow in time. Nyx hit the deck hard. Abadak rose from a crouch, letting out a twisted laugh. Oh, you used your spirit as a meat shield, and attacked at the same time. Not bad. He missed, but he didn't care. Mira, voice shaking with pure rage, yelled at him to stop defiling her skills. The vile old creep grinned wide. Guess I'll be taking that ability next. He stalked toward Mira. Nyx saw the danger instantly, screaming her name, telling her to get the hell out of there. The weapon was locked on. Nyx was helpless, lungs burning as he just shouted for Mira, who stood frozen, confused. Suddenly, gravity went weird around Nyx too. Neither of them understood what was going on. Why were they being yanked backward? A blinding beam of light tore through the room, shattering the floor. Abadak's staff smashed into empty ground. Mira was gone. It was Jinfree finally stepping up with some serious main character energy. He triggered Skill 1 Super Attraction. Abadak paused. So the boy can move. He was actually curious about that power. Nyx gasped Jinfree. It was you. He thanked the guy for the save. Jinfree ordered them to group up and fall back. Get to safety. I'm taking this freak down myself. Nyx looked at him like he was crazy and started to object, but Jinfree cut in. To steal a skill, he has 2 conditions. He has to see it used, and he has to draw blood. The realization hit Nyx like a truck. The injury requirement. He watches everything in this dungeon. He just needs to wound the owner to copy-paste the ability. That explains why. Mira kept her skill. She hadn't taken major damage yet, meaning the more they fight recklessly, the more OP the monster gets while they get drained. Nyx processed the logic. Jinfree knew if he was right, they still had a winning card. Nyx nodded, realizing they were cornered otherwise. But with the right timing, and using Jinfree's chill attitude as bait, they had a shot. Okay, Nyx said. As the leader of the League of Eight, it hurt his pride, but he was tagging out. He's all yours. Jinfree stepped into the fray, assuring them he had this. Abadak smirked, looking down at the challenger. You really think you can solo me? How adorable. Jinfree just stared him down, silent and cold. Abadek scanned his arsenal, genuinely impressed. He decided not to risk it and activated Emperor's aura. Sensing the vibe had shifted. This kid was dangerous. Better strike first. Jinfrey closed the distance. Let's clarify the rules, Jinfrey said calmly. If I end, you do all those stolen skills bounce back to the owners. Abadek blinked. Huh, well, since I'm just borrowing them while they're alive. Yes, that's the theory. Never died before, so who knows? Abadek grinned like a shark. Jinfrey, however, looked confident, his mind racing. It was down to him and the last remaining teammate. Mira was running on fumes. He had to wrap this up fast. Suddenly, Abadek launched into the air for a dive bomb, but then he screamed, "What the heck? Why was he panicking?" "Don't worry, he's not gonna bite," Jinfrey smirked. "In a rush. Don't sleep on me." Bam! He fired a magic orb deflecting the enemy mid-air. Abadek got blasted back by the shockwave, screeching as he tumbled and somersaulted to a landing. Jinfrey triggered super repulsion, and Abadek's brain scrambled first. Attraction, now repulsion. This kid is a total headache, but that just makes him look even more delicious. With a twisted look of hunger, Abadek kept fighting, trying to scramble up from the dirt. But Jinfrey wasn't done switching gears. Abadek froze, realizing he was being dragged in again. Attraction active.